Signposts by Sayyid Qutb. Translation by Muhammad Al-Amrani. In the name of God, the most compassionate, the most merciful. Chapter 1. Introduction. Humanity today stands at the edge of a precipice, not because of the threat of annihilation hanging over its head, for that is but a symptom of the disease and not the disease itself, but because of its bankruptcy in the realm of values, those values under whose shade human life may grow in healthy harmony and ascend in true progression. This reality is starkly evident in the Western world, which no longer possesses anything to offer humanity in terms of values. Indeed, it has reached a point where it struggles to convince even its own conscience of its right to exist. Democracy, once its proud hallmark, has all but collapsed into something resembling bankruptcy, increasingly borrowing, albeit slowly, and adopting the systems of the Eastern Bloc, particularly in economic structures, under the guise of socialism. The same applies to the Eastern Bloc itself. The collectivist ideologies, with Marxism at the forefront, which once captivated large swathes of people in the East and even in the West by presenting themselves as doctrines bearing the character of faith, have now clearly receded. Their retreat is so evident that they have become nearly confined to the apparatus of the state and its systems, which deviate significantly from the original tenets of the doctrine. These systems, moreover, are fundamentally at odds with the nature of human disposition and its innate requirements, flourishing only in shattered environments or societies long accustomed to dictatorial regimes. Even within such environments, the material and economic failure of these ideologies, ironically the very foundation upon which they pride themselves, has begun to manifest. Russia, the pinnacle of collectivist systems, has seen its agricultural yields diminish after being abundant even during the reign of the Tsars. It now imports wheat and other foodstuffs, selling its gold reserves merely to procure sustenance, an outcome born of the failure of collective farms and a system that clashes with human nature. A new leadership for humanity is urgently required. The leadership of the Western man is nearing its end, not because Western civilization has materially collapsed or weakened in terms of economic and military power, but because the Western system has exhausted its role. It no longer possesses a reservoir of values that would qualify it to lead. What is needed is a leadership that can preserve and nurture the material civilization achieved through European ingenuity, while also offering humanity an entirely new set of values, entirely unprecedented in human experience, and a methodology that is both original and positive, as well as realistic and practicable. Islam alone possesses such values and such a methodology. The scientific renaissance has already played its role, a role whose dawn began with the Renaissance of the 16th century and reached its zenith during the 18th and 19th centuries. But it no longer holds any new reserves. Likewise, nationalism and patriotism, which emerged during that era and were expressed through regional and ethnic conglomerations, have also played their part in history over the past few centuries, and they too have no fresh reserves to offer. Finally, both individualist and collectivist systems have reached their ultimate failure. Thus, the time has come for Islam and the Muslim Ummah to fulfill their role amidst one of the most critical, confused, and turbulent moments in human history. The time has come for Islam, a faith that does not turn its back on material creativity and progress, for it views such pursuits as part of humanity's primary function since God entrusted man with stewardship of the earth. Islam regards this endeavor under specific conditions as an act of worship and as a fulfillment of the ultimate purpose of human existence. And when your sustainer said to the angels, "Indeed, I will make upon the earth a vicegerent," Quran 2:30, "and I created not the jinn and mankind except to worship me." Quran 51:56. And it is now the time for the Muslim Ummah to fulfill the purpose for which it was brought forth for mankind. You are the best nation produced as an example for mankind. You enjoin what is right and forbid what is wrong and believe in God. Quran 3:110. And thus we have made you a just nation, that you will be witnesses over mankind, and the messenger will be a witness over you. Quran 2:143. However, Islam cannot play its role except through its manifestation in a society, through its embodiment in a living, active nation. For humanity, particularly in this age, does not heed abstract creeds that lack tangible and observable implementation in a living reality. The existence of the Muslim Ummah has been absent for many centuries. A Muslim Ummah is not merely a land upon which Islam was once practiced, nor is it merely a people whose ancestors once lived under the Islamic system in some bygone era of history. Rather, the Muslim Ummah is a community of people whose lives, visions, systems, values and standards all arise from the Islamic methodology. Such an Ummah, with these characteristics, has ceased to exist since the divine law of God ceased to govern the earth. It is imperative to revive the existence of this Ummah so that Islam may fulfill its anticipated role as humanity's leader once again. It is essential to resurrect this Ummah, buried beneath the rubble of generations, concepts, systems and regimes that bear no connection to Islam or its methodology, though they still audaciously claim to belong to the so-called Islamic world. I am fully aware of the vast distance between the effort to revive this Ummah and its eventual assumption of leadership. The Muslim Ummah has been absent from existence and witnessing for an extended period of time. Other ideas, other nations, other visions, and other systems have led humanity for a long era. During this time, European ingenuity has amassed a vast treasure trove of science, culture, systems, and material production, a treasure upon which humanity now stands at its pinnacle. We cannot nor should we easily discard this legacy or those who represent it, especially since the so-called Islamic world is almost entirely devoid of these adornments. Yet despite all these considerations, the Islamic revival is an imperative, no matter how formidable the distance between the attempt to revive and the moment of assuming leadership. The Islamic revival is the first and essential step, one that cannot be bypassed. To be clear and resolute, we must precisely understand the qualifications required for this Ummah to lead humanity, so that we do not err in identifying the elements necessary for this first attempt at revival. Indeed, this nation is neither capable nor is it required at this moment to offer humanity an extraordinary superiority in material innovation that would compel the world to bow to its dominance and accept its global leadership from this perspective. The European genius has already far surpassed it in this domain by a wide margin, and it is not expected, at least for several centuries, that it will surpass Europe in material achievement. Thus, another qualification must be sought, a qualification this civilization is devoid of. This does not mean that we should neglect material innovation. It is our duty to strive in this field to the utmost of our ability. However, we must not regard it as the qualification by which we present ourselves as leaders to humanity in this present era. Instead, it must be pursued as an indispensable necessity for our existence and as a duty imposed upon us by the Islamic worldview. For this worldview entrusts humankind with stewardship of the earth and makes it under specific conditions an act of worship to God and a fulfillment of the ultimate purpose of human existence. Thus, another qualification is indispensable for leading humanity, one that is not material innovation. And this qualification can only be faith and methodology, the kind that enables humanity to preserve the successes of material genius under the guidance of a vision that fulfills the needs of human nature as comprehensively as material achievement fulfills them. This faith and methodology must manifest in a living human gathering in a Muslim society. The world today, in its entirety, lives in Jahiliyyah, a state of Jahiliyyah when it comes to the origins from which the essentials of life and its systems emerge. This Jahiliyyah is not alleviated in the least by the vast material conveniences or the remarkable material creativity of the age. This Jahiliyyah is founded upon the usurpation of God's sovereignty on earth and the violation of his most exclusive attribute, his lordship. This Jahiliyyah assigns sovereignty to human beings, making some among them lords over others, not in the crude and primitive form that characterized the first Jahiliyyah, but in the form of claiming the right to determine values, concepts, laws and systems of governance apart from the guidance of God and without his permission. This usurpation of God's sovereignty inevitably leads to the oppression of his servants. The degradation of humanity under collective systems, the oppression of individuals and nations under the domination of capital and colonialism in capitalist systems, these are but consequences of violating God's sovereignty and denying the dignity he has decreed for humankind. It is here that the Islamic methodology stands distinct, for in every system other than the Islamic one, human beings worship one another whether directly or indirectly. But in the Islamic methodology alone, all people are liberated from servitude to one another, through servitude to God alone, receiving from him alone, and submitting to him alone. This is the fork in the road. And this too is the new vision we offer to humanity, along with all the profound effects it entails in the reality of human life. This is the treasure humanity does not possess, for it is not a product of Western civilization, nor of European genius, whether Eastern or Western. Indeed, we possess something entirely new, something wholly unprecedented. It is something humanity does not know and cannot produce on its own. But this new treasure must manifest, as we have said, in a tangible reality. It must take form in a living nation. This necessitates a process of revival within the Muslim world, a revival that, after a period of time, whether near or distant, will lead to the leadership of humanity. So, how does the process of Islamic revival begin? It begins with a vanguard that resolves upon this task and sets out upon the path. This vanguard must proceed amidst the overwhelming tide of Jahiliyyah that dominates every corner of the earth. It must advance while maintaining a kind of isolation on one hand and a kind of engagement on the other with the surrounding Jahiliyyah. This vanguard, which resolves upon this task, must have signposts along the way, signposts that clarify the nature of its role, the essence of its function, and the core of its ultimate goal. These signposts must also illuminate the starting point of the long journey and the nature of its stance toward the pervasive Jahiliyyah surrounding it. Where does it converge with humanity, and where does it diverge? What are its defining characteristics, and what are the defining characteristics of the surrounding Jahiliyyah? How does it address the people of this Jahiliyyah in the language of Islam, and on what matters should it address them? Above all, this vanguard must know from whom it receives guidance and how it receives it. These signposts must be drawn from the primary source of this faith, the Quran. They must emerge from its fundamental directives and from the vision it instilled in the hearts of the chosen elite, whom God fashioned for his purpose on earth. This elite altered the course of history, steering it once toward the direction God willed for it to follow. To this anticipated and hoped-for vanguard, I have written signposts along the way. 4 of its chapters are extracted from my work in the shade of the Quran, with modifications and additions appropriate to the subject of this book. 8 chapters apart from this introduction have been written at intervals, inspired by successive insights into the divine methodology as embodied in the Quran. Together, despite being written separately, they form signposts along the way, as is the nature of all signposts on any path. Collectively, they represent the first collection of these signposts, which I hope will be followed by another collection or other collections, as God guides me to further signposts along this path, and with God lies all success. Sayyid Qutb. Chapter 2, A Unique Quranic Generation. There exists a historical phenomenon that demands the attention of the advocates of Islam in every land and every age. It is a phenomenon that necessitates deep contemplation, for it holds decisive implications for the methodology of da'wah, Islamic propagation, and its direction. This phenomenon is none other than the emergence of a generation of people, a generation of the noble companions, may God be pleased with them, a generation unparalleled in the history of Islam, and indeed in the history of humanity as a whole. And yet, this unique generation has never appeared again in the same form. True, there have been individuals scattered across history who embodied some of the qualities of that generation. But never again have such a large number of such individuals gathered in one place as they did in the early days of this divine call. This is a manifest and undeniable reality with profound significance that warrants prolonged reflection. Perhaps by doing so we might uncover the secret behind it. The Quran of this dawah is still with us. The sayings, the practical example, and the noble biography of the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, are also with us, just as they were with that first unmatched generation, except of course for the physical presence of the Prophet himself. Peace be upon him. Could this then be the secret? If the physical presence of the Prophet, peace be upon him, were indispensable for the success of this call and its fruition, then God would not have made it a message for all humanity, nor would he have designated it as the final revelation, entrusting it with the guidance of all people until the end of time. But God the Exalted has promised to preserve this Quranic message and has decreed that this call could thrive and bear fruit even after the passing of the Prophet, peace be upon him. Thus, after 23 years of prophethood, God called his messenger to his presence, and this religion was left to continue until the end of time. Therefore, the absence of the Prophet's physical presence does not explain this phenomenon, nor does it account for the uniqueness of that generation. We must then seek another reason. Let us examine the source from which that first generation drew its sustenance. Perhaps something therein has changed. Let us also examine the methodology upon which they were nurtured. Perhaps that too has undergone some alteration. The primary source from which that generation drew its sustenance was none other than the Quran alone. The sayings and practical example of the Prophet, peace be upon him, were but an extension of that same source. When Aisha, may God be pleased with her, was asked about the character of the Prophet, peace be upon him, she replied, "His character was the Quran," reported by An-Nasa'i. Thus, the Quran alone was the wellspring from which they drank, the source that shaped their beings, and the foundation upon which they were nurtured. And this was not because humanity at that time lacked civilizations, cultures, sciences, or literature, far from it. The Roman Empire, with its laws and literature, still serves as the foundation of European thought to this day. There were also the remnants of Greek civilization, with its logic, philosophy, and arts, which continue to inspire Western intellectual traditions. The Persian civilization, with its poetry, myths, and systems of governance, was also thriving. And there were other distant and near civilizations, the civilizations of India, China, and others. The Roman and Persian civilizations bordered the Arabian Peninsula to the north and south, while Judaism and Christianity had firmly established themselves within the heart of Arabia. It was not, therefore, due to a lack of global civilizations or intellectual traditions that this generation restricted itself solely to the Book of God during its formative phase. Rather, this was by deliberate design and intentional methodology. This intent is evident in the anger of the Prophet, peace be upon him, when he saw a page from the Torah in the hands of Umar ibn al-Khattab, may God be pleased with him. The Prophet said, "By God, if Moses were alive among you, he would have no choice but to follow me." Reported by Abu Yala on the authority of Hamad from al-Shabi on the authority of Jabir. Clearly, the Prophet, peace be upon him, deliberately restricted the source from which that generation drew its sustenance during the initial phase of their formation to the Book of God alone. This was to ensure that their hearts would be devoted solely to its guidance, that their beings would be moulded exclusively by its principles, and that their growth would be aligned entirely with its teachings. Thus, when the Prophet, peace be upon him, saw Umar ibn al-Khattab drawing from a different source, he became displeased. The Prophet, peace be upon him, sought to create a generation that was pure of heart, pure of mind, pure in its understanding, pure in its emotions, and pure in its formation, untainted by any influence other than the divine methodology contained in the Quran. This generation, therefore, drew solely from that unadulterated source, and as a result, it attained a unique stature in history. But what happened thereafter? The purity of the source was compromised. Into the wellspring from which subsequent generations drank, there poured the philosophies and logic of the Greeks, the myths and imaginings of the Persians, the Israelite traditions of the Jews, and the theology of the Christians, along with the remnants of other civilizations and cultures. All of this mingled with the interpretation of the Quran and the development of Islamic thought, affecting even jurisprudence and its principles. Subsequent generations were shaped by this mixed source, and thus the unique nature of that first generation never reappeared. Undoubtedly, the contamination of the original source was a fundamental factor in the evident difference between that singular unmatched generation and all those that followed. There is, however, another critical factor beyond the alteration of the source: the difference in the methodology of receiving and engaging with the Quran. In that unique generation, the Quran was not approached as a means of intellectual enrichment, nor as a source of cultural or academic curiosity, nor as a pursuit of intellectual pleasure. None of them received the Quran to merely increase their intellectual repertoire or to add new theoretical knowledge to their understanding of jurisprudence or theology. Rather, they approached the Quran with the intention of receiving commands from God concerning their personal lives, their communal responsibilities, and the life they lived as individuals and as a society. They received it with the intent to act upon its guidance immediately, just as a soldier in the field receives and promptly acts upon daily orders. As a result, they did not seek to consume large portions of the Quran in a single sitting. They understood that doing so would mean accumulating numerous duties and obligations to be immediately fulfilled. They were content with 10 verses at a time, ensuring that they memorized them, understood them, and acted upon them before moving on, as narrated by Abdullah ibn Masud, may God be pleased with him. This sense, the sense of receiving the Quran for the purpose of implementation, opened for them realms of delight and horizons of knowledge that would never have been accessible had they approached it with the mere intention of inquiry, study, and intellectual exploration. It eased their path to action, lightened the weight of obligations, fused the Quran with their very beings, and transformed it within their hearts and lives into a practical methodology. It became a dynamic, living framework no longer confined to the recesses of their minds or the pages of written texts, but instead manifesting itself in actions, events, and transformations that altered the course of life itself. Indeed, this Quran grants its treasures only to those who approach it with such a spirit, the spirit of seeking knowledge for the purpose of action. It was not revealed to be a book of intellectual diversion, nor a compendium of literary beauty or artistic expression, nor even a collection of stories and histories, though it encompasses all of these within its folds. Rather, it came to serve as a comprehensive way of life, a divine program, pure and complete. And God, in his wisdom, revealed it in stages, portion by portion, each part following the other. It is a Quran which we have divided into parts so that you may recite it to the people over a period of time, and we have sent it down gradually. Al-Isra 17, 106. This Quran was not revealed all at once, rather it descended in accordance with the ever-evolving needs of the believers, the gradual growth in their thoughts and perceptions, the steady development of their community and their lived realities, and the practical challenges that the Muslim society faced in its journey. Each verse or set of verses would descend in response to a specific situation or event, speaking directly to the people's inner states, capturing the reality of their circumstances, charting for them a path of action, rectifying errors in their perceptions and behaviors, and above all connecting them to their sustainer. It would acquaint them with his attributes, those that govern all existence, so that they might feel at every moment that they were living under the watchful gaze of God in the presence of his infinite power. This connection transformed their lives, aligning their reality with the straight path of the divine methodology. It was this approach of receiving the Quran for the purpose of implementation and action that shaped the first generation of Muslims. By contrast, the approach of receiving the Quran for mere study and intellectual gratification shaped the generations that followed. And there is no doubt that this latter approach has been a key factor in the difference between the unique, unparalleled generation of the companions and those that came after them. Yet there is a third factor, equally worthy of attention and reflection. When a man entered Islam in those early days, he would leave behind every aspect of his pre-Islamic life at the doorstep. He would feel, in the very moment he embraced Islam, that he was embarking on an entirely new beginning, severing all ties with his past life of Jahiliyyah and disbelief. He would regard everything he had known in the days of Jahiliyyah with suspicion, caution and fear, perceiving it as impure, unworthy of this new way of life. With this mindset he would approach the guidance of Islam, and if at any point he faltered, if his own self overcame him, if his habits from the past pulled him back, or if he momentarily found the obligations of Islam too burdensome, he would immediately feel the weight of sin and transgression pressing upon his soul. He would sense, deep within himself, the urgent need to purify himself from what had occurred, and he would strive anew to align himself with the guidance of the Quran. This created a complete emotional separation between the Muslim's past in Jahiliyyah and his present in Islam. From this emotional disconnection arose a total severance of his social ties to the pre-Islamic society around him. He was now wholly detached from its norms and traditions and fully joined to the new Islamic community. Even if he engaged in trade or daily dealings with the disbelievers, there remained a stark difference between the practical necessities of daily life and the emotional and spiritual isolation he felt from the Jahiliyyah around him. This separation was not merely external, it was an inner detachment from the Jahiliyyah's worldview, customs, values and bonds. It was born from the shift from the creed of shirk, polytheism, to the creed of tawheed, monotheism, from the Jahiliyyah's conception of life and existence to Islam's vision of the universe and humanity. This inner transformation also stemmed from the Muslims' allegiance to the new Islamic community, its leadership and its vision. To this community he gave his entire loyalty, obedience, and even his very sense of identity. This was the decisive turning point, the beginning of the journey on the new path. It marked a life of freedom, unshackled from the oppressive weight of Jahili traditions and norms, and from the values and perceptions that dominated the pre-Islamic society. Yes, there was hardship, persecution, and trials awaited the believer, but within himself the Muslim had already resolved the matter. The influence of Jahiliyyah had lost its grip on him, and its values and traditions could no longer exert any pressure on his soul. Today, we are living in a state of Jahiliyyah akin to, or even darker than, that which Islam first confronted. Everything around us is Jahiliyyah, people's concepts and beliefs, their customs and traditions, their cultural sources, their arts and literature, their laws and regulations, even much of what we regard as Islamic culture, Islamic references, Islamic philosophy or Islamic thought is in fact a product of this Jahiliyyah. This is why the values of Islam do not take root in our souls, nor do they become clear in our minds, nor do we see within ourselves the emergence of a generation as great and distinct as the generation shaped by Islam in its early days. Thus, in the methodology of the Islamic movement, we must begin by stripping ourselves of all the influences of this Jahiliyyah in which we live and from which we continue to draw. We must return at the outset to the pure source from which those early men and women drew, the source that is guaranteed to be untainted and free from any corruption. We must return to it to derive from it our understanding of the reality of existence itself, the reality of human existence, and the relationship between these two realities and the ultimate absolute reality, the existence of God Most High. From this, we will derive our understanding of life, our values, our ethics, and the systems that govern politics, economics, and all aspects of human existence. And when we return to this source, we must do so with the mindset of receiving it for implementation and action, not for mere study or intellectual enjoyment. We return to it to discover what it demands of us, what we must be so that we may become. As we tread this path, we will encounter the artistic beauty of the Quran, its stories, its vivid depictions of the Day of Judgment, its profound emotional logic, and everything sought by those who approach it for study and intellectual delight. But we will encounter all of this as a byproduct, not as our primary aim. Our ultimate goal is to understand, what does the Quran want us to do? What is the comprehensive vision it wants us to adopt? How does it want us to feel about God? How does it want us to shape our character, our society, and our practical systems of life? And we must free ourselves from the grip of Jahili society, with its concepts, traditions, and values, and from its leadership. This must occur within our own souls first. Our task is not to reconcile with this Jahili society, nor to pledge allegiance to it, for in its very essence, its essence of Jahiliyyah, it is incompatible with Islam. Our mission is to first transform ourselves so that we may then transform this society. Our primary task is to change the reality of this society. Our mission is to transform this Jahili reality from its very foundations. This reality stands in fundamental opposition to the Islamic way of life and worldview. It coerces and oppresses us, depriving us of the ability to live as the divine path desires for us to live. The first step on our journey must be to rise above this Jahili society, its values and its perceptions. We must not compromise neither slightly nor greatly in our own values and perceptions in order to meet them halfway. No, never. We and they stand at a crossroads. The moment we take even a single step in their direction, we forfeit the entire divine way, losing hold of both the path and the goal. We shall undoubtedly face hardship and difficulty on this path, and heavy sacrifices will be required of us. Yet we are not at liberty to choose otherwise if we are resolved to walk the path of the first generation, the generation through which God established his divine path, and granted them victory over the way of Jahiliyyah. It is vital, therefore, that we remain ever aware of the nature of our way, the nature of our stance, and the nature of the road we must travel. This is the road that leads out of Jahiliyyah, just as that unique and extraordinary generation once emerged from it. Chapter 3. The Nature of the Quranic Method. For 13 complete years, the Meccan Quran continued to be revealed to the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, focusing on one singular theme. One theme, unchanging in essence, yet presented in a manner that was ever renewed, its form never repeating. Such is the sublime style of the Quran, rendering this central message fresh and striking with every revelation, as though it were being proclaimed for the first time. This was the first issue, the greatest issue, the fundamental issue of this new religion, the matter of creed embodied in its foundational principle, divinity and servitude, and the relationship between them. This truth was addressed to man as man. In this regard, the Arab of that time and the Arab of every other time stand equal, just as the Arab and every other human being stand equal. In that era and in every era, it is the matter of man, a matter that does not change, for it is the question of man's existence in this universe and his ultimate destiny. It is the question of his relationship with this cosmos and with the living beings within it. And it is the question of his relationship with the creator of this cosmos and the creator of all life. This is a question that does not change, for it is the question of existence itself and of humanity itself. The Meccan Quran explained to man the secret of his existence and the existence of the universe around him. It told him who he is, where he came from, why he is here, and where he is destined to go in the end. It asked him who brought him forth from the void and the unknown, who will take him away, and what is his ultimate fate. It spoke to him of this existence he senses and sees, and of the unseen reality beyond it, which he intuits but cannot perceive. It asked who created this universe teeming with mysteries, who governs it, who transforms it, who renews and alters it in the ways we observe. It instructed him on how to relate to the creator of this cosmos and to the cosmos itself. It explained to him how servants of God should relate to one another. This was the great issue upon which the existence of man is built, and it will forever remain the great issue upon which his existence rests throughout the ages. Thus, 13 complete years were spent establishing this immense issue, the issue beyond which there is nothing in the life of man except what arises from it in the form of its requirements and derivatives. The Meccan Quran did not move beyond this foundational issue to address the finer details of life systems until God knew that it had been thoroughly expounded and firmly established in the hearts of the chosen group of humanity, whom he had destined to bear this religion, and to construct the practical system embodying it. The bearers of God's call and the architects of the system that manifests this religion in real life must reflect deeply upon this extraordinary phenomenon, that the Meccan Quran for 13 years focused on establishing this creed and refrained from delving into the details of the system built upon it or the laws that govern the Muslim society embracing it. It was by God's wisdom that the call to faith began from the first day of the message with this central issue. The messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, embarked upon his mission by calling people to testify that there is no deity but God, teaching them to recognize their true sustainer and to serve him alone. This, outwardly, was not the easiest path to the hearts of the Arabs, if judged by human reason clouded by its limitations. For the Arabs understood the meaning of Ilah, deity, and the meaning of La ilaha illa Allah, there is no deity but God. They knew that Ilahiyya, divinity, signified supreme sovereignty. They understood that to affirm the oneness of God's divinity and to dedicate divinity to him alone meant stripping the priests, tribal elders, chiefs and rulers of their authority and returning all power to God alone, the power over hearts and consciences, rituals and rites, worldly affairs and wealth, judgments and rulings, lives and bodies. They knew that La ilaha illa Allah was a revolution against earthly authority that usurped the unique attributes of divinity, a revolution against systems rooted in this usurpation, and a rebellion against rulers who governed based on laws of their own making, laws not sanctioned by God. The Arabs, understanding their language well and grasping the true implications of the call to La ilaha illa Allah, knew precisely how it threatened their social order, leadership, and authority. That is why they received this call, this revolution, with such fierce hostility and waged against it the bitter struggle known to all. So why was this the starting point of the call? Why did God's wisdom decree that it begin with such difficulty? The messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, had been sent with this religion, yet the most fertile and prosperous lands of the Arabs were not in their hands. They were under the control of foreign powers. The lands of Greater Syria in the north were under Roman rule, governed by Arab princes appointed by the Romans. The lands of Yemen in the south were under Persian rule, governed by Arab princes appointed by the Persians. Only the barren deserts of the Hijaz, Tihama and Najd, with their scattered oases, remained in Arab hands. One might suggest that Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, could have stirred up an Arab nationalist movement. As the trustworthy and truthful man they had chosen 15 years earlier to arbitrate the dispute over the Black Stone, and as the noble scion of the Hashemite clan, the most prestigious clan of Quraysh, he could have united the fragmented Arab tribes, torn apart by blood feuds, under a banner of Arab nationalism. He could have directed them toward reclaiming their usurped lands from the Roman and Persian empires, raising the banner of Arab pride and forging a nationalist unity across the peninsula. Perhaps, it might be argued, such a call would have garnered widespread support among the Arabs, sparing him 13 years of opposition from the powers of the Arabian Peninsula. Perhaps, after winning their allegiance and securing leadership over them, he could have used this newfound power and glory to establish the creed of monotheism, bringing people to serve their true sustainer after first uniting them under his worldly authority. But God exalted is he did not direct his messenger, peace and blessings be upon him, along this path. Instead, he commanded him to proclaim La ilaha illa Allah, and to endure, along with the small band of early believers, all the hardship that came with this call. Why? God exalted is he did not wish to burden his messenger and the believers with needless suffering, but he, in his infinite wisdom, knew that this was not the way. It was not the way to liberate the earth from Roman or Persian tyranny only to place it under an Arab tyrant. For tyranny in all its forms remains tyranny. The earth belongs to God, and it must be freed for God alone. It will not be truly freed until the banner of La ilaha illa Allah is raised high. Nor is the way to liberate people from Roman or Persian oppression only to subject them to Arab oppression, for all oppression is the same. People are the servants of God alone. They will not truly be his servants until the banner of La ilaha illa Allah is raised, the banner of La ilaha illa Allah as understood by the Arabs, masters of their language, that sovereignty belongs to God alone, that law is from God alone, and that no one has authority over another, for all authority belongs to God alone. And the identity that Islam seeks for humanity is the identity of faith, a faith that unites Arabs, Romans, Persians, and all races and colours under the banner of God. This is the way. And so the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, was sent forth with this religion at a time when Arab society was in its most wretched state, marked by the grossest inequalities in the distribution of wealth and justice. A small privileged minority controlled wealth and trade, multiplying their riches through usury, while a vast majority lived in abject poverty, enduring hunger and deprivation. Those who possessed wealth also held honour and status, while the masses, deprived of both wealth and dignity, were left to languish in obscurity, stripped of all worldly prestige. Perhaps it might be said that Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, could have raised the banner of social reform, stirring the oppressed masses against the aristocracy, kindling a movement to rectify the social imbalance and reclaiming the wealth of the rich for the poor. Perhaps it might be suggested that, had the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, issued such a call, the Arab society of his time would have divided into two factions. The great majority rallying to the new cause in defiance of the tyranny of wealth, power and privilege, and the small entrenched minority clinging to their inherited dominance. Instead of the entire society uniting against the proclamation of "there is no deity but God," which only a select few of the noblest souls could comprehend at that time, the masses might have stood together behind a cause more directly related to their worldly grievances. It might also be argued that, once the majority had responded to him and entrusted him with their leadership, Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, could have used his newfound position and authority to establish the doctrine of monotheism with which his sustainer had sent him, liberating mankind from servitude to human masters and submitting them to the sovereignty of their one true Creator. Yet God, glorified and exalted, is He who is all-knowing and all-wise, did not direct him to such a path. For God knew that this was not the way. He knew that true social justice could not emerge in a society except through a comprehensive belief system that refers all matters to God, and which inspires acceptance, both willing and contented, of whatever God ordains regarding the distribution of wealth and the mutual responsibility of all. Such a system ensures that both the giver and the receiver act with the conviction that they are implementing a divine ordinance, hoping for God's rewards and blessings in both this world and the hereafter. Thus, the hearts of neither the rich nor the poor are filled with greed or resentment, and society is not governed by coercion, fear, or intimidation. Nor are hearts corrupted, nor souls suffocated, as inevitably happens in systems that are not rooted in the affirmation of "there is no deity but God." The messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, was also sent to a society where the moral standards of the Arabian Peninsula had sunk to their lowest depths in many respects. Alongside certain raw virtues rooted in the Bedouin character, injustice was rampant, expressed in the proverb of the poet Zuhair ibn Abi Sulma: "And whoever does not defend his well with his weapon will see it destroyed, and whoever does not oppress will be oppressed." And in the maxim of pre-Islamic Arabia, "support your brother, whether he is an oppressor or the oppressed." Alcohol and gambling were entrenched traditions in society, even sources of pride, as reflected in the poetry of the pre-Islamic era. Tarifa ibn al-Abd, for instance, said, "Were it not for three things in the life of a young man, I would not care when death takes me. The first is to thwart the reproaches of the critics with a foaming cup of wine mixed with water. The second is drinking wine and delighting in it, and my generosity in spending my wealth, both inherited and earned, until my tribe abandoned me entirely, leaving me as lonely as a tethered camel." Prostitution, too, was a feature of this society, appearing in various forms, as is the case with every Jahili society, ancient or modern. Aisha, may God be pleased with her, narrated, "Marriage in the pre-Islamic era was of four types. One was the same as the marriage practiced today, where a man would propose to another man for his daughter or ward, pay her dowry and marry her. Another was that a man would say to his wife after she had completed her menstrual cycle, 'Send for so-and-so and seek a child by him.' and her husband would stay away from her and not touch her until her pregnancy became evident. This was done out of a desire for noble lineage. A third type was when a group of fewer than 10 men would enter upon a woman, each having relations with her. If she became pregnant and gave birth, she would summon them, and no man had the right to refuse. She would then name the child after one of them, and he would be obliged to accept. The fourth type was when many men would enter upon a woman who did not refuse anyone. Such women were prostitutes who displayed flags on their doors as a sign. Whoever wished could enter upon them. If one of them became pregnant, they would gather together and call upon a soothsayer to determine the parentage of the child, assigning it to whomever the soothsayer deemed most likely, and he would be obliged to accept the child as his. It might also be said that Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, could have proclaimed a reformist call, addressing the need to rectify morals, purify society, and elevate human character. Perhaps it could be argued that he, peace and blessings be upon him, could have found, as every moral reformer finds in any environment, noble souls who were pained by the corruption around them and who would respond with magnanimity and honour to a call for cleansing and reform. Some might suggest that had the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, taken this path, he could have initially attracted a virtuous group whose characters would be purified, whose souls would be refined, and who would thus become more receptive to the faith and more capable of carrying its message. This, they might argue, would have been preferable to the immediate and fierce opposition provoked by the call of "There is no deity but God, yet God glorified and exalted." He knew that this was not the way. He knew that morality cannot be established without a foundation of belief that defines the scales of values, determines the standards of conduct, and establishes the authority upon which these standards rest, as well as the rewards and penalties that this authority enforces upon both the compliant and the defiant. Without first establishing this belief and defining this authority, all values remain relative, and the ethics built upon them remain precarious, without anchor, without authority, and without accountability. Thus, when the belief was firmly established after much toil, and when the authority of this belief was secured, and when people came to know their sustainer and worshipped him alone, when they were liberated from servitude to other humans and from the tyranny of desires, and when there is no deity but God was firmly rooted in their hearts, then God accomplished through them everything that others might suggest. The earth was purified of the domination of the Romans and the Persians, not to establish the dominance of the Arabs, but to establish the sovereignty of God. It was cleansed of every form of tyranny, whether Roman, Persian, or even Arab. Social injustice in all its forms was eradicated. The Islamic system arose, dispensing justice by the measure of God, weighing with the scales of God, and raising the banner of social equity solely in the name of God. This banner bore no other name, and upon it was inscribed, "There is no deity but God." The hearts and characters of the people were purified and their souls were elevated without the need for excessive reliance on punishments or deterrents, which were rarely necessary. This was because the ultimate monitor resided in their consciences, and their hope for God's reward and fear of his punishment served as the most effective checks on their behavior. Under this system, humanity ascended to a sublime height in its organization, ethics, and way of life, a height it had never reached before and has not reached since, except under the shade of Islam. This was achieved because those who established this religion as a state, a system, and a body of laws were the same people who had first established it in their hearts, their lives, and their consciences as a creed, an ethic, a form of worship, and a way of life. They had been promised only one thing for their commitment to this religion: not power, not dominance, not even the triumph of this religion at their hands. They were promised only one thing: paradise. This was the sole promise they received for their arduous struggle, their severe trials, their perseverance in spreading the call, and their confrontation with the forces of Jahiliyyah and tyranny, the forces that have always resisted the call of "There is no deity but God." When God tested them and they remained patient, when their souls were emptied of the lust for their own desires, and when God knew that they no longer awaited any reward on this earth, no matter what shape or form that reward might take, even if it were the victory of this call through their own hands, or the establishment of this religion on earth by their own efforts, and when God saw that they no longer took pride in ancestry or tribe, nor in nation or land, nor in family or clan. When God knew all of this about them, he knew they had therefore become worthy custodians of this great trust. The trust of the faith in which God alone glorious is He, is the sole sovereign over hearts and consciences, over actions and rituals, over spirits and wealth, over social structures and human conditions. Custodians of the authority that would be placed in their hands to uphold the law of God and to implement His justice without claiming for themselves, be it for their own selves, their tribes, their people, or their race, any portion of that authority. Indeed, the authority in their hands was to belong solely to God, to His religion, and to His law, for they knew that it was God who had bestowed it upon them. None of this blessed methodology could have been achieved at such a lofty level unless the call had begun on the foundation upon which it actually began. Unless the call had raised that single banner alone, the banner of La ilaha illa Allah, there is no deity but God, and unless it had refrained from raising any other alongside it, and unless the call had traversed that rugged, arduous path, which seemed difficult outwardly but was in truth blessed and made easy by God. This methodology could never have been wholly dedicated to God had the call, in its first steps, started as a nationalist movement, or a social reform, or an ethical campaign, or had it raised any banner alongside its sole banner, La ilaha illa Allah. This is the essence of the entire Meccan Quran. To establish La ilaha illa Allah in hearts and minds, and to insist upon this path despite the apparent hardship of it, and to avoid all other sidetracks, persisting steadfastly on this course. As for the Quran's focus on the issue of faith alone, without delving into the details of the system built upon it or the laws that organize its relations, this too is an aspect that must be carefully considered by those who bear the responsibility of calling to this religion. The very nature of this religion necessitates it. This is a religion founded entirely on the reality of divine sovereignty. All its reverence, all its systems, and all its laws emanate from this immense foundational reality. Just as a massive towering tree with vast far-reaching shade and interwoven branches must drive its roots deep into the soil, spreading wide to match its height and breadth in the air, so too is this religion. Its system encompasses all aspects of life, addressing the grand and the small, organizing human existence not only in this worldly life, but also in the hereafter, not only in the visible, material realm, but also in the unseen, hidden dimensions beyond human perception, not only in external dealings, but also in the depths of conscience, the world of secrets and intentions. It is an immense, vast, and sprawling institution, and thus it requires roots of equal magnitude, depth, and breadth. This is one of the mysteries of this religion and its nature, which defines its method of building itself and expanding. It necessitates the establishment and entrenchment of faith in La ilaha illa Allah in all its profound depth and breadth, as a condition for its sound development and as a guarantee for its strength and harmony, ensuring a balance between the towering visible branches of the tree and its deeply rooted foundation. Once the conviction of La ilaha illa Allah takes root in the farthest depths of the soul, the system that embodies La ilaha illa Allah simultaneously becomes established within it. It becomes clear that this is the only system that satisfies the hearts in which this belief has settled. These hearts, having already surrendered to this system, accept it even before its details and laws are presented to them. Their submission precedes the articulation of its specifics. Submission from the outset is the essence of faith. It was through such submission that hearts later received the organizational structures and laws of Islam, with contentment and acceptance, never objecting to anything upon its revelation, nor hesitating in its implementation once it was conveyed to them. Thus, intoxicants were abolished, usury was prohibited, Gambling was forbidden, and all pagan practices were nullified, abolished through verses of the Quran or the words of the Prophet, peace be upon him. While earthly governments laboured tirelessly to address such issues with their laws, policies, media and enforcement, often only managing to regulate external violations while their societies continue to overflow with the very vices they seek to eradicate. Another dimension of the nature of this religion is evident in this upright methodology. This religion is a practical, dynamic and serious way of life. It came to govern life in its reality, to confront actual conditions, and to render judgment upon them, either confirming them, modifying them, or transforming them from their very roots. Hence, it does not legislate for hypothetical scenarios, but for real, existing situations in a society that, from the outset, acknowledges the sovereignty of God alone. It is not a theory dealing with assumptions, it is a methodology addressing realities. First, there must exist a Muslim society that declares its belief in La ilaha illa Allah, that sovereignty belongs to none but God, and rejects the legitimacy of any system not founded on this principle. Once such a society comes into being, with its own tangible life needing organization and legislation, only then does this religion begin to lay down systems and enact laws for a people who have already surrendered to them and rejected any other systems or laws. Believers in this creed must have authority over themselves and their society, ensuring the enforcement of the system and the laws within this society, so that the system gains respect and the laws are taken seriously alongside the practical realities of this society, which immediately necessitate systems and laws. The Muslims in Mecca had no authority over themselves or their society. They did not have an independent, tangible existence that they could regulate with God's law. Thus, during this period, God did not reveal organizational systems or laws. Instead, he revealed faith to them and character that emanated from this faith after it had settled in the deepest recesses of their souls. But when they later established a state in Medina, endowed with authority, God revealed to them the laws and systems that address the actual needs of their Muslim society, a society whose realities were ensured by the serious, effective authority of the state. God did not will to reveal to them the laws and systems while they were in Mecca, to be stored away until the state was established in Medina and ready to implement them. This is not the way of this religion. It is far too realistic and practical for such an approach. It does not anticipate hypothetical problems to preemptively devise solutions for them. Rather, it confronts reality as it exists when that reality is of a Muslim society that has already submitted to God's law and rejected all others with its own unique size, shape, circumstances and conditions, and only then does it legislate for it according to its needs and realities. Those who demand of Islam today to create theories, frameworks of governance and laws for life, while no society exists on earth that has genuinely resolved to implement God's law alone, rejecting all other laws, and possesses the authority to enforce this, fail to understand the nature of this religion or the manner in which it operates in life as God intended. They wish to compel Islam to change its nature, its methodology, and its history to resemble human theories and systems. They seek to hasten its steps to satisfy transient desires within their own souls, desires born of an inner defeat before insignificant human systems. They demand that Islam recast itself as a set of theories and suppositions directed toward an imagined future that does not yet exist. But God wills this religion to remain as he ordained it, a faith that fills the heart and imposes its sovereignty upon the conscience, a faith whose essence is that humanity submits to none but God and accepts laws from none but him. Only after people of such faith exist and possess real authority in their society will the legislative process begin to address their actual needs and organize their actual lives as well. This is what God wills for this religion, and it will only unfold as God wills, no matter what human desires may dictate. It must be clearly understood by those who carry the banner of the Islamic call that when they invite people to re-establish this religion, they must first call them to adopt the creed, even if those people already call themselves Muslims and possess birth certificates that testify to their being Muslims. They must teach them that Islam, first and foremost, is the affirmation of the creed. There is no God but God, in its true and comprehensive meaning. The restoration of God's sovereignty over their entire existence, the rejection of those who usurp God's authority by claiming this right for themselves, and the acknowledgement of God's supreme authority in their hearts, in their rituals, and in their societal realities. Let this issue be the foundation of the Islamic call, just as it was the foundation of the call to Islam in its earliest days. It was this call that the Quran of Makkah carried for 13 full years. When a group of people enters into this religion, understanding it in this original and profound sense, then that group may rightly be called the Muslim community. This is the community that is prepared to implement the Islamic system in its social life, for it has resolved within itself to base its entire existence on this foundation, and to have no law govern its life except God's law. When such a community is established, the foundations of the Islamic system can then be presented to it. This community will then begin enacting the necessary laws that its real-life circumstances require, all within the framework of the general principles of the Islamic system. This is the proper order of the steps in the Islamic method. This is the correct approach to a realistic, practical, and serious Islamic methodology. Yet some sincere but hasty individuals who fail to comprehend the nature of this religion and the wisdom of its divine methodology rooted in the knowledge of the all-knowing, all-wise, and his understanding of human nature and the needs of life, may imagine that presenting the principles of the Islamic system or even its detailed legislation to people will ease the path of the call and make Islam more appealing to them. This is an illusion born of impatience. It is akin to what some might have suggested at the beginning of the Messenger of God's, peace be upon him, mission, that his call should be launched under the banner of nationalism, or social reform, or ethical improvement in order to make the path easier. But hearts must first be devoted solely to God, declaring their servitude to him alone by accepting his law alone and rejecting, in principle, all other laws before they are addressed with any details of that law to entice them to adopt it. Desire for the Islamic system must spring from sincere devotion to God and liberation from the dominion of anything besides him, not because the system itself is superior to any other system in certain specific details. Indeed, God's system is inherently superior, for it is decreed by God. No system devised by human beings can ever compare to it, but this is not the foundation of the call. The foundation of the call is that accepting God's law alone, whatever it may be, is the essence of Islam. And Islam has no meaning aside from this. Whoever seeks Islam from the outset has already resolved this matter and no longer needs to be enticed by the beauty or superiority of the system. This is one of the self-evident truths of faith. Now we must address how the Maccan Quran dealt with the issue of creed during those 13 years. It did not present it as a theory or as theology, nor did it present it as an abstract intellectual debate like the scholastic arguments later known as Ilm al-Tawhid, the science of monotheism. Not at all. The Quran addressed the innate nature of the human being, fitra, by appealing to what lies within his own existence and in the existence around him through signs and intimations. It sought to liberate this innate nature from the layers of distortion that had buried it, to cleanse the natural receptors of the human soul from the grime that had dulled their function, and to open the channels of the fitra so that it might receive the divine inspirations and respond to them. This was the general approach. But more specifically, the Quran engaged in a living, real struggle through this creed. It waged a battle against the overwhelming layers of distortion that had buried the innate nature within living, breathing human souls. Thus, the presentation of the creed did not take the form of a theory suited to that specific reality. Rather, it was a direct confrontation with the psychological and practical obstacles, barriers, and impediments present in those living souls. It was not an abstract intellectual argument based on formal logic. As later adopted in the scholastic theology of later centuries, that was suited to this reality. The Quran faced a complete human reality with all its complexities and addressed the entirety of the human being in the midst of this reality. Thus, it was not theology in the narrow sense of the term, for the Islamic creed, though a creed, represents a practical program for life and application. It is not confined to the narrow corner where theoretical theological studies tend to remain. As the Quran built this creed within the hearts of the Muslim community, it simultaneously engaged this very community in a great struggle against the forces of Jahiliyyah that surrounded it, as well as against the residues of Jahiliyyah within its own conscience, ethics and reality. From these circumstances emerged the construction of the creed not as a theory or as theology, nor as an abstract intellectual debate, but as an organic living structure and a direct organizational framework for life embodied in the Muslim community itself. The growth of the Muslim community, in its creed, in its practical behavior aligned with this creed, and in its training to confront Jahiliyyah as an organized force opposed to it, was itself a living representation of the development of the creed and its practical translation. This is the methodology of Islam, a methodology that reflects its essential nature. It is essential for those who carry the banner of the Islamic call to comprehend the nature of this religion and its methodology of movement, as we have described it. They must understand that the phase of creed building, as it was demanded in the Meccan period, was not isolated from the phase of practical formation of the Islamic movement and the tangible construction of the Muslim community. It was not a phase of merely receiving and studying a theory. It was rather a foundational phase for the creed, the community, the movement, and the actual existence of Islam all at the same time. This is how it must be whenever this building is to be reconstructed anew. Thus, the phase of creed building must be extended, and its steps must be taken with deliberation, depth, and stability. This phase must not involve merely theoretical study of the creed, but its translation step by step into a living reality, manifested in consciences shaped by this creed in the collective construction of a movement whose internal and external growth reflects the growth of the creed itself, and in a tangible struggle against Jahiliyyah. This struggle takes place within the soul and in the external world alike, so that the creed becomes alive and grows dynamically amidst the reality of the struggle. It would be a grave mistake, even a perilous one, from the perspective of Islam, to crystallize the creed into a purely theoretical framework for intellectual or cultural study. This is not only a mistake, but a profound danger. The Quran did not spend 13 full years building the creed merely because it was being revealed for the first time. Certainly not. If God had willed, he could have revealed the Quran all at once and left the believers to study it for 13 years or more or less until they fully absorbed the Islamic theory. Yet God, glorified be He, willed for it to be otherwise. He willed a distinct methodology, unique in its essence. He willed to construct a community, a movement, and a creed all at once. He willed to build the community and the movement upon the foundation of the creed, and to shape the creed through the community and the movement. He willed for the creed to become the living reality of the community's dynamic movement, and for the community's dynamic movement to serve as the embodied manifestation of the creed. And God, glorified be He, knew that the construction of souls and communities is not accomplished in the span of a day and a night. Thus, the building of the creed had to take as much time as was required for the building of souls and the community. And so, when the creed's formation reached its maturity, the community emerged as the tangible expression of this maturation. Such is the nature of this religion as discerned from the methodology of the Meccan Quran, and it is imperative that we understand this nature and refrain from attempting to alter it in response to impatient desires or in defeatist imitation of the forms of human theories. For it was through this very nature that the Muslim community was first brought into existence, and it is through this very nature that the Muslim community will be brought forth anew whenever it is willed to arise again, just as God brought it forth the first time. We must recognize the error and the peril of transforming the living, vibrant Islamic creed, which naturally seeks to manifest itself in a dynamic, organic reality, into a mere theory for study and intellectual discourse, merely because we wish to confront the feeble human theories with an Islamic theory. The Islamic creed is meant to be embodied in living souls, in a practical organization, in an organic collective movement that interacts with the forces of Jahiliyyah surrounding it, as well as with the remnants of Jahiliyyah within its own adherents, those who were once immersed in Jahiliyyah before the creed entered their hearts and tore them away from their Jahili environment. In this form, the creed occupies within hearts and minds and within life itself a far greater and more comprehensive space than that occupied by mere theory. And while it includes the scope and substance of theory, it is by no means confined to it. The Islamic conception of divinity, of the cosmic existence of life, and of humanity is a complete and all-encompassing vision. Yet it is also a practical and positive one. This conception, by its very nature, abhors being reduced to an intellectual abstraction or a mere theoretical construct, for such a reduction contradicts its essence and purpose. It must be embodied in individuals, in a living organization, and in a tangible movement. Its process of formation necessitates that it grow through individuals, through a living organization, and through a tangible movement, so that it reaches theoretical completeness at the same time as it achieves practical completeness. It does not separate itself into a theory, but remains integrated as a living, dynamic, and practical reality. Any theoretical growth that precedes practical dynamic growth and does not manifest itself through such reality is both an error and a danger, given the nature, purpose, and intrinsic structure of this religion. For God glorified be, he has said, and it is a Quran, which we have divided into parts, so that you may recite it to the people at intervals, and we have sent it down gradually. Al-Isra 106. Thus, the division was deliberate, and the gradual progression was deliberate as well, so that the constructive process could unfold shaped by a creed embodied in a living, dynamic organization, not as a mere abstract theory. The followers of this religion must understand well that, just as this is a divinely ordained religion, its methodology of operation is divinely ordained as well. This methodology is in harmony with the nature of this religion. It is impossible to separate the essence of this religion from its methodology of implementation. They must also understand that this religion, just as it came to transform humanity's conceptual framework and thereby transform its tangible reality, also came to transform the methodology by which conceptual frameworks are constructed and tangible realities are shaped. It came to build a creed while simultaneously building a community, and to establish a unique method of thinking alongside the establishment of a unique conceptual framework and tangible reality. There can be no separation between its unique method of thought, its distinctive conceptual framework, and its singular practical structure. All of these form an inseparable whole. If we understand its methodology of operation as described, let us then recognize that this methodology is intrinsic and original. It is not a methodology confined to a particular stage, environment, or set of circumstances related to the emergence of the first Muslim community. Rather, it is the methodology upon which the structure of this religion depends, in all times and circumstances. The function of Islam was never limited to merely altering people's beliefs and their tangible realities. It also sought to transform their methodology of thought and their approach to conceptualizing and engaging with both belief and reality. This is because its methodology is divine in nature, wholly distinct from the imperfect and feeble methodologies of human beings. We possess no means to attain the divine conceptual framework or the divine way of life, except through the divine methodology of thought that God has willed to establish as the foundation for human thought, so that their conceptual framework and practical reality may be sound. When we attempt to reduce Islam to a theory for study, we strip it of its divine methodology of formation and its divine methodology of thought. In doing so, we subject Islam to human methodologies of thought. It is as though we seek to elevate God's methodology of conceptualization and action to the level of the methodologies of his slaves. This is where the matter becomes perilous and the defeat becomes fatal. The function of the divine methodology is to provide us, the bearers of the Islamic call, with a distinct way of thinking that liberates us from the residues of the prevailing methodologies of Jahiliyyah that dominate the world, press upon our minds, and infiltrate our culture. If we attempt to approach this religion using methodologies alien to its nature, methodologies derived from the dominant Jahili frameworks of thought, we will have nullified its purpose for humanity. We will have deprived ourselves of the opportunity to escape the oppressive dominance of the prevailing methodologies and to cleanse ourselves of their residues within our minds and our intellectual formation. This too is a perilous matter, and the loss would be devastating. The methodology of thought and action in the construction of Islam is no less significant or essential than the methodology of its conceptual framework and practical system. Nor can it be separated from them, no matter how much we may believe that presenting this conceptual framework and system in an abstract intellectual form is beneficial. We must never lose sight of the fact that such an approach does not bring Islam into existence as a living, dynamic movement in the world. We must also never forget that presenting Islam in such a form will only benefit those who are already actively engaged in an Islamic movement. And even for them, the extent of benefit will be proportional to the stage they have already reached in their practical movement. Once again, I emphasize that the conceptual framework of belief must immediately find expression in a dynamic collective movement. At the same time, the dynamic collective movement must serve as a faithful and accurate embodiment of the conceptual framework of belief. And once again, I emphasize that this is the natural divine methodology of Islam, a methodology that is higher, more upright, more effective, and better aligned with human nature than the method of formulating completed theories in isolation and presenting them as cold, abstract intellectual constructs to people before they're actively engaged in a tangible movement and before they themselves have become a living, growing embodiment of this theoretical understanding. If this principle holds true in the realm of theoretical foundations, it is even more valid when it comes to presenting the principles of the system that embodies the Islamic conceptual framework or the detailed laws that govern this system. The Jahiliyyah that surrounds us today, just as it weighs heavily upon the hearts of some of the sincere among the bearers of the Islamic call, causing them to hasten the steps of the Islamic methodology likewise, at times deliberately seeks to place them in an awkward position. It questions them. Where are the detailed outlines of your system, the one you profess to call for? What have you prepared to implement it in terms of research, studies, and codified jurisprudence according to modern principles? As though what humanity lacks in this age to establish the rule of Islam on earth is merely a body of jurisprudential rulings and Islamic legal studies. As though mankind is already submissive to the sovereignty of God, content to be governed by his law, but simply unable to find among the ranks of the mujtahideen, scholars of independent reasoning, a codified jurisprudence crafted in the modern style. Such is the hollow mockery that all those who hold this religion in reverence must rise above. This Jahiliyyah, however, does not aim through such provocations at anything but to find for itself an excuse to cast aside the law of God and perpetuate the bondage of man to man. It seeks, moreover, to distract the Muslim vanguard from its God-ordained methodology, compelling it to bypass the foundational stage of building faith in its dynamic form. It seeks to divert the methodology of the bearers of the Islamic call from its natural course, wherein its principles take shape through movement, the contours of its system emerge through real-life practice, and its laws are formulated in response to the genuine challenges of an Islamic life lived in reality. It is incumbent upon the bearers of the Islamic call not to yield to such a ruse. It is their duty to reject the imposition of an alien methodology upon their movement and their faith. They must not allow themselves to be unsettled by those who lack certainty. It is their obligation to expose this maneuver of provocation, to rise above it, and to reject the hollow mockery of what is called the modernization of Islamic jurisprudence. In a society that has not yet declared its submission to the sovereignty of God, nor its rejection of all other laws besides His, it is their duty to refuse this diversion from earnest, meaningful action, the diversion of planting seeds in the air, and to reject this devious and malicious trickery. It is their duty to move in accordance with the methodology of this religion in its dynamic flow, for therein lies one of the secrets of its strength, and therein too lies the source of their strength. In Islam, the methodology is synonymous with truth. There's no separation between the two. Any alien methodology can never, in the end, bring about the realization of Islam. Alien methodologies may succeed in establishing their own man-made systems, but they can never bring to fruition our methodology. Thus, adherence to the methodology is as essential as adherence to the creed and adherence to the system in every Islamic movement. As the Quran declares, indeed, this Quran guides to that which is most upright. 17:9. Chapter 4. The emergence of the Muslim community and its characteristics. The Islamic call, as carried forth by Muhammad, the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, represents the final link in the long chain of the universal call to Islam led by the procession of noble messengers. This call, throughout the history of humankind, has aimed at a single purpose: to acquaint people with their one true God and their rightful sustainer, to bring them into servitude to Him alone, and to liberate them from the false lordship of created beings. Humanity, save for a few individuals and during brief intervals, has never outright denied the principle of divinity or rejected the existence of God. Rather, they have erred in recognizing the true nature of their rightful sustainer, or they have associated others with him, whether in belief and worship or in governance and obedience. Both forms of shirk, association of partners with God, equally remove people from the religion of God, which they had come to know through every messenger, only to reject it as time passed, reverting to the state of Jahiliyyah from which they had been delivered and returning to shirk once again. Sometimes this shirk manifests in belief and worship, sometimes in governance and obedience, and sometimes in all of these together. This has been the nature of the call to God throughout human history. It seeks Islam the submission of human beings to the sustainer of all creation and aims to free them from servitude to others by bringing them into servitude to God alone. It seeks to free them from the dominion of human authority over their lives with its man-made laws, values and traditions, and to bring them into the dominion of God's authority, His law and His sovereignty in every affair of life. Thus, Islam came through Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, as it had come through the noble messengers before him, to return humanity to the sovereignty of God, the same sovereignty to which the entire universe already submits. Since human beings are a part of this universe, the authority that governs their lives must align with the authority that governs all existence, so that they do not deviate with systems, laws and arrangements that contradict the system, law and arrangement that governs the cosmos. Even in the aspects of their lives where they exercise free will, human beings are still subject to God's natural laws. These laws govern their creation, growth, health, sickness, life and death, just as they govern the consequences of their voluntary actions within their societies. They cannot alter the immutable laws that God has set to govern the universe and its affairs. Thus, it is incumbent upon human beings to return to Islam in the voluntary aspects of their lives, making God's law the governing authority in all their affairs. This would harmonize their free will with their innate nature and align their entire existence, both its voluntary and involuntary dimensions, with the rest of the cosmos. However, the state of Jahiliyyah, which bases human life on the sovereignty of humans over other humans, represents a deviation from the cosmic order. It creates a clash between the systems governing human free will and those governing their innate nature. This Jahiliyyah, which every messenger faced with the call to submit to God alone, and which the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, confronted with his mission, has never been a mere abstract theory. Indeed, Jahiliyyah has often lacked any theoretical framework. Instead, it has always been embodied in a dynamic, organized social structure, an organic society governed by its leaders, shaped by its values, and united by its traditions, customs, and sentiments. This society is an organic entity in which the members interact, integrate, and cooperate, forming bonds of allegiance and solidarity. These bonds drive the society to preserve its existence, defend its structure, and eliminate any threats to its survival, whether those threats are real or perceived. Because Jahiliyyah is not confined to an abstract theory, but is embodied in an organized and dynamic society, any attempt to eliminate it and bring people back to God cannot remain a theoretical endeavor. Such an approach would neither suffice nor succeed. A theoretical concept alone cannot counteract an existing Jahiliyyah society, which functions as a dynamic organic system. To dismantle such a system and replace it with another that fundamentally differs in its nature, methodology, and principles, the alternative must itself be an organized, dynamic entity. This new entity must be stronger in its foundational principles, organizational structure, and social bonds than the existing Jahili society. The foundational principle upon which Islam has always been built throughout human history is encapsulated in the testimony, "There is no deity but God." This means affirming God's exclusive divinity, lordship, sovereignty, and authority in belief, in acts of worship, and in the governance of life itself. The testimony, "There is no deity but God," is not truly realized neither in practice nor in the legal sense unless it is embodied in this integrated form. This comprehensive realization gives the testimony its genuine existence, upon which the speaker's status as a Muslim or non-Muslim is determined. The theoretical assertion of this principle entails that human life in its entirety must return to God. People must not decide any matter in their lives, whether small or great, based on their own whims or desires. Instead, they must refer to God's judgment in all things and follow it. And this is embodied in the second part of Islam's foundational testimony, "And Muhammad is the messenger of God." This is the theoretical foundation upon which Islam is built. It establishes a complete way of life when applied to every dimension of human existence. It provides Muslims with a comprehensive framework for addressing every aspect of life, whether individual or collective, both within the Muslim community and in its relations with others. However, as we have stated, Islam could not remain a mere abstract theory, embraced by individuals in belief and practiced in worship, while its adherents continued to exist as isolated individuals within the organic structure of the prevailing Jahili society. Even if their numbers increased, such an arrangement would never lead to the emergence of a true Islamic reality. Individuals who are theoretically Muslim, but remain integrated into the organic structure of a Jahili society, will inevitably be compelled to fulfill the needs of that society. Consciously or unconsciously, willingly or unwillingly, they will contribute to the survival and stability of the Jahili society. They will serve its needs, defend its structure, and repel any threats to its existence, just as all members of an organic entity contribute to its survival, whether they intend to or not. Thus, these individuals, though theoretically Muslim, will in practice strengthen the Jahili society they claim to oppose. They will remain living cells within its body, providing it with the resources, expertise, and energy it needs to thrive and grow. Their efforts will sustain its existence rather than dismantle it to establish an Islamic society in its place. Therefore, from the very beginning, Islam had to manifest itself as an organized, dynamic entity, an independent and distinct society separate from the Jahili society. This new society had to be centered around the leadership of the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and after him around any Islamic leadership striving to return humanity to God's sovereignty, lordship, and authority. Those who bear witness that there is no deity but God and Muhammad is the messenger of God must sever their allegiance to the Jahili society from which they came and to its leadership, whether that leadership takes the form of religious authorities like priests, sorcerers or soothsayers, or political, social and economic leaders such as those of Quraysh. Instead, their allegiance must be exclusively to the new Islamic society and its leadership, dedicating themselves entirely to its cause. It was inevitable that this principle would be established from the very first moment a person entered into Islam with their utterance of the testimony, "There is no God but God, and Muhammad is the messenger of God." For the existence of a Muslim community could not be realized without this. The mere presence of theoretical faith in the hearts of individuals, no matter how numerous they might be, does not suffice to establish a Muslim community unless these individuals are united in an organic, cohesive and cooperative structure, possessing an independent and self-sustaining existence. Such a community must function as a living organism, with its members actively working towards solidifying, deepening and expanding its existence and defending its integrity against forces that threaten its survival. These members must act under an independent leadership entirely separate from the leadership of the state of Jahiliyyah, a leadership that organizes their movements, coordinates their efforts, and directs them toward the consolidation, deepening and expansion of their Islamic existence, as well as toward combating, resisting, and ultimately eliminating the alternative Jahili presence. Thus, Islam came into existence founded upon a theoretical framework that, though concise, was comprehensive. But this framework was coupled, from the very beginning, with the establishment of an organic, dynamic and independent entity, detached from the Jahili society and confronting it. Islam never existed in the form of an abstract theory divorced from this tangible, functional reality. This is the only way Islam can manifest again in any age or place. It cannot be re-established within a Jahili society except through a deep understanding of its dynamic and organic nature at its inception. And so, as Islam built the Muslim community upon this foundation, and according to this methodology establishing its existence on the basis of an organic, dynamic unity, and making the bond of this unity the bond of Aqidah, faith, its ultimate aim was to manifest, strengthen, and empower the essence of human dignity, elevating it above all other aspects of human existence. In this, Islam followed its consistent approach in all its principles, teachings, laws, and rulings. The human being shares certain traits with the animal world, indeed, even with the material world, and this has misled the proponents of so-called scientific Jahiliyyah to assert at times that man is merely an animal, like all other animals, and at other times that he is merely matter, like all other matter. Yet despite sharing these traits, the human being possesses unique characteristics that distinguish him, set him apart, and make him a singular creation. Even the proponents of scientific Jahiliyyah have in the end been compelled to acknowledge this reality, though reluctantly and without sincerity, as the overwhelming weight of evidence has forced them to admit it. Among the most remarkable outcomes of Islam's methodology and its insistence on establishing the Muslim community on the bond of Aqidah alone rather than on the bonds of race, land, colour, language, transient worldly interests or petty regional borders was its ability to highlight and nurture the unique human qualities of its members, while transcending the traits shared with the animal world. This methodology produced extraordinary results. It created a Muslim society that was open to all races, nations, colours and languages, unimpeded by the barriers of narrow, animalistic prejudices. Into this crucible poured people of all kinds, blending together to form an extraordinary, harmonious organism that, in a remarkably short period of time, produced a magnificent civilization. This civilization encapsulated the very best of human potential at that time, despite the vast distances and the slow means of communication of the era. Within this superior Islamic society gathered Arabs, Persians, Syrians, Egyptians, Moroccans, Turks, Chinese, Indians, Romans, Greeks, Indonesians, Africans, and countless other peoples and nations. The unique qualities of these diverse groups came together, blending, cooperating and harmonizing to build the Islamic society and its civilization. This immense civilization was never Arab in nature, it was always Islamic. It was never nationalistic. It was always rooted in Aqidah. They all came together as equals, united by the bond of love and the shared vision of a single purpose. Each gave their utmost, bringing forth the deepest qualities of their respective races and pouring the essence of their personal, national and historical experiences into the construction of this unified society. They all belonged equally to this community, bound by a tie that connected them to their one sustainer and elevated their humanity above all barriers. Such a unity has never been achieved by any other collective throughout history. The most renowned human collective in ancient history, for example, was the Roman Empire. It gathered multiple races, languages, colours and temperaments, yet it was not founded upon a humanistic bond, nor did it embody a lofty ideal such as Akida. The Roman collective was built upon a class hierarchy on one side, the aristocracy, on the other, the slaves across the entire empire. It was also built upon racial supremacy, with the Roman race dominating and all other races subjugated. As a result, it never rose to the level of the Islamic collective, nor did it bear the fruits the Islamic collective bore. In modern history, other collectives have arisen, such as the British Empire. But it too was like the Roman society before it, a colonial exploitative collective based on the domination of the English race and the exploitation of the colonies under its rule. The same is true of all European empires, the Spanish, the Portuguese, the French. All operated at the same debased, grotesque level. Even communism attempted to create a different kind of collective, ostensibly transcending the barriers of race, nation, land, language and colour. But it was not built upon a universal human foundation. Instead, it was erected upon the foundation of class. Communism was merely the other face of the Roman collective this time, based not on the aristocracy, but on the proletariat. The emotion that bound this collective together was one of deep black hatred for all other classes. Such a narrow, bitter collective could never bring forth anything but the worst aspects of human nature. From the outset, it was built upon the elevation and empowerment of animalistic traits alone, reducing humanity to its most base instincts. It focused solely on satisfying the so-called basic needs of man, food, shelter and sex, treating these as if they were the entirety of human history, as if the story of humanity were nothing more than the search for sustenance. Islam, however, stands alone with its divinely ordained methodology, which highlights, nurtures and elevates the most unique characteristics of humankind in the construction of human society. It remains unparalleled. Those who turn away from it in favour of any other methodology, whether based on race, nation, land or class, are, in truth, the enemies of humanity. They are the ones who seek to deny humankind the unique qualities with which God has distinguished it in this cosmos. They are the ones who deprive society of the opportunity to benefit from the full range of capabilities, qualities, and experiences of different races blended together in harmony. Such people are described by God in the Quran. Say, shall we tell you who are the greatest losers in terms of their deeds? Those whose striving in the life of this world has led them astray, while they think they are doing good. They are the ones who deny the signs of their sustainer and the meeting with him, so their deeds come to nothing, and on the day of resurrection we shall assign no weight to them. Their recompense shall be hell, for they disbelieved and took my signs and my messengers in mockery. Surah Al-Kahf 103-106. And God speaks the truth. Chapter 5. Jihad in the Path of God. Imam Ibn al-Qayyim beautifully summarized the stages of jihad in Islam in his work Zad al-Ma'ad, within the chapter titled A Section on the Prophet's Guidance in Dealing with the Disbelievers and Hypocrites from the beginning of his mission until he met his sustainer, glorified and exalted be he. He writes, the very first thing God, blessed and exalted, revealed to him was the command to read in the name of his sustainer who created, marking the beginning of his prophethood. He was instructed to recite inwardly as God revealed to him, read 96:1. Then he was sent forth with the words, O you who are enveloped in a cloak 74:1. Thereafter he was commanded to warn his closest kin, followed by his people, then those in the surrounding areas of Arabia, then the entirety of the Arabs, and finally all of humanity. He spent more than 10 years after receiving his prophethood calling to God's message without engaging in combat or imposing any form of tribute. Instead, he was commanded to endure patiently, to turn away from harm, and to forgive. Then permission was given to him to emigrate, and along with it came permission to fight. Following this, he was instructed to fight those who fought against him while refraining from those who left him in peace and did not engage in hostilities. Eventually, he was commanded to fight the polytheists until religion was dedicated solely to God. At this stage, the disbelievers were divided into three groups: those who had a covenant of peace and truce, those at war with him, and those under his protection as dhimmis. He was ordered to honour the covenants of those who upheld their agreements and to fulfil them for as long as they remained faithful. However, if he feared betrayal from them, he was to renounce their covenant and openly declare its annulment before engaging in combat. He was also instructed to fight those who violated their covenants. Then, when Surah Al-Tawbah, repentance, was revealed, its verses clarified the rulings pertaining to these groups. He was commanded to fight the people of the book until they paid the jizya in humility or entered into Islam. In this chapter, he was also commanded to strive against the disbelievers and the hypocrites, showing severity towards them. He fought the disbelievers with the sword and the spear, while he contended against the hypocrites with evidence and speech. He was instructed to disavow the covenants of the disbelievers, to renounce their agreements, and to proclaim a clear separation from them. The people of the covenant were divided into the following categories: those with whom he was commanded to fight because they had broken their agreements and failed to uphold their terms, and those with fixed-term covenants who had neither violated their agreements nor aided others against him. He was ordered to respect their covenants until the end of their terms. There were also those who had no explicit covenant or had a general agreement. These were given a respite of 4 months. Once these months had passed, he was instructed to fight them. Thus, he killed those who violated their agreements, granted a period of respite to those without a covenant or with a general agreement, and upheld the agreements of those who remained faithful to them until the end of their terms. Ultimately, all of these groups either embraced Islam or were subdued, offering no resistance until the expiration of their terms. The jizya was imposed on the people of the book, and the state of the disbelievers after the revelation of Surah Al-Tawbah settled into 3 categories: those at war with him, those with covenants, and those under the protection of the Muslim state as dhimmis. In time, the covenant holders embraced Islam, leaving only 2 categories: those at war and those under protection. Those at war became fearful of him, such that the people of the earth were divided into 3 groups: a Muslim believer, one at peace with him and secure, and one hostile and fearful of him. As for his dealings with the hypocrites, he was commanded to accept their outward declarations, leaving their inner secrets to God. He was to strive against them with knowledge and evidence, to turn away from them, to be severe in his dealings with them, and to address them with words that penetrated their very souls. He was forbidden from praying over them or standing by their graves. God informed him that even if he were to seek forgiveness for them, God would not forgive them. Thus, this was his approach in dealing with his enemies, both disbelievers and hypocrites. From this concise yet profound summary of the stages of jihad in Islam, deep and intrinsic traits of the dynamic methodology of this religion become evident traits that deserve extended contemplation. However, we can only briefly touch upon them here. The first characteristic: the realism and seriousness of the methodology of this religion. It is a movement that confronts human reality and does so with means that correspond to its actual existence. It encounters a world steeped in jahiliyyah, not merely intellectual or conceptual jahiliyyah, but a deeply entrenched system of practical realities and structures supported by powers of material force. Consequently, the Islamic movement confronts this entire reality with equal vigor. It begins with the call to correct beliefs and perceptions through explanation and evidence, and it confronts the systems and powers that obstruct this call with strength and jihad. These systems and powers are the ones that prevent the masses from receiving the message of truth through peaceful means, subjecting them instead to oppression, misinformation, and submission to false authorities other than their true sustainer. This movement, however, does not rely solely on verbal preaching in the face of material power, nor does it impose coercion upon the consciences of individuals. Both these aspects, whether the use of verbal persuasion or the refraining from coercion, are integral to its methodology. Its aim is to liberate humanity from servitude to other human beings and lead them to the worship of God alone, as will be further explained. The second characteristic, the dynamic and progressive nature of this religion's methodology, it is a movement marked by stages, with each stage possessing tools and strategies suited to its specific circumstances and needs. Each phase naturally transitions into the next. This methodology does not confront reality with abstract theories, nor does it meet the varying stages of human development with static, unchanging tools. Those who cite Quranic verses to demonstrate Islam's stance on jihad without considering this dynamic characteristic, failing to recognize the progressive stages of this methodology and the relationship of each verse to its corresponding phase, commit a grave error. They confuse the religion's teachings and misrepresent its methodology, burdening its texts with interpretations they were never meant to bear. Such individuals treat every verse as though it represents the ultimate, unchanging principles of the religion. In their intellectual and spiritual defeat, under the weight of the desolate condition of the Muslim world, reduced to mere remnants of its former self, they hasten to proclaim that Islam only resorts to jihad in self-defense. They believe they are rendering this religion a service by stripping it of its comprehensive mission, to eliminate all forms of tyranny from the earth, to lead humanity into servitude to God alone, and to free them from the bondage of man-made systems. This mission is not about coercing people into adopting its belief system. Rather, it seeks to remove the barriers that prevent people from freely choosing this belief after dismantling the oppressive political systems that either subjugate them or impose misleading ideologies upon them. Only then are people left to embrace or reject the faith in true freedom. The third characteristic of this faith is that its tireless movement and ever-renewing methods never deviate from its well-defined principles or its clearly outlined objectives. From the very first day, whether addressing its closest kinsfolk, the Quraysh, the Arabs at large, or humanity as a whole, it has adhered to one foundational principle and sought a single ultimate goal: the exclusive dedication of all worship to God alone and the liberation of humanity from servitude to fellow human beings. There has never been any compromise on this principle, nor any leniency in pursuing this goal. It proceeds unwaveringly toward its objective in accordance with a carefully crafted plan divided into distinct stages. Each stage has its own methods, renewed as necessary, as we have previously outlined. The fourth characteristic is the legislative regulation of relations between the Muslim community and other societies, a regulation beautifully summarized in the excerpt we shared from Zad al-Ma'ad. This regulation is founded on the premise that submission to God alone is the universal point of reference to which all mankind must return. Alternatively, those who do not embrace it in full must coexist with it in peace, without erecting barriers, whether political systems or material forces, to obstruct its call. They must allow every individual the freedom to choose or reject it as they wish, without hindrance or opposition. Should anyone, however, resist it or wage war against it, then Islam must stand against them, fighting until they are subdued or until they surrender. Those who are spiritually and intellectually defeated, those who write about jihad in Islam in a manner meant to shield Islam from accusations, confuse two distinct aspects of this faith's methodology. On the one hand, Islam categorically rejects coercion in matters of faith. On the other, it seeks to dismantle the material and political powers that stand between people and God, powers that demand servitude to humans and prevent them from serving God alone. These two aspects are entirely separate, with no room for confusion between them. Yet, because of this conflation, and more significantly, because of their defeatist mindset, such individuals attempt to confine jihad in Islam to what is today termed defensive war. But jihad in Islam is something entirely different. Unrelated to the wars of today, their motives or their justifications. The true motives of jihad in Islam must be sought in the very nature of Islam itself, in its role on this earth, and in the supreme objectives that God has ordained for it. These objectives were not only the reason for the sending of this messenger with this message, but also the reason he was made the seal of the prophets, and this message the final revelation. This religion is a universal proclamation of the liberation of humanity throughout the earth from servitude to human beings, whether that servitude takes the form of submission to others or to one's own desires, for the latter is but another form of submission to humans. This proclamation affirms the exclusive divinity of God, exalted be he, and his sole sovereignty over all that exists. Declaring God's sovereignty over the universe is, by its very nature, a comprehensive revolution against all forms of human governance, in all its manifestations, systems, and structures. It is a complete rejection of any order anywhere on earth in which humans exercise authority over other humans in any form. Or to put it another way, it is a rejection of any system in which humans claim divinity for themselves in any guise. This is because any governance in which ultimate authority rests with humans, and in which humans are the source of legislation, is a form of deification of humans. It makes some individuals lords over others, usurping the sovereignty that belongs to God alone. Declaring God's sovereignty means reclaiming this usurped authority and returning it to God. It means expelling those who have seized it, those who govern people by laws of their own making, thus placing themselves in the position of lords while relegating others to the position of servants. It means dismantling the kingdom of man in order to establish the kingdom of God on earth, or as the Quran so eloquently expresses it, and he it is who is God in the heavens and God on earth. Quran 43:84. Judgment belongs to none but God. He has commanded that you worship none but him. This is the true faith. Quran 12:40. Say, O people of the book, come to a word common between us and you, that we worship none but God, and that we associate nothing with him, and that we do not take one another as lords besides God. And if they turn away, say, bear witness that we are Muslims. Quran 3:64. The kingdom of God on earth is not established by entrusting governance to specific individuals, whether they are clerics, as in the case of church rule, or men claiming to speak on behalf of the gods, as in the so-called theocracies or divine rule. Rather, it is established when God's law alone governs, and when the ultimate authority is referred back to God as outlined in the clear guidance of his revealed law. Establishing God's kingdom on earth, dismantling the kingdom of man, reclaiming sovereignty from its usurpers, and returning it to God alone, ensuring the supremacy of divine law, and abolishing human-made laws, none of this can be achieved through mere preaching and exposition. The oppressors who have seized control over others' lives and claimed God's authority for themselves will not relinquish their power simply because they are invited to do so. If that were the case, the task of the messengers in establishing God's religion on earth would have been far easier. But this is contrary to the history of the messengers, peace and blessings be upon them, and the history of this faith throughout the ages. This universal proclamation of the liberation of humanity on earth from all authority other than God's is not a theoretical, philosophical, or passive declaration. Rather, it is an active, practical, and dynamic proclamation. It seeks to be realized in tangible form as a system governing human life under the law of God, thereby delivering humanity from servitude to humans and placing them in servitude to God alone, without partners. For this reason, it must take the form of a movement alongside that of a message. It must address the entirety of human reality with methods that are commensurate with all its dimensions. The human condition, yesterday, today, and tomorrow, confronts this faith, which proclaims the liberation of humanity on earth from all authority save God's, with obstacles of every kind, intellectual and ideological obstacles, material and practical obstacles, political, social, economic, racial and class-based obstacles, in addition to the barriers of distorted beliefs and false perceptions. These obstacles are intertwined, interacting in ways that are complex and deeply entangled. If the proclamation addresses beliefs and perceptions, the movement confronts material obstacles, foremost among them the political authority entrenched in complex, intertwined factors of belief, perception, racism, classism, social structures, and economic realities. Together, the proclamation and the movement they confront the entirety of human reality with means that match all its components. Both are indispensable for launching the movement of humanity's liberation on Earth, liberating the whole human being across the whole Earth. This is a crucial point that must be affirmed again. This religion is not a declaration for the liberation of the Arab alone, nor is it a message exclusive to the Arabs. Its subject is the human being, the very essence of humanity. Its domain is the earth, all of it, the entire expanse of the earth. God, exalted is He, is not the sustainer of the Arabs alone, nor even of those who embrace the Islamic creed exclusively. God is the sustainer of all the worlds. This religion seeks to return all the worlds to their sustainer and to emancipate them from servitude to anything other than Him. The greatest form of servitude, in the view of Islam, is humanity's submission to laws and ordinances devised by other humans. This is the essence of worship, which Islam declares belongs solely to God. Whoever directs such worship to anyone other than God is considered outside the fold of Islam, no matter what claims they make about being part of it. The Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, explicitly stated that following man-made laws and rulings constitutes worship. It is this very act that rendered Jews and Christians polytheists, deviating from the command to worship God alone. Imam al-Tirmidhi narrates from Adi ibn Hatim, may God be pleased with him, that when the Prophet's call reached him, he fled to Syria, for he had embraced Christianity during the pre-Islamic era. His sister and some members of his people were captured, but the Prophet, peace be upon him, granted her freedom. She returned to her brother and urged him to accept Islam and to meet the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him. News spread of his arrival. When Adi came to meet the Prophet, he wore a silver cross around his neck. The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, was reciting the verse. They have taken their rabbis and their monks as lords besides God, Adi said, but they did not worship them. The Prophet, peace be upon him, replied, indeed they did. They prohibited what God had permitted, and they permitted what God had prohibited, and they followed them. That is their worship of them. The Prophet's explanation of this verse is a definitive statement that following human-made laws and rulings constitutes worship, and that this act removes a person from the religion of God. It is equivalent to taking some humans as lords over others, an order that Islam came to abolish. Islam came to announce the liberation of humanity on earth from servitude to anyone other than God. Thus, it became inevitable for Islam to move across the earth to remove the realities that contradicted this universal proclamation, using both the proclamation and the movement together. It struck at political powers that enslaved people to others besides God, that is, those that governed them by laws other than God's, and that prevented them from hearing the proclamation and freely embracing the creed. Furthermore, Islam sought to establish a social, economic and political system that allowed the movement of liberation to take practical form after removing the controlling powers, whether they were purely political or entangled with racism or classism within a single group. It was never Islam's intent to compel people to accept its creed. Islam, however, is not merely a creed. As we have said, Islam is a universal proclamation for the liberation of humanity from servitude to fellow humans. Its initial aim is to dismantle systems and governments that are based on human sovereignty over other humans and on humanity's servitude to fellow humans. Only after this systemic oppression is lifted does Islam set individuals free, truly free, to choose the creed they wish to follow based on their own volition. This occurs after political pressures are removed and an illuminating proclamation is presented to their minds and souls. However, this freedom does not mean that people are free to make their desires their God or to choose servitude to fellow human beings. It does not mean that they are free to take some humans as lords over others besides God. The system that governs human life on earth must be founded upon servitude to God alone. This entails receiving laws and ordinances exclusively from him. Within this overarching system, every individual is free to embrace whatever creed they desire. Thus, the religion belongs entirely to God. That is, all allegiance, submission, obedience, and servitude belong solely to God. The meaning of religion is broader than the mere concept of creed. Religion is the framework and system that governs life. In Islam, it is built upon the foundation of servitude to God. However, it broadly encompasses more than creed. Under Islam, diverse groups can live under its general system founded on servitude to God alone, even if some of these groups do not embrace the Islamic creed. Whoever comprehends the true nature of this religion as outlined above will also comprehend the inevitability of Islam's dynamic movement in the form of jihad with the sword, alongside jihad with the proclamation. They will also understand that this movement was never merely defensive in the narrow sense understood today by the term defensive war, as some defeated minds under the pressures of modern realities and the cunning attacks of Orientalists seek to portray it. Rather, it was a movement of impetus and expansion to liberate the human being across the earth, carried out in well-defined stages, each employing its own renewed methods. If we must describe Islam's jihad movement as defensive, then we must redefine the concept of defense itself. It must be understood as defense of humanity as such against all the forces that restrict human freedom and hinder their liberation. These forces include beliefs and perceptions, as well as political systems based on economic, class, and racial barriers. These barriers dominated the earth when Islam emerged and remain present in various forms within the prevailing jahiliyyah of today's world. Through this broad and comprehensive understanding of the concept of defense, we can fully grasp the true motives behind the Islamic impetus to spread across the earth through jihad. It illuminates the very nature of Islam itself, a universal proclamation to liberate humanity from servitude to fellow human beings and to affirm the sole divinity and lordship of God over all existence. It is a mission to dismantle the dominion of human desires and whims on earth and to establish the dominion of the divine law within the realm of humanity. Any attempt to justify Islamic jihad solely within the narrow modern understanding of defensive war, or to seek proofs that its campaigns were merely aimed at repelling aggression from neighbouring powers against the Islamic homeland, which, in the view of some, is limited to the Arabian Peninsula, betrays a shallow understanding of the essence of this faith and the role it was sent to fulfill on earth. Such an approach also reveals a defeatist mindset, bowing under the weight of contemporary realities and the cunning attacks of Orientalist critiques against Islamic jihad. One wonders, had Abu Bakr, Umar and Uthman, may God be pleased with them all, been secure from the aggression of the Romans and the Persians against the Arabian Peninsula, would they then have refrained from advancing Islam to the farthest corners of the earth? And how would they have driven this advance when the call of Islam was confronted with material obstacles, political systems of governance, societal structures entrenched in racism and classism, and economic systems rooted in the same racial and class divides, all of which were protected by the material power of the state? It is sheer naivety to imagine a call that proclaims the liberation of humanity, the entire human race, on the whole earth, yet expects to confront these formidable barriers with nothing but words and rhetoric. Yes, the message is spread through words and persuasion when there are no material barriers between it and the individual hearts and minds it seeks to reach. Here the principle applies: there is no compulsion in religion. But when such material barriers and influences exist, they must be removed by force, so that the message can address the hearts and minds of individuals who are freed from these shackles. Jihad is an essential necessity for the mission of Islam, if its goal is to truly proclaim the liberation of humanity in a way that confronts the actual realities of life, with equivalent measures in every dimension. Mere philosophical or theoretical declarations are insufficient. This is true regardless of whether the Islamic homeland, or, in the correct Islamic terminology, Dar al-Islam, is safe or threatened by its neighbours. For Islam, when it seeks peace, does not aim for the kind of cheap peace that merely secures a patch of land where its inhabitants embrace the Islamic faith. Rather, it seeks a peace wherein all religion belongs to God alone, a peace in which humanity's servitude is directed solely to God, and no human being sets themselves up as a lord over others besides him. The decisive factor lies in the ultimate stages reached by the Islamic movement of jihad, as commanded by God, not in the early or middle stages of the Dawah's journey. These stages, as Imam Ibn al-Qayyim explains, culminated as follows. After the revelation of Surah Bara'ah at Tawbah, the disbelievers were divided into three categories: those at war with Islam, those under a covenant, and those under the protection of the Islamic State, Ahulu al-Dima. Over time, the people with covenants either embraced Islam or became enemies at war with it. Thus, the inhabitants of the earth were reduced to three groups: a believer who accepted Islam, a peaceful subject living securely under its protection, Ahulu al-Dima, and a hostile enemy at war with it. This division represents the logical stance consistent with the nature and objectives of this religion, not the perspective of those defeated by contemporary realities or the cunning attacks of the Orientalists. Indeed, God restrained the Muslims from fighting during their time in Mecca and in the early stages of their migration to Medina. They were instructed, "Restrain your hands and establish prayer and give zakat." Then permission was granted to them to fight. As the Quran states, permission to fight has been given to those who are being fought because they were wronged. And indeed, God is competent to give them victory, those who have been evicted from their homes without right, only because they say, "Our sustainer is God." And were it not for God repelling some people by means of others, monasteries, churches, synagogues and mosques, wherein the name of God is much mentioned, would surely have been demolished. And God will surely support those who support him. Indeed, God is powerful and exalted in might, those who, if we grant them authority in the land, establish prayer, give zakat, enjoin what is right and forbid what is wrong. And to God belongs the outcome of all matters. 22:39-41. Subsequently, fighting was ordained against those who fought the Muslims, as stated, "Fight in the way of God those who fight you." Then it was commanded that the Muslims fight against all the polytheists. Fight the polytheists collectively as they fight you collectively. Finally, they were ordered to fight the disbelievers among the people of the book, as the Quran declares, "Fight those who do not believe in God or in the last day, and who do not forbid what God and his messenger have forbidden, and who do not adopt the religion of truth from those who were given the scripture. Fight them until they give the jizya willingly while they are humbled." 929. As Ibn al-Qayyim summarizes, initially fighting was prohibited, then it was permitted, then it was commanded against those who initiated hostilities, and finally it was commanded against all the polytheists. The seriousness of the Quranic verses on jihad, the earnestness of the prophetic traditions urging it, and the historical realities of jihad in the early days of Islam and throughout much of its history make it impossible to reduce jihad to a mere incidental or situational matter, tied only to fleeting circumstances or confined to defensive purposes for securing borders. How can anyone who hears the words of God Most High on this matter, or the words of his messenger, peace and blessings be upon him, and who observes the unfolding of Islamic jihad, regard it as a transient affair, constrained by temporary conditions or limited to defensive efforts to protect territorial boundaries? God made it clear to the believers in the very first verses permitting them to fight that the ongoing inherent reality of this worldly life is the perpetual struggle of people against one another to prevent corruption on earth. Permission to fight has been given to those who are being fought because they were wronged, and indeed, God is competent to give them victory, those who have been evicted from their homes without right, only because they say, "Our sustainer is God." And were it not for God repelling some people by means of others, monasteries, churches, synagogues, and mosques, wherein the name of God is much mentioned, would surely have been demolished. 22:39-40. Thus, This struggle is not a temporary condition, but an enduring reality of life. The eternal reality remains that truth and falsehood cannot coexist on this earth. Whenever Islam rises to proclaim its universal message of establishing the sovereignty of God over all creation and liberating humanity from servitude to fellow men, it is invariably attacked by those who usurp God's authority on earth. They never reconcile with this message, and Islam in turn rises to dismantle their dominion, freeing humanity from their oppressive grasp and shielding mankind from the tyranny of these usurpers. This is an eternal struggle, wherein the liberating jihad cannot halt until all religion is rendered purely for God alone. The cessation of fighting in Mecca was but a phase in a long-term plan. Such was the case, too, in the early days following the emigration to Medina. What moved the Muslim community in Medina after the initial phase was not merely the securing of Medina itself. While securing the city was an essential preliminary objective, it was by no means the final goal. Rather, it was a step to ensure a base for the greater mission, a launch pad for liberating humanity and breaking the barriers that obstruct man's freedom to rise and fulfill his purpose. The restraint of the Muslims in Mecca from engaging in armed struggle is understandable. In Mecca, the freedom to convey the message of Islam was guaranteed. The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, under the protection of the swords of Banu Hashim, was able to proclaim the message openly, addressing the ears, minds and hearts of individuals without interference. There was no organized political authority preventing him from spreading the call or barring individuals from listening to it. Hence, there was no necessity at that stage for the use of force, along with other reasons that may have existed during that phase. I have summarized these reasons in Fi Zilal al-Quran while interpreting the verse. Have you not seen those who were told, restrain your hands, establish prayer and give zakah? Quran 4:77. It is worthwhile to mention some of that summary here. Perhaps this was because the Meccan period was a time of nurturing and preparation in a particular environment for a specific people under specific circumstances. Among the aims of this nurturing in such an environment was to train the Arab individual to endure what he would not normally bear, namely personal injury and harm to those under his protection. This was to purify him from the hold of his own ego, to detach him from his self-interests, and to free him from viewing himself or his dependents as the central axis of his life and the prime motivator of his actions. It was also to train him to control his impulses, so he would not react to the first provocation or agitation, a natural tendency in the Arab temperament. Thus, his nature and conduct would become balanced. Moreover, it was to prepare him to follow a structured society governed by leadership to which he would defer in all matters of life, acting only in accordance with its directives, even if they ran counter to his habits and customs. This was the cornerstone in the preparation of the Arab personality for the establishment of the Muslim society, which would be obedient to a guiding leadership, evolving into a civilized and progressive community free from tribalism and savagery. Perhaps this was also because a peaceful call was more effective and penetrating in a society like that of Quraysh, characterized by pride and honor. Fighting such a society at that stage might have led to greater obstinacy and the emergence of new blood feuds akin to the infamous Arab wars, such as the wars of Dahis and Gabra, or the War of Bassus, which raged on for many years, decimating entire tribes. Such feuds, if tied in people's minds and memories to Islam, could have persisted indefinitely, transforming Islam from a religion and a call to a cause of endless vengeance, obscuring its essence and original mission. Perhaps this was also to avoid the outbreak of battles and bloodshed within every household. There was no centralized authority systematically persecuting and torturing the believers. Rather, this task was left to the relatives of each individual, who would torment and oppress their own kin, acting as their disciplinarians. To permit fighting in such an environment would have resulted in internal battles within every family, leading to a massacre in every home. And then people would say, "This is Islam." Indeed, such accusations were made even when Islam forbade fighting. Quraysh's propaganda during the pilgrimage seasons to the Arab tribes was that Muhammad was dividing families, separating fathers from sons, and causing discord within his own people. What then would they have said if Islam had commanded sons to kill their fathers, and servants to kill their masters in every home and every quarter? Perhaps this was also because God knew that many of the staunch opponents who persecuted the early Muslims and subjected them to torture would themselves later become the most devoted soldiers of Islam, even its leaders. Was not Umar ibn al-Khattab among these very people? Perhaps this was also because the Arab sense of honour and chivalry in a tribal society would instinctively rally to the support of the oppressed, who endured suffering steadfastly without retaliation, especially when those suffering were among the noble and respected members of society. Numerous incidents affirm the validity of this understanding in that environment. For instance, Ibn al-Dughuna could not bear to see Abu Bakr, a nobleman, leaving Mecca to emigrate. He considered it a disgrace for the Arabs and offered him his protection and guarantee. Another example is the eventual annulment of the boycott against Banu Hashim in the valley of Abu Talib, which came after the siege had prolonged their suffering and intensified their ordeal. Contrast this with other environments of civilized societies accustomed to subjugation, where enduring oppression often invites ridicule and mockery, emboldening the oppressor to escalate his tyranny. Perhaps this was also due to the limited number of Muslims at that time and their confinement within Mecca. The message had not yet spread across the Arabian Peninsula, and news of it had reached other tribes only sporadically. These tribes remained neutral, viewing the conflict as an internal matter between Quraysh and some of its members, waiting to see how events would unfold. In such a scenario, a localized conflict could have easily resulted in the annihilation of the small Muslim group, even if they managed to inflict heavy casualties on their opponents. This would have left idolatry triumphant, with the fledgling Muslim community wiped out, and Islam intended as a comprehensive way of life and a practical system for humanity never gaining a foothold in the world, and so on. Now, as for Medina in the early days following the migration, there was the treaty which the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, established with the Jews who resided there, as well as with the remaining idolaters among the Arabs living in Medina and its surroundings. This treaty was a natural course of action dictated by the circumstances of that phase. First, because it allowed the message to be conveyed openly and clearly, without any political authority standing in its way, obstructing it, or preventing people from hearing it. All parties had acknowledged the new Muslim state and the leadership of the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, in managing its political affairs. The treaty explicitly stipulated that none among them could make alliances, initiate war, or establish external relations except with the permission of the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him. It was evident that true authority in Medina rested in the hands of the Muslim leadership. Thus the field was open for the call to Islam, and freedom of belief for individuals was guaranteed. Second, the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, sought during this phase to focus his efforts on Quraysh, whose opposition to this faith stood as an obstacle before the other tribes, leaving them in a state of hesitation as they awaited the outcome of the conflict between Quraysh and some of their own kin. For this reason, the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, promptly began sending out sarayas, expeditions. The first banner he raised was for Hamza ibn Abdul Muttalib in the month of Ramadan, 7 months after the migration. Thereafter these expeditions continued, one 9 months after the migration, another 13 months later, then 16 months later. Then there was the expedition of Abdullah ibn Jahsh in the month of Rajab, 17 months after the migration, this being the first campaign in which blood was shed and fighting occurred. It took place during the sacred month, and regarding it, the verses in Surah Al-Baqarah were revealed. They ask you about fighting in the sacred month. Say, fighting therein is a grave sin, but averting people from the way of God and disbelief in Him and preventing access to the sacred mosque and expelling its people from it are greater in the sight of God. And fitna, Persecution is greater than killing, and they will continue to fight you until they turn you back from your religion, if they are able. 2. 217. Then came the great battle of Badr, in the month of Ramadan of that same year, during which Surah Al-Anfal was revealed. When one contemplates the situation in light of these historical circumstances, it becomes clear that defense, in its narrow sense, was not the guiding principle of the Islamic movement, as some defeated minds claim in response to the contemporary reality and the cunning attacks of Orientalist criticism. Those who seek purely defensive justifications for the Islamic expansion are merely reacting to the onslaught of Orientalist polemics at a time when Muslims no longer possess power, or indeed when they no longer truly possess Islam itself. Except for those whom God has preserved, the rare few who remain committed to realizing Islam's universal proclamation, the liberation of humankind on earth from all authority except the authority of God, so that religion may belong entirely to God. These individuals search for moral justifications for jihad in Islam, as though Islam's dynamic movement requires justification beyond that which the Quranic texts have already provided. The Islamic expansion needs no justification beyond the reasons clearly articulated in the Quran. Let those who sell the life of this world for the hereafter fight in the cause of God. And whoever fights in the cause of God and is killed or achieves victory, we will bestow upon him a great reward. And why should you not fight in the cause of God and for the oppressed among men, women and children who say, "Our sustainer, take us out of this city of oppressive people and appoint for us from yourself a protector, and appoint for us from yourself a helper." Those who believe fight in the cause of God, and those who disbelieve fight in the cause of Taghut, false gods. So fight against the allies of Satan. Indeed, the plot of Satan has ever been weak. 4. 74-76. Say to those who disbelieve, if they cease, their past will be forgiven. But if they return to hostility, then the precedent of the earlier peoples has already passed. And fight them until there is no more fitna, persecution, and religion is entirely for God. But if they cease, then indeed God is seeing of what they do. But if they turn away, then know that God is your protector. Excellent is the protector, and excellent is the helper. 8:38-40. Fight those who do not believe in God or in the last day, and who do not consider unlawful what God and his messenger have made unlawful, and who do not adopt the religion of truth from those who were given the scripture. Fight until they give the jizya willingly while they are humbled. The Jews say, Ezra is the Son of God, and the Christians say, the Messiah is the Son of God. That is their statement from their mouths. They imitate the saying of those who disbelieved before them. May God destroy them. How are they deluded? They have taken their rabbis and monks as lords besides God, and also the Messiah, the Son of Mary. And they were not commanded except to worship one God. There is no deity except him. Exalted is he above whatever they associate with him. They want to extinguish the light of God with their mouths, but God refuses except to perfect his light, although the disbelievers dislike it. 9:29-32. These are justifications that affirm the sovereignty of God on earth, the establishment of his way in the lives of humankind, the pursuit of devils and their deviant ways, and the destruction of human authorities that enslave others when all people are but servants of God alone. No one among God's creation has the right to impose laws from their own desires or govern others by their personal opinions. This alone is sufficient alongside the principle proclaimed by the Quran. There is no compulsion in religion, 2:256, meaning that no one is compelled to adopt the faith after being liberated from the bondage of human authorities, once the principle is established that all authority belongs to God alone, or that religion in its entirety is for God. These are the justifications of universal liberation, liberating humankind from servitude to other humans, so that they may serve God alone without partner. This alone is sufficient. These justifications were firmly rooted in the hearts of the Muslim warriors. None of them would ask why they went forth to fight, saying, "We went to defend our threatened homeland." Or we went to repel the aggression of the Persians or the Romans against us Muslims. Or we went to expand our territory and increase our spoils. Rather, they would say, as Ribi ibn Amir, Hudayfa, and Al-Mughira ibn Shuba all said to Rustam, the Persian commander at Al-Qadisiyah, when he asked them one by one over 3 consecutive days before the battle, "What has brought you here?" Their reply was, "God has sent us to bring forth whomever he wills from servitude to his servants to servitude to God alone, from the narrowness of this world to its vastness, and from the injustice of other religions to the justice of Islam. So he sent his messenger with his religion to his creation. Whoever accepts it from us, we accept it from them and leave them and their land in peace. But whoever refuses, we fight them until we reach paradise or achieve victory." There is an inherent justification within the very nature of this religion, within its universal proclamation and its realistic methodology, which confronts human reality with means that correspond to all its aspects at defined stages through ever-renewing approaches. This inherent justification remains valid from the outset, even if there were no threat of aggression against the Islamic realm or its inhabitants. It is a justification rooted in the nature of the methodology itself, in its realism and in the actual obstacles present in human societies, not merely in transient and limited defensive circumstances. It suffices, therefore, for a Muslim to rise forth, striving with his self and his wealth in the path of God, for the sake of these values that bring him no worldly gain, nor drive him by any selfish motive. For before the Muslim embarks on the battlefield, he must first have waged the greater jihad within himself, against Satan, against his own desires and passions, against his ambitions and cravings, against his interests and the interests of his tribe and kin, against every banner other than the banner of Islam, and against every motive save servitude to God alone, the establishment of his dominion on earth, and the removal of the tyrants who usurp God's sovereignty. Those who seek to justify Islamic jihad solely on the basis of protecting the Islamic homeland demean the methodology of Islam, reducing it to something lesser than the homeland. This is not the perspective of Islam concerning such considerations. It is a perspective alien to the Islamic consciousness, for faith and the methodology that embodies it, as well as the society where this methodology prevails, are the sole considerations in the Islamic consciousness. As for the land itself, it carries no intrinsic significance or weight. Its value in the Islamic vision derives only from the dominance of God's guidance and authority within it, whereby it becomes the cradle of faith, the field of the divine methodology, the abode of Islam, and the starting point for liberating all of humanity. Indeed, the protection of the abode of Islam is in essence the protection of faith, methodology, and the society governed by this methodology. Yet this is not the ultimate goal, nor is its protection the final purpose of Islamic jihad. Rather, its protection serves as a means for the establishment of God's dominion within it, and as a base from which to launch the liberation of the entire earth and the entire human race. For humanity in its entirety is the subject of this religion, and the earth is its vast domain. As we have previously mentioned, the advancement of the divine way inevitably encounters material obstacles: the authority of the state, the structure of society, and the conditions of the environment. These are the barriers that Islam moves to dismantle with force, so that it may address the hearts and minds of individuals directly, after liberating them from material shackles, leaving them free thereafter to choose as they will. We must not allow ourselves to be deceived or alarmed by the campaigns of Orientalists against the principle of jihad, nor should the weight of present realities and the imbalance of global power dishearten us, leading us to seek for Islamic jihad artificial justifications rooted in temporary defensive circumstances. The path of jihad would have been pursued regardless of such circumstances, whether they existed or not. And as we examine historical events, we must not lose sight of the inherent considerations within the nature of this religion, its universal proclamation, and its realistic methodology. Nor should we confuse these intrinsic factors with the temporary defensive necessities of specific moments in time. Indeed, it was inevitable for this religion to defend itself against those who attacked it, for its mere existence as a universal proclamation of God's sovereignty over all creation, as a call to liberate humanity from servitude to anything other than God, as a tangible reality embodied in an organized movement under new leadership distinct from the leadership of Jahiliyyah, and as the birth of an independent and unique society that acknowledges no sovereignty for anyone but God was bound to provoke the surrounding Jahili societies, which are based on the servitude of humans to other humans. These societies were compelled to attempt to crush it in defense of their very existence, and the new Islamic society had to rise in defense of itself. This was an inevitable reality arising naturally from the very birth of Islam itself. It is a conflict imposed upon Islam, leaving it no choice but to engage. It is a natural struggle between two existences that cannot long coexist. This is all true. And from this perspective, it becomes evident that Islam must defend its existence and must wage a defensive battle imposed upon it. But there is another truth, one even more fundamental than this. It lies in the very nature of the Islamic existence itself to move forward proactively from the very outset to rescue humanity across the earth from servitude to anything other than God. It cannot limit itself to geographical borders nor confine itself within racial boundaries, leaving humanity, the entirety of humankind on the earth, the whole earth enslaved to evil, corruption and servitude to anything other than God. It may well happen that the camps hostile to Islam may at some point choose not to attack it if Islam were to confine itself to allowing them to continue their servitude of humans to other humans within their regional boundaries, if Islam were to be content to leave them alone, refraining from extending its call and its universal proclamation of liberation. But Islam does not compromise with such camps unless they submit to its authority, expressed through the payment of tribute, thereby ensuring that the doors of their lands are opened to its call without material obstacles imposed by the authorities ruling over them. This is the nature of this religion. This is its function, for it is a universal proclamation of God's sovereignty over all creation and the liberation of humanity from all servitude to anything other than God. There is a vast difference between envisioning Islam in this way, active, advancing and universal, and imagining it confined within regional or racial boundaries, stirred to action only by the fear of aggression. In this latter vision, Islam loses its inherent justification for moving forward. The justification for Islam's proactive advancement becomes strikingly clear when we remember that this religion is God's methodology for human life, not the methodology of a human being, nor the ideology of a sect, nor the system of a particular race or nation. We only begin to search for external justifications when we lose sight of this tremendous truth, when we forget that the issue at hand is one of divinity and the servitude of humanity. For no one who truly comprehends this mighty truth could ever seek another justification for Islamic jihad. The distance may not seem vast at the crossroads where one considers whether Islam was compelled to engage in a battle. It did not choose one imposed upon it by the very nature of its existence and the inevitable hostility of other Jahili societies, or whether it was Islam itself that, by its own nature, chose to take the initiative and enter into this battle from the outset. At first glance, the distance at the crossroads may not appear significant, for in both cases Islam will inevitably enter the fray. However, as one journeys further down the path, the divergence becomes immense and far-reaching, transforming the very essence of Islamic sentiments and concepts. It alters them profoundly and perilously. There is a vast difference between viewing Islam as a divine system, one that came to proclaim the sovereignty of God on earth, and the servitude of all human beings to their one sustainer, and seeing this proclamation manifest in a tangible, lived reality. A human society in which people are liberated from servitude to one another through servitude to the sustainer of all creation. In such a society, none governs but the law of God, a law that embodies his supreme authority and sovereignty, or in other words, his divinity. From this perspective, Islam has the right to remove all obstacles from its path, so that it may address the hearts and minds of individuals without the artificial barriers imposed by political regimes or social structures. Indeed, there is an enormous difference between understanding Islam in this way and perceiving it as a local system limited to a specific homeland, with the sole right to defend itself against attacks within its regional borders. The former is one conception and the latter another. While Islam will strive and struggle in both cases, the overall understanding of the causes, objectives and outcomes of this struggle differs greatly, so much so that it touches the very core of faith, as well as the strategy and direction of its movement. Islam has the right to take the initiative, for it is not merely the creed of a particular people, nor the system of a specific nation. Rather, it is the divinely ordained way of life for all humanity, the system of the entire world. Islam has the right to move forward to break down the barriers of systems and structures that shackle the freedom of the individual to choose. Yet, Islam does not wage war against individuals to coerce them into adopting its beliefs. Rather, it confronts systems and structures to liberate individuals from corrupt influences that distort their innate nature and constrain their freedom to choose. Islam has the right to lead humanity out of servitude to one another and into servitude to God alone, thereby fulfilling its universal proclamation of God's lordship over all creation and the liberation of all people. The servitude of God alone cannot be realized in the Islamic worldview or in practical reality except under the Islamic system. For only within this system does God legislate for all his servants, rulers, and ruled, black and white, near and far, rich and poor, according to one law to which they are all equally subject. In all other systems, people worship one another, for they derive the laws governing their lives from human beings' laws that are among the exclusive attributes of divine sovereignty. Any person who claims the authority to legislate for others has, in essence, claimed divinity for themselves, whether they openly declare it or not. And any person who acknowledges this right in another has, in effect, recognized their claim to divinity, whether they explicitly name it as such or not. Islam is not merely a creed that is content to propagate its beliefs through words alone. It is a way of life that manifests as an organized, dynamic collective movement that advances to liberate all people. Other systems and societies will not allow Islam to organize the lives of its adherents according to its principles. Thus, Islam must remove these systems, for they are obstacles to universal liberation. This, as we have previously explained, is the meaning of the phrase, that all religion may be for God alone, so that no human being submits to another, as is the case in all systems where people are subjugated to one another. Contemporary Islamic researchers, defeated by the pressures of the present reality and the cunning distortions of Orientalists, hesitate to acknowledge this truth. The Orientalists have portrayed Islam as a movement of coercion, wielding the sword to compel people into its fold. These deceitful critics know full well that this is not the truth, but they deliberately misrepresent the motives of Islamic struggle in this way. In response, the defenders of Islam, overcome by their sense of defeat, deny this accusation and resort to seeking defensive justifications. In doing so, they neglect the true nature and mission of Islam, as well as its inherent right to liberate humanity from the outset. The thoughts of these contemporary defeated researchers have been clouded by the Western concept of religion, a concept that confines religion to being merely a matter of personal belief, with no relevance to the practical systems of life. From this perspective, any struggle for religion is seen as an attempt to impose faith upon the conscience. But this is not the case in Islam. Islam is a comprehensive way of life for humanity. It is a system that establishes God's exclusive sovereignty, manifested through his authority to legislate and organizes the practical realities of life down to its smallest details. Thus, jihad in Islam is a struggle to establish this system and implement this way of life. The question of belief is left to the freedom of conviction within the framework of this system, once all external influences have been removed. This fundamentally alters the matter, giving it a new, complete, and distinct character. Wherever the Islamic community exists as a representative of the divine way of life, God grants it the right to move forward and assume authority, establishing the Islamic system while leaving questions of personal belief to the individual conscience. If at times God restrains the hands of the Muslim community from engaging in jihad, this is a matter of strategy, not principle of the requirements of the movement, not of creed. On this clear foundation, one can understand the various Quranic texts revealed in different historical contexts without confusing their situational implications with the overarching purpose of the Islamic movement's long and enduring journey. Chapter 6. La ilaha illa Allah, no deity but God, a way of life. Servitude to God alone constitutes one half of the first pillar of the Islamic creed, which is embodied in the testimony, La ilaha illa Allah, there is no deity but God. Receiving guidance from the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, on how to actualize this servitude forms its second half, encapsulated in the testimony, Muhammadun Rasul Allah, Muhammad is the Messenger of God. It is the believer's heart, submitted in faith and surrender, where this servitude, in its twofold dimensions, is truly realized. For all subsequent elements of faith and pillars of Islam are but the natural outcome of this foundational principle. Belief in the angels of God, his scriptures, his messengers, the last day, and divine destiny, its good and its evil, alongside acts of worship such as prayer, almsgiving, fasting, and pilgrimage, as well as the implementation of prescribed bounds, punishments, lawful and unlawful matters, dealings, and Islamic legislation, all of these rest upon the foundation of servitude to God alone. Equally, the ultimate reference for all these is what the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, conveyed to us from his sustainer. A Muslim society is one that embodies this foundational principle and all its implications. Without the realization of this principle within the society, such a society cannot be deemed truly Islamic. Thus, the testimony La ilaha illa God and Muhammadun Rasul Allah becomes the cornerstone of a complete way of life, upon which the life of the Muslim nation in its entirety is built. This life cannot be established unless this foundation is firmly laid, nor can it ever be truly Islamic if it is built upon any other foundation or upon a mixture of this foundation with others foreign to it. The command rests with none but God. He has ordered that you shall worship none but him. That is the right religion. Yusuf 40. Whoever obeys the messenger has indeed obeyed God. An-Nisa 80. This decisive, unequivocal declaration provides us with clarity on certain fundamental issues regarding the essence of this religion and its practical manifestation. 1. It defines for us the nature of a truly Islamic society. 2. It outlines the guiding methodology for such a society. 3. It elucidates the approach Islam takes in confronting societies of Jahiliyyah. 4. It illuminates the manner in which Islam engages with the realities of human life. These are critical issues of utmost importance in the methodology of the Islamic movement, past and present. The first distinguishing feature of an Islamic society is that it is founded upon the principle of servitude to God alone in all its affairs. This servitude is embodied and defined by the testimony La ilaha illa God and Muhammadun Rasul Allah. Such servitude manifests itself in the realm of belief, just as it manifests in acts of worship. It is also reflected in the legal and social systems of the community. One who does not believe in the oneness of God glorified, he is not a true servant of God, and God has said, do not take two deities, he is but one God, so fear me alone. Unto him belongs all that is in the heavens and on the earth, and his is the ever-enduring religion. Will you then fear any but God? An-Nahl 51-52. One who directs acts of worship to anyone other than God, whether alongside him or in disregard of him, is not a true servant of God. Say, verily my prayer, my sacrifice, my living and my dying are all for God, the sustainer of the worlds, who has no partner. Thus have I been commanded, and I am the first of those who submit. Al-An'am 162-163. One who derives legal systems and rulings from sources other than God through the path conveyed to us by his messenger, peace and blessings be upon him, is not a true servant of God. Or do they have partners who have ordained for them a religion for which God gave no permission? Ash-Shura 21. And whatever the messenger gives you, take it, and whatever he forbids you, abstain from it. Al-Hashr 7. This, then, is the Islamic society. It is a society in which servitude to God alone is manifest in the beliefs and perceptions of its individuals, in their acts of worship and devotion, and in their collective systems and legislations. Whenever any aspect of this servitude is absent, Islam itself is absent. For the first pillar of Islam, La ilaha illa God, and Muhammadun Rasul Allah, has not been fully realized. We have spoken of servitude to God, manifesting in the realm of belief. So let us clarify what is meant by the Islamic worldview. It is the worldview that emerges within the human consciousness from receiving the truths of faith from their divine source. It is a worldview that shapes an individual's understanding of the reality of his sustainer, of the universe in which he lives, both its seen and unseen dimensions of the life to which he belongs, and of his own self and human nature. Based on this worldview, the individual shapes his interactions with all these realities. His relationship with his sustainer is one of servitude to God alone. His relationship with the universe, its laws and its creatures, is one of harmony and understanding. His relationship with other human beings and societies is governed by principles derived from the religion of God, as conveyed by the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, thereby actualizing servitude to God alone in every sphere of interaction. This comprehensive view encompasses all dimensions of life. If this is the essence of an Islamic society, then how does such a society come into existence? What is the methodology for its establishment? This society does not emerge until a group of people arise who declare their absolute servitude to God alone, refusing to serve anyone or anything else. They refuse to serve others in their beliefs and perceptions, in their acts of worship, and in their legal and social systems. They then proceed to organize their lives entirely on the basis of this pure servitude. They purify their acts of worship from any association with others beside God, whether alongside him or in disregard of him, and they cleanse their legal systems from any source other than God. Only then and only then does this group become truly Muslim, and the society they establish becomes truly Islamic. Until individuals resolve to render their servitude to God alone, according to the manner described, they are not Muslims. Until they organize their lives on this basis, their society is not Islamic. For the first pillar upon which Islam and the Muslim society are built, La ilaha illa God, and Muhammadun Rasul Allah, has not been fully realized. Thus, before thinking of establishing an Islamic societal system or a Muslim society based on such a system, the primary focus must be on purifying individuals' hearts from servitude to anything other than God in all its forms as previously described. Those whose hearts are purified from servitude to anything other than God in belief, worship and law must come together to form a Muslim community. Only such a community, comprised of individuals devoted to God in every sense, can serve as the foundation for an Islamic society. It is this foundation from which the Muslim society emerges, and to which anyone who wishes to live within this community must adhere through its creed, its worship and its laws, all of which manifest the servitude owed to God alone. In other words, this servitude is embodied in the testimony that there is no deity except God, and that Muhammad is the messenger of God. Such was the genesis of the first Muslim community which established the first Muslim society. And in this same manner, every Muslim community must arise and every Muslim society must be established. Indeed, the Muslim society arises when individuals or groups of people transition from servitude to anything other than God, whether alongside him or apart from him, to servitude to God alone, without partner or rival. This is then followed by the resolution of these groups to establish their system of life upon the foundation of this servitude. At that point, a new birth occurs, the birth of a new society, distinct from and opposed to the old Jahili, ignorant society. This new society is characterized by a new creed and a new system of life, derived from that creed. It embodies the foundational principle of Islam expressed in its twofold testimony, that there is no deity except God, and that Muhammad is the messenger of God. It may happen that the old Jahili society as a whole integrates into the new Islamic society, or it may not. The old society may choose to coexist peacefully with the emerging Muslim society, or it may wage war against it. In fact, history bears witness to the truth that the Jahili society has almost invariably launched relentless warfare against the Muslim society, whether against its vanguard during its formative stages, comprising individuals or small groups, or against the society itself once it has come into existence. This has been the case throughout the history of the Islamic call, Dawah. From the time of Noah, peace be upon him, to the time of Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, without exception. It is only natural that the new Muslim society cannot come into being or secure its existence unless it attains a level of strength sufficient to withstand the pressures exerted by the old Jahili society. This strength must manifest in the form of firm belief and vision, moral and psychological resilience, organizational and communal solidarity, and all other types of power necessary to resist and overcome the pressures of the Jahili society, or, at the very least, to endure them. But what then is the Jahili society, and what is the method of Islam in confronting it? The Jahili society is quite simply any society that is not Muslim. If we are to define it in objective terms, we would say it is any society that does not devote itself exclusively to the worship of God alone. This devotion must be embodied in its intellectual and theological outlook, its acts of worship, and its legal systems and laws. By this objective definition, all the societies existing on Earth today fall under the category of Jahili society. This includes, first and foremost, the communist societies. These societies are Jahili in two principal ways. First, through their denial of God, exalted is He, and their atheistic worldview, which attributes causality in existence to matter or nature, and ascribes the forces shaping human life and history to economics, or the means of production. Second, these societies establish systems of servitude to the party, assuming, for the sake of argument, that collective leadership within these systems is a genuine reality rather than to God. Exalted is He. Consequently, this atheistic worldview and its resultant system lead to the degradation of human dignity by reducing the unique characteristics of man to those of an animal, concerned solely with basic needs such as food, drink, clothing, shelter, and sex. These societies deprive humans of the needs of their spirit, a need that distinguishes them as human beings. Foremost among these spiritual needs is belief in God, the freedom to choose that belief, and the freedom to express it. Equally important is the individual's freedom to express their personality, which is one of the hallmarks of their humanity. This individuality finds expression in private ownership, the choice of work or specialization, and the artistic articulation of one's self. These facets distinguish man from animal and machine. Yet the communist worldview and system often reduce human beings from the status of animals to that of lifeless machines. This category also includes the idolatrous societies which still exist in places such as India, Japan, the Philippines, and Africa. These societies fall under the Jahili rubric for two reasons. First, due to their theological beliefs, which attribute divinity to beings other than God, whether alongside Him or apart from Him. Second, due to their acts of worship, directed toward a multitude of deities and objects of veneration. Furthermore, these societies establish systems and laws whose authority derives from sources other than God and His revealed law. Whether these laws are derived from temples, priests, shamans, or other religious authorities, or from secular civil institutions that claim sovereignty without reference to God's law, they remain Jahili systems. Sovereignty in such societies is vested in the people, the party, or some other entity rather than in God alone. Yet sovereignty belongs exclusively to God, exalted is He, and can only be exercised in accordance with the guidance conveyed by His messengers. The Jahili category also encompasses the Jewish and Christian societies across the globe. These societies fall into this category first due to their corrupted theological beliefs that do not ascribe divinity to God alone. Instead, they associate partners with him in one form or another, whether through claims of prophecy, Trinitarian doctrines, or distorted conceptions of God's nature and his relationship with his creation. As the Quran declares, the Jews say Ezra is the Son of God, and the Christians say the Messiah is the Son of God. That is merely their saying with their mouths, imitating the sayings of those who disbelieved before. May God destroy them how they are deluded. Al-Tawbah 9:30. They have certainly disbelieved who say, God is the third of three. But there is no deity except one God. And if they do not desist from what they are saying, a painful punishment will surely afflict the disbelievers among them. Al-Ma'idah 5:73. The Jews say, God's hand is chained. Chained are their hands, and cursed are they for what they say. Rather, both his hands are extended. He spends however he wills. Al-Ma'idah 5:64. The Jews and the Christians say, we are the children of God and his beloved ones. Say, then why does he punish you for your sins? No, you are but human beings among those he has created. Al-Ma'idah 5:18. These societies also fall into the Jahili category due to their acts of worship, rituals and ceremonies, which arise from their misguided theological beliefs. Lastly, they fall into this category on account of their systems and laws, which are not founded upon servitude to God alone. These societies do not recognize God's sole right to sovereignty, nor do they derive their authority from his revealed law. Instead, they establish institutions and bodies of men vested with ultimate authority, independent of God's guidance. The Quran condemns such practices as acts of shirk, associating partners with God, as it describes how the Jews and Christians granted their rabbis and priests the authority to legislate for them, accepting their rulings as if they were divine. They have taken their rabbis and monks as lords besides God and also the Messiah, son of Mary. But they were not commanded except to worship one God. There is no deity except him. Exalted is he, above whatever they associate with him. Al-Tawbah 9:31. And they did not believe in the divinity of their rabbis and monks, nor did they offer them acts of worship. Rather, they merely acknowledged for them the right of governance, accepting from them what they legislated for them legislation which God had not permitted. If such conduct was enough to brand past generations with idolatry and disbelief, then how much more deserving are people today of the same indictment, when they have granted such authority not only to rabbis and monks, but also to others who are neither scholars nor clergy, all of them alike in their rejection of God's sovereignty. And finally, within the framework of the pagan society, falls also those communities which claim for themselves that they are Muslim. These communities do not fall into this category because they believe in the divinity of anyone other than God, nor because they offer acts of worship to any other than him. Rather, they fall into this category because they do not submit to God alone in their social systems, their laws, their values, their standards, their customs, their traditions, in nearly every aspect of their lives. And God, exalted is he, declares regarding those who govern, and those who do not judge by what God has revealed, they are indeed disbelievers. Al-Ma'idah 44. And he says regarding those who are governed, have you not seen those who claim that they believe in what has been revealed to you and what was revealed before you? They seek to refer to tyrants for judgment, although they were commanded to reject them by your sustainer. They will not believe until they make you the judge in all disputes between them, and then find within themselves no discomfort from what you have decided, and submit with full submission. An-Nisa 60:65. Moreover, he exalted is he described the Jews and Christians before as being guilty of idolatry and disbelief, and as having deviated from worshipping God alone by taking their rabbis and monks as lords beside him. This was solely because they granted their rabbis and monks the authority to legislate, just as those who call themselves Muslims today have granted the same authority to others. And God considered this idolatry on the part of the Jews and Christians, equivalent to their deification of Jesus, the Son of Mary, whom they worshipped and exalted. Both cases, in God's view, constitute a departure from his worship alone, and thus a departure from his religion, and the testimony that there is no deity but God. Some of these societies explicitly declare their secularism and their rejection of any connection to religion. Others claim to respect religion but expel it entirely from their social system, asserting that they reject the unseen and base their systems on scientific principles, declaring science to be contradictory to the unseen. Such a claim is born of Jahiliyyah and is uttered only by the Jahili. Others still grant real authority to entities other than God, legislating as they please, and then falsely claim that such legislation is God's law. In all these cases, the common denominator is their rejection of servitude to God alone. If this is established, then the stance of Islam towards all these pagan societies becomes clear in one definitive statement. Islam refuses to recognize the Islam or legitimacy of any of these societies. Islam does not consider the titles, labels, or slogans that these societies adopt. They all share one essential characteristic. Life within them does not rest upon absolute servitude to God alone. Thus, they all meet at the same point, no matter how their outward forms may differ. That point is the attribute of paganism. This leads us to a profound issue: the approach of Islam in confronting human reality as it exists today, tomorrow, and until the end of time. Here, we are enlightened by what we established earlier about the nature of the Muslim society, which is founded upon servitude to God alone in all its affairs. Defining this nature answers a crucial question decisively. What is the foundation upon which human life must rest: God's religion and his way of life, or human realities, whatever they may be? Islam answers this question with absolute clarity, without hesitation or equivocation. The foundation upon which human life must rest in its entirety is God's religion and his way of life. The testimony that there is no deity but God, and that Muhammad is his messenger, the very cornerstone of Islam, cannot be established or fulfilled unless this is the foundation. True servitude to God alone, as well as the manner of this servitude as taught by the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, cannot be realized unless this foundation is acknowledged and followed without hesitation or wavering. Whatever the messenger gives you, take it, and whatever he forbids you, abstain from it. Al-Hashr 7. Islam further asks, do you know better, or does God? Al-Baqarah 140, and answers, God knows and you do not know. Al-Baqarah 216. You have been given but little knowledge. Al-Isra 85. The one who knows, the one who creates and provides, is the one who governs. His religion, his way of life, is the foundation to which all of life must return. Human realities, theories and ideologies, on the other hand, are prone to corruption and deviation, for they are built upon the limited knowledge of human beings who do not know and who have been given but little knowledge. God's religion is neither vague nor ambiguous, and his way of life is neither fluid nor indeterminate. It is defined by the second part of the testimony. Muhammad is the messenger of God. Thus, it is confined to what the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, conveyed through the texts of revelation. Where there is a clear text, it is the decisive authority, and there is no room for independent reasoning in its presence. Where no clear text exists, there is room for independent reasoning, ijtihad, but only within the framework of the principles established by God's own methodology, not according to whims or desires. If you disagree over anything, refer it to God and the Messenger. An-Nisa 59. The principles of reasoning and deduction are well defined and known. They are neither vague nor ambiguous. No one has the right to attribute to God a law he did not legislate, unless God's authority is openly declared, and the source of all sovereignty is recognized as God alone, not the people, nor the party, nor any human being. This requires returning to the Book of God and the Sunnah of his messenger to discern what God wills. And this cannot be left to anyone who merely claims authority in God's name. That which Europe once knew as theocracy or divine rule, There is nothing of this sort in Islam. No one has the authority to speak in the name of God except his messenger, peace and blessings be upon him. Rather, there are specific texts that define what God has legislated. The phrase religion for reality is often misunderstood and misused. Yes, this religion does indeed address reality. But what kind of reality? It is the reality that this religion itself brings into being according to its own methodology, aligned with the natural disposition of humanity in its pure state, and fulfilling the true needs of human beings in their entirety. These needs are defined by the one who created, the one who knows his creation. Does he who created not know while he is the subtle, the all-aware? Al-Mulk 14. Religion does not confront reality merely to affirm it or to seek validation from it or to attach to it some borrowed legal ruling like a superficial label. Rather, religion confronts reality to measure it by its own standards. It affirms what is worthy of affirmation, abolishes what must be abolished, and, if necessary, creates an entirely new reality if the existing one is not aligned with its principles. The reality that religion creates is the true reality. This is what it means to say that Islam is a religion for reality, or at least this is what the phrase should mean in its correct understanding. At this point, a question may arise: is it not the interests of humanity that should shape their reality? Once again, we return to the question posed by Islam and the answer it gives. Do you know better, or does God? God knows, and you do not know. Al-Baqarah 216. The true interests of humanity are encompassed within the law of God, as he revealed it and as his messenger conveyed it. If at some point it appears to human beings that their interests lie in opposing what God has legislated for them, then first and foremost they are deluded in what appears to them. They follow nothing but conjecture and the desires of their own souls, even though guidance has already come to them from their sustainer. Does man have whatever he desires? Nay, to God belongs the hereafter and the present life as well. An-Najm 23, 25, and secondly, they are disbelievers. For no one can claim that their interests lie in contradicting what God has ordained, and still remain for even a single moment within the fold of this religion or among its adherents. Chapter 7. A Cosmic Law, Sharia. When Islam establishes its edifice of belief in the conscience and in reality on the foundation of complete servitude to God alone, and when it embodies this servitude in belief, worship and law alike, considering that this complete servitude to God alone in its full manifestation is the practical meaning of the testimony, there is no deity but God. And when it further asserts that receiving the guidance on how to actualize this servitude from the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, alone is likewise the practical meaning of the testimony, Muhammad is the messenger of God. When Islam thus builds its entire structure on this foundation, whereby the testimony, there is no deity but God, and Muhammad is the messenger of God, becomes the very program of life within Islam, shaping the features of this program and defining its distinctive characteristics. When Islam constructs its system in this unique manner, setting it apart from all other systems in human history, it does so because it returns to a broader, more comprehensive principle in its conception of existence, not merely in relation to human life, but to the entirety of existence itself. Thus it offers a methodology for all existence, not just for human life alone. The Islamic worldview rests on the conviction that this entire universe is the creation of God. His will directed it into being, and it came into existence. He infused it with the laws by which it moves and the principles that harmonize its parts with one another and its entirety with itself. Our word to a thing when we intend it is but that we say to it, be, and it is. Quran 1640. And he created everything and determined it with precise determination. Quran 25:2. Behind this cosmic existence lies a will that governs it, a decree that propels it, and a law that harmonizes it. This law weaves together every element of existence, regulating their movements so that they neither collide nor falter, nor contradict one another, nor cease their continuous, orderly motion until God wills otherwise. This existence submits entirely to the will that governs it, the decree that propels it, and the law that harmonizes it. It does not, even for a single moment, entertain the thought of rebelling against this will, rejecting this decree, or opposing this law. Consequently, it remains sound and unmarred, except when God decrees otherwise. Indeed, your sustainer is God, who created the heavens and the earth in 6 days, then established himself above the throne. He covers the night with the day, chasing it rapidly, and the sun, the moon, and the stars are subjugated by his command. Verily, to him belongs the creation and the command. Blessed is God, sustainer of the worlds. Quran 754. Human beings, too, are part of this cosmic existence, and the laws that govern their innate nature are not separate from the universal law that governs all existence. God created humanity as he created this universe. The material composition of humanity stems from the clay of this earth, and the additional qualities that elevate human beings above mere clay are gifts from God, measured with precise determination. In their physical constitution, human beings are subject to the natural laws ordained by God, whether they consent or rebel. Their very existence is granted by the divine will, not by their own or even that of their parents. Though parents may meet, they cannot grant a child its existence. A child is born according to the divine law governing the duration of pregnancy and the conditions of birth. Human beings breathe this air, which God has created in its precise proportions, and they do so according to the measure and manner that God has decreed for them. They feel pain and pleasure, hunger and thirst. They eat and drink, process food and water, and live all by the law of God, without any volition or choice on their part. In this, they are no different from the cosmic existence in its entirety, which submits fully to God's will, decree, and law. The same God who created this universe and created human beings, who subjected humanity to the same divine laws to which the entire cosmic existence is subject, has also ordained for humanity a sharia, a law to regulate their voluntary actions in a manner harmonious with their natural involuntary existence. This sharia, therefore, is but one segment of the universal divine law that governs both the innate nature of humanity and the entirety of existence. It aligns and harmonizes all of these as one unified whole. Every word of God, every command, prohibition, promise, warning, law, or directive is but a facet of this universal law. It carries within itself the same truth as the natural laws we observe in the universe, those divine cosmic laws that manifest their truth at every moment by virtue of the eternal reality God has placed within them. These laws are fulfilled by God's decree. The Sharia ordained by God to regulate human life is therefore a cosmic law, meaning that it is intrinsically connected to the universal law of existence and in perfect harmony with it. Consequently, adherence to this law is necessary to achieve harmony between human life and the movement of the universe in which humanity lives. It is also essential to bring into alignment the inner nature of human beings with their outward lives, creating coherence between their hidden essence and their external behavior. Since human beings are incapable of fully comprehending all the cosmic laws, nor can they encompass the entirety of the universal order, even the laws governing their own innate nature to which they are subject, whether they consent or not. They cannot legislate systems for human life that achieve perfect harmony with the universe or even with their own nature. This prerogative belongs to the creator of the universe and humanity, the one who governs the affairs of both in accordance with the unified universal law he has chosen and decreed. Thus, adherence to God's law becomes an obligation to achieve this harmony beyond its necessity for the realization of faith itself. Islam cannot exist in the life of an individual or a community unless servitude is dedicated solely to God, and guidance in the manner of this servitude is sought solely from the Messenger of God. This is the fulfillment of the first pillar of Islam, the testimony that there is no deity but God, and Muhammad is the Messenger of God. In achieving absolute harmony between human life and the universal law, there is all that is good for humanity and protection for life from corruption. In this state alone, human beings live in peace with themselves and peace with the universe. Peace with the universe arises from aligning their movement with the motion of the cosmos and their direction with its direction. Peace with themselves arises from the concord between their outward actions and the innate inclinations of their pure nature, sparing them from the internal conflict that arises when a person is at odds with their own being. This is because God's law harmonizes the outward actions with the inward nature, bringing about ease and tranquility. This harmony further extends to the relationships among people and their collective activities, for when all follow a unified path derived from the universal law, their interactions and movements align naturally. In this lies the ultimate peace and balance, as humanity becomes a reflection of the universal cosmic order. Thus, goodness is realized for humanity by guiding it gently toward the mysteries of this universe, unveiling its hidden powers and treasures stored within its folds, and deploying all of this in accordance with God's law to achieve universal human welfare without conflict, without collision. In contrast to God's law stands human caprice, and if the truth were to follow their desires, the heavens and the earth and all who dwell in them would surely have been corrupted. Al-Mu'minun 71. Thus, the Islamic view unites the truth upon which this religion is founded with the truth upon which the heavens and the earth are established. It is this truth that sustains the order of both this world and the hereafter, by which God holds people accountable and rewards or punishes those who transgress it. It is one singular truth, indivisible, the universal cosmic law that God has willed for all existence. It encompasses all realms, all things, all living beings, and all that exists. And indeed, we have sent down unto you a book in which there is your reminder. Will you not then use your reason? How many a community that was immersed in wrongdoing have we destroyed, raising up another people in their place? And when they became aware of our punishment, lo, they began to flee from it. But they were told, do not flee. Return to that in which you revelled and to your homes, so that you might be called to account. They cried, woe unto us, indeed we were wrongdoers. But their plea did not cease until we made them stubble, lifeless and still. And we did not create the heavens and the earth and all that is between them in idle play. Had we wished to take to ourselves a pastime, we would surely have done so if such had been our will. Nay, but we hurl the truth against falsehood, and it crushes it, and behold, it perishes. And woe unto you for the false claims you utter. To him belongs all who are in the heavens and on earth, and those who are near him are never too proud to worship him, nor do they weary of glorifying him. They extol his limitless glory night and day, ceasing not. Al-Anbiya 10:20. Human nature in its depths perceives this truth. The very structure of the human being, as well as the nature of the universe all around him, speaks to his innate disposition, whispering to him that this existence is founded upon truth, that truth is intrinsic to it, unshakable and aligned with the universal law. It is a truth that does not falter, does not diverge from its course, nor does it collide with itself. There is no disorder in its cycles, no randomness to its movements. It does not proceed according to fleeting coincidence or erratic chance, nor does it conform to changing whims or unbridled desires. Instead, it follows a precise, measured, and harmonious design. Thus, the first rupture occurs between man and his innate nature when he strays from the truth embedded within his soul, succumbing to the sway of his desires. This happens when he adopts a way of life derived from his whims instead of God's law, and when he refuses to surrender himself to God in the same manner as the rest of creation, which submits willingly to its master. This same rupture manifests between individuals, groups, and nations, as well as between humanity and the universe around them. The forces and resources of the universe, instead of becoming tools for building and sources of happiness for humankind, are turned into instruments of destruction and causes of misery. Thus, the visible aim of establishing God's law on earth is not merely preparation for the afterlife. This world and the hereafter are two interconnected stages. God's law harmonizes the two stages within human life, aligning all existence with the divine order. This harmony with the divine law does not postpone human happiness to the hereafter, rather it brings it forth in the first stage of life, allowing it to be experienced and realized here and now while reaching its completion and perfection in the eternal abode of the hereafter. This is the foundation of the Islamic conception of existence as a whole and of human existence within the framework of that universal order. It is a conception fundamentally distinct from every other worldview known to mankind. Upon this unique understanding are built obligations that no other worldview imposes within any system or ideology. In this vision, adherence to God's law is necessitated by the profound connection between human life and the life of the cosmos, between the law governing human nature and the law governing the universe. This adherence ensures that the divine law regulating human life aligns perfectly with the universal law, thereby establishing the exclusive servitude of humanity to God alone, just as the entire cosmos submits to God alone without contest. The necessity of this alignment is highlighted in the dialogue between Abraham, peace be upon him, the patriarch of this Muslim nation, and the tyrant Nimrod, who arrogantly claimed sovereignty over people's lives on earth. Yet even he could not claim dominion over the celestial bodies and the orbits of the universe. He stood humiliated before Abraham, who demonstrated to him that the one who holds dominion over the universe is the only one who deserves sovereignty over the lives of men. Nimrod was left speechless before this irrefutable argument. Have you not heard of him who argued with Abraham about his sustainer, because God had granted him dominion? When Abraham said, "My sustainer is he who gives life and causes death," the tyrant replied, "I too give life and cause death," said Abraham. "Verily, God causes the sun to rise in the east, bring it forth then from the west." And thus was the unbeliever confounded, for God does not guide people who are bent on evil doing. Al-Baqarah 258, and God Almighty has spoken the truth. Do they seek a religion other than God's, while to him submits all that is in the heavens and on earth, willingly or unwillingly, and to him they shall all return. Al-Imran 83. Chapter 8, Islam is Civilization. Islam recognizes only two types of societies, an Islamic society and a Jahili, ignorant society. An Islamic society is one in which Islam is implemented in its entirety: faith and worship, law and system, morality and conduct. A Jahili society, on the other hand, is a society where Islam is not implemented, where its creed, values, principles, laws and ethics do not govern. An Islamic society is not merely one that includes individuals who call themselves Muslims, while the law of that society is not derived from Islamic Sharia, even if its people pray, fast, and perform the pilgrimage to the sacred house. Nor is an Islamic society one that fabricates its own version of Islam other than the one God himself has decreed, and his messenger, peace be upon him, has delineated, and then calls it something like progressive Islam. The Jahili society may manifest in various forms, all of which are rooted in Jahiliyyah. It may appear as a society that denies the existence of God altogether, interprets history through a materialistic and dialectical lens, and implements what it calls a global socialism as its system. Or it may manifest as a society that does not deny the existence of God, yet confines him to the realm of the heavens, isolating him from the governance of earthly affairs. Such a society does not implement his Sharia in the system of life and disregards his eternal values established for humanity. It permits people to worship God in churches, synagogues, and mosques, but forbids them from demanding the implementation of God's law in their lives. By doing so, it denies or suspends the sovereignty of God on earth, a sovereignty declared in his words. And he is the one who is God in heaven and God on earth, as Zukhruf 84. Such a society, therefore, does not align itself with the religion of God, as defined in his declaration. The command belongs to none but God. He has commanded that you worship none but him. That is the upright religion. Yusuf 40. Thus, such a society remains a Jahili society even if it acknowledges God's existence and allows people to perform rituals in churches, synagogues and mosques. An Islamic society in its essence is the only civilized society, while Jahili societies in all their varied forms are backward societies. This truth must be clarified and emphasized. I once announced a forthcoming book of mine that I intended to title Toward a Civilized Islamic Society. However, in a subsequent announcement, I decided to remove the word civilized, leaving the title as simply Toward an Islamic Society. This revision caught the attention of an Algerian writer, who writes in French, who interpreted it as stemming from what he called an internal psychological defense mechanism for Islam. He lamented that this so-called unrealistic mechanism prevented me from confronting the problem as it truly is. I do not blame this writer. I was once like him. I used to think the way he does now when I first considered writing on this subject. At that time, the problem for me, as it is for him today, lay in the question of what is the definition of civilization? I had not yet freed myself from the residual influences of foreign cultural frameworks that shaped my intellectual and psychological outlook, frameworks alien to my Islamic sensibility. Despite my clear Islamic inclination at the time, these residues obscured and distorted my perception. The concept of civilization, as understood in European thought, would captivate me, clouding my vision and depriving me of an original, untainted perspective. But then the vision became clear. The Muslim society is the civilized society. Hence the term civilized is redundant. It adds nothing new. On the contrary, it transfers into the reader's mind those alien Western impressions that once clouded my perception and deprived me of a clear, authentic vision. The disagreement, therefore, lies in the definition of civilization. It is imperative to clarify this truth. When the ultimate sovereignty in a society belongs to God alone, manifested in the supremacy of His divine Sharia, this represents the only scenario in which human beings are completely liberated from servitude to one another. It is this state that embodies human civilization, for true human civilization necessitates a foundation of complete, genuine liberation for humanity and the absolute dignity of every individual within the society. There can be no freedom, no true freedom, and no dignity for humanity as long as within a society some human beings legislate while others are compelled to obey. It is necessary to clarify here that legislation is not limited to legal rulings alone, as is the narrow understanding commonly held today regarding the term Sharia. Beliefs, methodologies, values, standards, customs and traditions, all of these constitute legislation that exerts pressure upon individuals. When people create these pressures for one another, and some among them are subjected to these pressures within a society, that society is not free. It is a society where some are lords, legislating, and others are slaves, obeying, as we have mentioned before. Such a society, therefore, is backward, or, in Islamic terminology, it is a Jahili society. An Islamic society, on the other hand, is the only society dominated by the sovereignty of one God alone. It is a society where people are liberated from worshipping one another and are devoted solely to the worship of God. Through this, they achieve true, complete liberation, the foundation of human civilization, and the embodiment of human dignity as decreed by God. It is this dignity that God proclaims when He appoints humanity as His vicegerent on earth and declares their honor in the heavenly assembly. When the fundamental bond of unity in a society is faith, a worldview, an idea, and a way of life, all emanating from a single divine source that represents the ultimate sovereignty over humankind, rather than stemming from earthly lords who embody the subjugation of man to man, then such a society reflects the highest qualities of the human being. These are the qualities of the spirit and intellect. Conversely, when the bond of unity in a society is based on race, colour, ethnicity, or land or similar ties, it becomes evident that race, colour, ethnicity, and land do not represent the noble characteristics of humanity. For the human being remains human after race, colour, ethnicity, and land are stripped away, but ceases to be human without spirit and intellect. Moreover, a person possesses, by their own free will, the ability to change their faith, worldview, and way of life. Yet they cannot alter their color or race, nor can they choose the people or land into which they are born. Hence, a society that unites people around matters tied to their free will and conscious choice is a civilized society. But a society that gathers people around matters outside their human will is a backward society, or, in the terminology of Islam, a jahili, ignorant society. The Islamic society alone is the one in which faith serves as the fundamental bond of unity, where faith is the nationality that unites black and white, red and yellow, Arab and non-Arab, Persian and Abyssinian, and all the peoples of the earth into one single nation, a nation whose sustainer is God, whose servitude is to him alone, and in which nobility is measured by piety. In such a society, all individuals are equals, meeting on common ground established by divine law, not one legislated by any human being. When the humanity of the human being is the highest value in a society, and when the human qualities are the object of honor and consideration, then such a society is truly civilized. However, when materialism, in any form, becomes the supreme value, whether in the guise of theory, as in the Marxist interpretation of history, or in the guise of material production, as in America, Europe, and other societies that regard material production as the ultimate value for which all human qualities and characteristics are sacrificed, then such a society is a backward society, or, in Islamic terminology, a jahili society. The civilized Islamic society does not despise materialism, whether in its theoretical form, as it constitutes the elements of the universe in which we live, interact, and are influenced, or in the form of material production. For material production is one of the requisites of humanity's stewardship, khilafah, on earth, entrusted by God. Yet, this society does not elevate materialism to the status of the ultimate value for which the human being's qualities, individuality, and dignity are sacrificed. In such a society, the family unit, its values, and its foundations are not undermined for material gain, nor are societal ethics and sanctities disregarded, as is the case in jahili societies that squander higher values, virtues, and sacred principles to achieve material abundance. When human values and the ethics rooted in humanity govern a society, that society is truly civilized. These human values and ethics are neither vague nor fluid, nor are they evolving or mutable, lacking stability and foundation, as claimed by the materialist interpretation of history and by proponents of scientific socialism. Rather, these are the values and ethics that nurture the uniquely human qualities that distinguish humankind from animals. They are not the values and ethics that bolster and prioritize the aspects of human existence shared with animals. When this distinction is made clear, a decisive and unwavering boundary emerges, one that resists the endless dilution attempted by evolutionists and scientific socialists. At such a juncture, the ethical standards of a society are not determined by its environment or customary norms. Instead, a fixed and enduring scale of values stands above the variability of environments. Thus, there are no agricultural ethics opposed to industrial ones, nor capitalist values in contrast to socialist ones, nor bourgeois ethics versus proletarian ones. These superficial and transient differences give way to a deeper reality, a reality in which there exist universal human values and ethics, as opposed to animalistic ones, or, in Islamic terminology, Islamic values and ethics versus jahili ones. Islam establishes its values and ethics as human, that is, values that elevate and refine the uniquely human attributes that distinguish humankind from animals. Islam moves forward in building, consolidating, and safeguarding these values in every society under its influence, whether that society is agricultural or industrial, nomadic or settled, impoverished or affluent. It consistently elevates human qualities and shields them from regression into the animalistic. For the upward trajectory of values and principles ascends from the depths of animalistic existence to the heights of human excellence. When this trajectory is reversed, even under the guise of material sophistication, it does not signify progress. Rather, it signifies backwardness, or in Islamic terminology, jahiliyyah. And when the family serves as the foundation of society, and this family is built upon the principle of specialization between husband and wife in their respective roles, with the care and nurturing of the emerging generation as its foremost function, then such a society can truly be deemed civilized. For the family, in this manner, under the guidance of the Islamic worldview, becomes the nurturing ground where human ethics and values referred to in the preceding paragraph are cultivated and preserved, embodied in the emerging generation. These values cannot sprout or thrive in any other unit but the unit of the family. Yet when so-called free sexual relations and illegitimate offspring become the norm of society, when the relationships between the sexes are governed by mere whims, impulses and fleeting desires, rather than by duty and functional complementarity within the family, when the role of a woman is reduced to adornment, seduction and provocation, when a woman abandons her primary duty of nurturing the new generation, choosing instead, or being coerced by society, to become a hostess in a hotel, a ship or an airplane, when her energy is expended in material production and the manufacturing of tools, rather than in the crafting of humanity, because material production is regarded as nobler, worthier and more honourable than human production, then such a state is none other than civilizational backwardness in the human sense, or what Islam defines as jahiliyyah. The issue of the family and relations between the sexes is thus a decisive factor in determining the nature of a society. Is it backward or advanced, jahiliyyah or Islamic? Societies where animalistic values, ethics and tendencies dominate these relationships cannot in truth be regarded as civilized, even if they achieve supremacy in industry, economy and science. This measure never errs in assessing the degree of human progress. In modern Jahili societies, the moral concept has receded to such an extent that it has entirely abandoned everything that distinguishes the human from the animalistic. In such societies, neither illegitimate sexual relations nor even deviant sexual relationships are considered moral vices. The moral compass has been narrowed to the domains of economic dealings and occasionally political dealings, but only within the limits of state interests. For instance, the scandal of Christine Keeler and John Profumo, the English minister, was not regarded by English society as a scandal because of its sexual dimension. Rather, it was deemed a scandal because Christine Keeler was also a companion of the Russian naval attaché. Thus, the danger lay in the potential compromise of state secrets through the minister's association with this woman. Moreover, it was a scandal because the minister was exposed for lying to the British Parliament. Similar scandals involving the US Senate, spies and English and American officials who defected to Russia are not scandals because of their sexual perversion, but because of the threat they pose to state secrets. Writers, journalists and novelists in Jahili societies, whether here or there, boldly proclaim to girls and wives, illicit relationships are not moral vices. The moral vice, they say, is for a young man to deceive his partner or for a woman to deceive her partner and fail to remain faithful to them. Nay, they even claim it is a moral vice for a wife to preserve her chastity if her passion for her husband has faded. They declare it a virtue for her to seek out a friend to whom she may offer her body in sincerity. Scores of stories revolve around this theme, and hundreds of media messages, caricatures, jokes and humorous anecdotes carry such insinuations. Societies of this kind are backward, uncivilized societies, judged from the perspective of humanity and measured against the yardstick of human progress. The trajectory of human progress moves in the direction of restraining animalistic impulses, confining them within the bounds of the family, and orienting them toward the fulfillment of a human function. This function is not the pursuit of pleasure as an end in itself, but the preparation of a human generation that inherits the legacy of human civilization, characterized by the emergence of distinctly human traits. A generation cannot be prepared to ascend the ladder of human traits and distance itself from animalistic ones, except within the nurturing environment of a family safeguarded by the guarantees of emotional security and stability, founded upon the principle of duty that does not waver under the pressures of transient emotions. In a society inundated with these toxic, pernicious directives and insinuations, where the moral concept has receded to the point of abandoning all sexual propriety, such a nurturing human environment cannot exist. For all these reasons, Islamic values, ethics, insinuations, and guarantees are most fitting for humanity. Islam, therefore, is civilization, and the Islamic society is the truly civilized society, judged by this immutable measure, which does not waver or evolve. Finally, when man fulfills his role as God's vicegerent on earth in its truest sense by worshipping God alone, freeing himself from servitude to anything other than him, implementing God's methodology alone while rejecting the legitimacy of any other methodology, governing his life solely by God's Sharia while renouncing the rule of any other law, and living by the values and ethics ordained by God while discarding all contrived values and ethics, then, and only then, will he rise to his station as God's vicegerent. And when, beyond all this, man discovers the natural laws that God has embedded in this material universe and utilizes them to elevate life, extracting the resources and sustenance God has placed within the earth, whose keys are locked within these divine laws, when man, through God-given ability, unlocks these keys in accordance with what is required for his vicegerency on earth, when he engages in all this while remaining conscious of his servitude to God, then his actions in harnessing the earth's resources, crafting raw materials, establishing diverse industries, and utilizing the accumulated technical expertise of human history become acts of worship. On that day, man will be truly civilized, and such a society will have attained the pinnacle of civilization. Material innovation alone, however, is not termed civilization in Islam, for it may coexist with Jahiliyyah. Indeed, God has mentioned examples of such material innovation in the context of depicting Jahiliyyah. Do you build on every height a monument for mere play? And do you construct for yourselves strongholds that you may live forever? And when you strike, do you strike mercilessly? So fear God and obey me, and fear him who has provided you with all that you know. He has provided you with cattle and children and gardens and springs. Truly, I fear for you the chastisement of a tremendous day. Surah Ash-Shu'ara, 128, 135. Will you be left secure in that which you have here amid gardens and springs and fields of crops and date palms laden with soft clusters? And will you carve out dwellings from mountains with pride? So be conscious of God and obey me, and do not follow the command of those who commit excesses, those who spread corruption on earth and do not set things aright. Surah Ash-Shu'ara, 146, 152. Then, when they forgot what they had been reminded of, we flung open to them the gates of all things, until, as they rejoiced in what they had been given, we seized them suddenly, and lo, they were plunged into despair. Thus, the last remnant of the wrongdoers was cut off, and all praise belongs to God, the sustainer of all worlds. Surah Al-An'am, 44-45. Until when the earth is adorned with its splendor and beautified, and its people think they have mastery over it, our command comes to it by night or by day, and we make it as though it had been mown down as if it had not flourished yesterday. Surah Yunus, 24. Yet Islam, as we have previously mentioned, does not disdain material progress, nor does it scorn creativity in the material realm. Rather, it regards such advancements when pursued under the guidance of God's way as blessings from God upon his servants, heralding the rewards of obedience to him. So I said, seek forgiveness of your sustainer, for indeed he is ever forgiving. He will send down rain to you in abundance, and he will aid you with wealth and children, and he will provide you with gardens and rivers. Surah Nuh 10:12. And if the people of the towns had believed and been conscious of God, we would have opened to them blessings from the heavens and the earth. But they denied the truth, and so we seized them for what they had done. Surah Al-Araf 96. What truly matters is the foundation upon which industrial progress is built and the values that prevail within society, values that together form what we call human civilization. And now, the foundation upon which the Islamic society arises and the nature of its organic composition make it a society unlike any other. It does not conform to any of the theories that attempt to explain the formation of Jahili, ignorant societies, or the nature of their structures. The Islamic society is born out of movement, a movement that remains ever continuous. It is this movement that determines the worth and value of individuals within it, and thereby assigns their roles and positions in the society. This movement, which gives birth to the Islamic society, originates from beyond the earthly realm and beyond the human sphere. It is embodied in a faith that comes from God to humanity, establishing a unique conception of existence, life, history, values, and ultimate purposes. It also provides a methodology for action that translates this conception into reality. The initial impulse that sets this movement into motion does not arise from within human souls, nor from the material universe. It comes, as we have said, from beyond the earthly sphere and beyond the human domain. This is the first distinguishing feature of the Islamic society and its structure. It is initiated by a force that transcends the human being and the material cosmos. Through this divinely ordained, unseen element, something no human could have foreseen or accounted for, and something humanity had no role in initiating, the first steps of the Islamic society's movement begin alongside the actions of the human being. This is a human being who has believed in this faith, which has come to him from that unseen source in accordance with the will of God alone. And when this individual believes in the faith, the Islamic society begins to exist, if only in principle. For this individual will not merely accept the faith and retreat into isolation. No, he will set forth with it. For this is the nature of the faith. It is dynamic, alive, and in perpetual motion. The supreme force that has placed this faith in his heart knows that it will inevitably flow beyond him. The living energy that brought this faith to life within his heart will continue its journey forward. When the believers in this faith reach just 3 in number, the faith itself declares to them, "You are now a society, an Islamic society, distinct and independent from the Jahili society, which does not adhere to this faith and does not uphold its fundamental values." These values, as we have previously mentioned, form the foundation of the Islamic way of life. At this point, the Islamic society has come into actual existence. These 3 become 10, and the 10 become 100, and the 100 become 1,000, and the 1,000 become 12,000. Thus, the Islamic society emerges and establishes itself. Along this journey, a conflict arises between this nascent society, distinguished by its faith, worldview, values, and independent existence, and the Jahili society from which its individuals originally emerged. The movement, from its point of inception to the point of its independent existence, marks every individual within this society, determining their weight and position within it according to the Islamic measure and standard. This weight is recognized by the society itself, without the individual needing to assert or announce it. Indeed, the faith and values that dominate the hearts and minds of these individuals exert pressure upon them, urging them to conceal themselves from the gaze of those who look to them with curiosity or expectation in their environment. Yet the movement, which is the essence of the Islamic faith and the hallmark of the society it produces, does not allow anyone to remain hidden. Every individual within this society must move with movement in their faith, movement in their veins, movement in their community, and movement in the organic structure of this society. The surrounding Jahiliyyah, along with remnants of its influence within themselves and others, ensures that the struggle continues and that the striving jihad remains ongoing until the day of resurrection. Through the rhythm of this movement and in the midst of it, the position of each individual in this society is determined, their function is assigned, and the organic structure of the society is shaped through the harmonious integration of its individuals and their various roles. This origin and this organic composition are unique attributes of the Islamic society that distinguish it, its existence, its structure, its nature, its system, and even the practical mechanisms of implementing that system. These attributes render all its features independent. They cannot be addressed through foreign social concepts, studied through methodologies alien to its nature, or implemented using procedures derived from any other system. The Islamic society judged by our independent definition of civilization is not merely a historical phenomenon, one that belongs to the memories of the past. Rather, it is the demand of the present and the hope of the future. It is an ideal toward which humanity, both today and tomorrow, can aspire, an ideal that can lift it out of the abyss of Jahiliyyah in which it now flounders, whether that Jahiliyyah belongs to nations advanced in industry and economy or to those still lagging behind. Those values, which we have briefly referenced, are the values of the human being, values that humanity has only truly realized during the era of Islamic civilization. And we must clarify what we mean by the term Islamic civilization. It is the civilization in which those values are realized, not merely any industrial, economic, or scientific progress devoid of such values. These values are neither idealistic fantasies nor unattainable dreams. Rather, they are practical, realistic values that can be achieved through human effort, provided they are grounded in the correct concepts of Islam. They can be implemented in every environment, regardless of the prevailing way of life or the level of industrial, economic, or scientific advancement. Indeed, these values do not oppose progress in any field of human endeavor. Rather, they encourage it, both logically and spiritually. At the same time, they do not abandon societies that have yet to advance in these fields. Civilization, therefore, can be established anywhere and in any environment. It is built upon these values. As for the material forms that civilization may take, they are boundless, for they utilize and develop the resources available within each environment. The Islamic society, therefore, when viewed in terms of its shape, size, and the way of life that prevails within it, is not a fixed historical image. Its existence and its civilization, however, are anchored in eternal, immutable values. When we describe these values as historical, we mean only that they were made manifest at a particular moment in history. Yet they are not the product of history, nor are they bound by the limitations of time. They are a truth granted to humanity from a divine source, a truth that transcends human reality and material existence. Islamic civilization may adopt diverse material and structural forms. However, the principles and values upon which it is founded remain constant, for they are the essence of this civilization: servitude to God alone, unity based upon the bond of faith in Him, the elevation of human dignity above materialism, the supremacy of values that nurture humanity's higher nature rather than its baser instincts, the sanctity of the family, stewardship of the earth according to God's covenant and His conditions, and the governance of human affairs by God's law and His guidance alone. The forms of Islamic civilization, which are built upon these immutable foundations, are influenced by the degree of industrial, economic, and scientific progress within a society, as they make use of what already exists in each environment. Consequently, these forms must inevitably differ, ensuring sufficient flexibility to accommodate all environments and levels of development within the Islamic framework, alongside the obligation to uphold Islamic values and principles. This flexibility in the outward forms of civilization is not imposed upon Islamic belief, but emerges naturally from its essence. However, flexibility must not be mistaken for dilution, for the difference between the two is vast indeed. Islam has always brought civilization to the most diverse environments, even to the heart of Africa, where it transformed societies of unclothed tribespeople. Through Islam's presence alone, the naked bodies became clothed, and people entered into the civilization of dress prescribed by Islamic guidance. They also began to emerge from their stagnant lethargy into purposeful activity, channeling their efforts toward harnessing the treasures of the material world. Moreover, they transitioned from the narrow confines of tribalism or clan-based existence to the broader framework of nationhood, moving from the isolated worship of totems to the worship of the sustainer of all worlds. What then is civilization if not this? It is the civilization of that particular environment, one that relies upon its existing capabilities while nurturing and developing them. When Islam enters another environment, it likewise establishes through its immutable values a new form of civilization, one that draws upon the resources and potentials of that environment and enhances them. Thus, the establishment of civilization according to Islam's method and approach is not contingent upon any specific level of industrial, economic, or scientific advancement. However, when civilization arises, it utilizes such advancements where they exist, propelling them forward and elevating their purposes. At the same time, where such advancements are absent, Islam initiates their creation and ensures their growth and continuity. Yet in all circumstances, this civilization remains firmly rooted in its independent foundations. The Islamic society retains its unique character and organic structure, both of which stem from its initial point of departure, a point that distinguishes it from all pre-Islamic societies. The colouring of God, and who is better than God at colouring? Al-Baqarah 138. Chapter 9. The Islamic Vision and Culture. Absolute servitude to God alone constitutes the first half of Islam's foremost pillar, for it is the essence of the testimony that there is no deity but God. Receiving guidance on how to embody this servitude from the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, constitutes the second half of this pillar, as it is the essence of the testimony that Muhammad is the Messenger of God. As explained in the chapter There is no deity but God, a way of life, absolute servitude to God alone manifests itself in taking God as the sole deity in belief, worship and law. A Muslim does not believe that divinity belongs to any other than God, exalted is He, nor does he believe that worship is due to anyone besides Him, nor that sovereignty belongs to any of His creation instead of Him. This has been elaborated upon in that chapter as well. We have clarified the meaning of servitude, belief, worship and sovereignty in that context. In this chapter, we will elucidate the meaning of sovereignty and its relationship to culture. The concept of sovereignty in the Islamic worldview is not confined to deriving legal statutes from God alone, nor to adjudicating disputes based solely on them, nor to governing exclusively by them. The concept of Sharia in Islam is not limited to legal statutes, nor even to the principles and systems of governance. A narrow understanding such as this does not reflect the true meaning of Sharia or the Islamic worldview. God's Sharia encompasses all that He has ordained to regulate human life. This includes the foundations of belief, governance, morality, behavior, and knowledge. It encompasses belief and worldview in all their dimensions, understanding the reality of divinity, the reality of the universe, its seen and unseen aspects, the reality of life, its visible and hidden dimensions, the reality of humanity, and the interconnections among all these truths, as well as how humanity interacts with them. It encompasses political, social and economic systems and the foundational principles upon which they are built, ensuring that they embody complete servitude to God alone. It encompasses the legal statutes that regulate these systems, which are often referred to as Sharia in the narrower sense, a sense that does not reflect the full breadth of its meaning in the Islamic worldview. It also encompasses the ethical and behavioral codes, the values and standards that prevail in society, shaping individuals, objects and events within the fabric of social life. Moreover, it encompasses knowledge in all its facets as well as the foundations of intellectual and artistic activity as a whole. In all these aspects, it is essential to take guidance from God, just as it is essential to receive guidance in legal rulings in their narrower, commonly understood sense. The matter of sovereignty in its specific sense concerning governance and law may now be more comprehensible following the explanations provided. The matter of ethical and behavioral codes, as well as the values and standards that prevail in society, may also be somewhat understood, for the values, standards, ethics and behavior that prevail in any society are directly derived from the prevailing belief system in that society. They stem from the same source that provides the truths of the creed that shapes that worldview. However, what may seem unfamiliar even to readers of Islamic discourses like these is the idea of referring intellectual and artistic activity to the Islamic worldview and to its divine source. Regarding artistic activity, a complete book has been written on this subject, arguing that all artistic expression, which is a human articulation of the individual's perceptions, emotions and responses, as well as depictions of existence and life within the human soul, is governed, indeed shaped, in the Muslim soul by the comprehensive Islamic worldview. This worldview encompasses every aspect of the universe, the self and life, as well as their relationship with the creator of the universe, the self and life. It includes, in particular, the Islamic understanding of the reality of man, his position in the universe, the purpose of his existence, his role, and the value of his life. All these are embedded within the Islamic worldview, which is not merely an intellectual framework. Rather, it is a living, vibrant faith that inspires, influences, and dominates every stirring within the human soul. As for intellectual activity and the necessity of anchoring it in the Islamic worldview and its divine source fulfilling the requirement of complete servitude to God alone, this is an issue that demands thorough explanation. It may appear foreign even to readers of this discourse, including Muslims, who accept the imperative of referring sovereignty and legislation solely to God. A Muslim cannot, in matters pertaining to the truths of faith, the general worldview of existence, worship, ethics, behavior, values or standards, or in matters concerning the principles and foundations of political, social or economic systems, or the interpretation of the motives behind human activity and the course of human history, take guidance from any source other than the divine. Nor can he accept guidance in these matters from anyone other than a Muslim whose faith, piety and adherence to Islamic principles in real life inspire trust. However, a Muslim may receive knowledge in the pure sciences such as chemistry, physics, biology, astronomy, medicine, industry, agriculture, administrative techniques, methods of warfare and similar areas from both Muslims and non-Muslims. This is because these are purely technical fields, as indicated by the saying of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, "You are more knowledgeable about the affairs of your world." These fields do not pertain to the Muslim's understanding of life, the universe or humanity, nor to the purpose of existence, the reality of his function, or the nature of his relationships with existence and its creator. They do not concern the principles, laws, systems or structures that govern individual and collective life, nor the ethics, customs, traditions, values and standards that characterize society and shape its features. Thus, they pose no risk of leading the Muslim astray in his faith or causing him to revert to a state of jahiliyyah. However, when it comes to interpreting human activity, whether individual or societal, or understanding the human soul and the movement of human history, or explaining the origins of the universe, life and humanity itself in terms of metaphysical realities which are beyond the scope of the natural sciences such as chemistry, physics and astronomy, the matter is directly tied to belief. In such matters, a Muslim cannot take guidance from anyone other than a fellow Muslim whose faith and piety are trustworthy and who is known to derive his knowledge from divine revelation. What is crucial is that this understanding becomes firmly rooted in the Muslim's consciousness as part of his faith, and that he recognizes this as a requirement of his servitude to God alone and his testimony that there is no deity but God, and that Muhammad is the messenger of God. He may acquaint himself with all the remnants of the legacy of pre-Islamic Jahiliyyah, yet not to shape his understanding or comprehension of all matters based on it. Rather, he does so in order to discern how Jahiliyyah deviates from truth, and to understand how such deviations can be rectified and corrected by returning them to their proper foundations, the principles of Islamic thought and the truths of Islamic faith. The orientations of philosophy in its entirety, the approaches to interpreting human history as a whole, the methodologies of psychology in all its aspects, except for its observations and empirical findings without their overarching interpretations, and the inquiries of ethics in their entirety, as well as the schools of social theories and ideologies as a whole, except for their raw observations, statistics and direct knowledge, but not the general conclusions or overarching directives derived from them, are all, in both ancient and modern times, deeply influenced by pre-Islamic, non-Islamic notions of belief. These orientations are built upon such notions, and most, if not all of them, inherently contain, either overtly or subtly, an animosity toward religious thought in general, and toward the Islamic worldview in particular. The matter, in these realms of intellectual and scientific activity, is not akin to the matter of the natural sciences, chemistry, physics, astronomy, biology, medicine, and their like. So long as these sciences remain confined within the boundaries of empirical reality and the recording of observable results, without transgressing into philosophical interpretations. For example, consider how Darwinism, in its overreach, trespassed beyond the scope of empirical observations and their arrangement within biology to make statements unsupported by evidence and driven by mere desire that there is no necessity for the existence of a power beyond the natural world to explain the origin and evolution of life. The Muslim already possesses sufficient clarity from the truthful revelation of his sustainer regarding such matters, clarity that renders human endeavours in these domains feeble and laughable by comparison, especially when such matters pertain directly to faith and the complete servitude to God alone. The claim that culture is a universal human heritage, belonging to no specific nation, race or religion, is indeed valid when applied to pure sciences and their practical applications, so long as they do not exceed this domain into philosophical or metaphysical interpretations of their results, nor into art, literature, or any form of emotional expression. However, beyond this realm, it becomes one of the global traps set by the Jews, whose interest lies in dissolving all boundaries, foremost among them, the boundaries of faith and belief. This dissolution paves the way for the Jews to penetrate the fabric of the entire world, leaving it slackened and sedated, while they pursue their diabolical activities, chief among them their usurious practices, which ultimately channel the fruits of humanity's collective labour into the coffers of Jewish financial institutions. Yet Islam distinguishes between two types of culture beyond the realm of pure sciences and their practical applications. The first is Islamic culture, which is grounded in the principles of the Islamic worldview. The second is pre-Islamic Jahili culture, which is rooted in various methodologies that all trace back to a single foundation, elevating human intellect as a deity that does not refer to God for its standards of judgment. Islamic culture encompasses all fields of human intellectual activity and is endowed with principles, methodologies, and characteristics that ensure the continuous growth and vitality of this activity. It suffices to know that the experimental method, which forms the basis of the present-day industrial civilization of Europe, did not originate in Europe. Rather, it emerged in the Islamic universities of Andalusia and the East, deriving its foundations from the Islamic worldview and its teachings concerning the universe, its realistic nature, its resources, and its sustenance. Subsequently, the scientific renaissance in Europe appropriated this methodology, developing and advancing it further. Meanwhile, the Islamic world, gradually distancing itself from Islam due to various factors including the assaults from Crusader and Zionist forces, abandoned this methodology altogether. Europe then severed the connection between the method it had adopted and its Islamic roots, veering it entirely away from God as part of its rebellion against the Church, which had overstepped its bounds in arrogance and oppression under the guise of divine authority. Thus, the output of European thought, in its entirety like the product of all pre-Islamic thought in every era and place, became something fundamentally different in nature from the components of the Islamic worldview. At its core, it harbours an inherent hostility toward the Islamic worldview. Consequently, the Muslim must return solely to the components of his own worldview and take only from the divine source, if he is able to do so himself. Otherwise, he should take only from a devout Muslim whose faith and piety assure him of the reliability of that source. The notion of separating knowledge from its bearer is alien to Islam when it comes to all forms of knowledge related to concepts of faith that influence man's perception of existence, life, human activity, social systems, values, ethics, customs, and all aspects of human behavior and endeavor in these domains. Islam permits a Muslim to acquire knowledge from a non-Muslim or from a Muslim who is not devout in fields such as pure chemistry, physics, astronomy, medicine, industry, agriculture, and administrative or clerical work, among others. This is permissible in cases where no devout Muslim is available to teach these fields, as is the reality for most of those who call themselves Muslims today, resulting from their estrangement from their religion, their methodology, and the Islamic worldview concerning the requirements of stewardship on earth, granted by God, and the knowledge, skills, and expertise necessary for this stewardship. However, Islam does not tolerate that a Muslim derive the foundations of his creed, the components of his worldview, his interpretation of the Quran, the Hadith of the Prophet, peace be upon him, or the biography of the Prophet, nor the methodology for understanding history, interpreting human activity, structuring society, governing politically, or shaping artistic and literary expressions from non-Islamic sources. Nor does it permit him to take such knowledge from a non-Muslim or from a Muslim lacking faith and piety in whom he does not have confidence. The one who writes these words is a man who has spent 40 years of his life immersed in reading. His primary occupation during this time was to read and delve into most fields of human knowledge, both within his area of specialization and outside of it, as a matter of personal interest. Yet, when he returned to the sources of his faith and worldview, he found all that he had previously studied to be insignificant, utterly insignificant, when compared to the vast reservoir of divine knowledge. And how could it be otherwise? Nevertheless, he does not regret the years he spent on such endeavors, for they enabled him to recognize Jahiliyyah for what it truly is: its deviations, its insignificance, its pettiness, its noise and inflation, its arrogance and delusion. He came to know with absolute certainty that a Muslim cannot combine these two sources in his pursuit of knowledge. Yet what has preceded in this discourse is not merely a personal opinion. The matter is far weightier than to be left to personal judgment. It is more solemn in the scales of God than for a Muslim to rely solely on his own reasoning. Instead, it is a matter of divine guidance, as revealed by God and his messenger, peace be upon him. It is to God and his messenger that the believers must refer in all their disputes. God, exalted is he, has said regarding the ultimate aim of the people of the book concerning the Muslims: "Many among the people of the book long to make you disbelievers after your belief, out of envy within their own selves, even after the truth has become clear to them. So pardon and overlook until God brings forth his command. Indeed, God has power over all things." Al-Baqarah 109. And never will the Jews or the Christians be pleased with you until you follow their creed. Say, behold, God's guidance alone is the true guidance. And if you were to follow their desires after the knowledge which has come to you, then you would have neither protector nor helper against God. Surah Al-Baqarah 120. You who have attained to faith, if you yield to a group of those who were given the scripture, they will turn you, after your faith, into deniers of the truth. Surah Al-Imran 100. And the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, has said in a narration reported by Al-Hafiz Abu Ya, from Hamad, from Ash-Shabi, from Jabir, may God be pleased with them: "Do not ask the people of the book about anything, for they will not guide you aright. They have gone astray. And by doing so you might either affirm falsehood or deny the truth. By God, if Moses himself were alive, it would not be permissible for him to do anything but follow me." When the ultimate aim of the Jews and Christians regarding the Muslims is thus defined so decisively and clearly, as God himself has revealed, it would be sheer foolishness to imagine, even for a moment, that they act with good intentions in any matter related to the Islamic creed, Islamic history, the guidance of the Muslim society, or its politics or economy. It would be folly to think that they intend good guidance or light for Muslims in these matters. Those who entertain such thoughts despite the decisive declaration of God are indeed the heedless ones. Thus, God's pronouncement, "Say, behold, God's guidance alone is the true guidance," defines the sole source to which the Muslim must turn in these matters. Beyond God's guidance there is naught but error. There is no guidance outside of it. This is affirmed by the restrictive construction in the verse, "Say, behold, God's guidance alone is the true guidance." There is no room for doubt in the meaning of this verse, nor for any misinterpretation. Furthermore, a clear command is given to turn away from those who are heedless of God's remembrance and whose sole concern is the life of this world. The verse emphasizes that such people know only conjecture, and the Muslim is forbidden from following conjecture. These individuals possess knowledge only of the outward aspects of worldly life, but their knowledge is not sound or reliable. So, turn away from him who turns away from our remembrance and desires nothing but the life of this world. That is the extent of their knowledge. Verily, your sustainer knows best who strays from his way, and he knows best who is rightly guided. Surah An-Najm 29:30. They know only the outward aspect of the life of this world, but of the hereafter they are heedless. Surah Ar-Rum 7. Those who are heedless of God's remembrance and care for nothing but this worldly life, such is the condition of all the scientists of today, possess knowledge only of this superficial aspect. But this is not the type of knowledge that a Muslim can place his trust in or rely upon in all aspects of life. At best, such individuals can be consulted within the narrow confines of their purely material expertise, but they cannot be relied upon for interpretations or comprehensive explanations of life, the soul, or matters of a spiritual or philosophical nature. Moreover, the knowledge they possess is not the knowledge extolled in the Quran. Consider God's words. Can those who know be equal to those who do not know? This question is often misconstrued when Quranic verses are taken out of context to justify unrelated ideas. The full text of the verse in question is such a one equal to the one who devoutly worships during the hours of the night, prostrating himself and standing in prayer, ever mindful of the hereafter and hoping for his sustainers' mercy? Say, can those who know be equal to those who do not know? Only those endowed with insight will take heed. Surah Az-Zumar 9. Thus the one described here who worships during the hours of the night, prostrating and standing in prayer, ever mindful of the hereafter and hoping for his sustainers' mercy, is the one who truly knows. This is the type of knowledge to which the verse refers. Knowledge that leads to God consciousness and piety, not knowledge that corrupts the innate nature of man and leads to atheism or denial of God. Knowledge is not limited to the sciences of creed, religious obligations and legal commandments. It also encompasses the natural sciences and the harnessing of these in the service of humankind's stewardship of the earth. However, knowledge that is severed from its foundation of faith is not the kind of knowledge extolled by the Quran. There exists an intrinsic connection between the foundation of faith and the sciences of astronomy, biology, physics, chemistry, geology, and all other disciplines that pertain to the natural laws and the principles governing life. All these sciences, when pursued with sincerity and integrity, point to God. They lead to Him unless they are exploited by the whims of a deviant intellect to turn away from God, as occurred in the European scientific movement during its Renaissance. This unfortunate trajectory arose due to the bitter historical circumstances in Europe, where oppressive ecclesiastical authority clashed with the endeavours of scientists. This antagonism left its deep scars on European thought and shaped the very nature of its intellectual framework. As a result, the European mindset inherited a pervasive, poisonous hostility not only toward institutional religion but toward all religious concepts altogether. This hostility infiltrated every field of European intellectual output, whether it was metaphysical philosophy or purely scientific research that, on the surface, seemed unrelated to religious matters. It is thus clear that the methodologies of Western thought and the intellectual output that has emerged from it in all fields of knowledge are fundamentally rooted in a hostility toward religion as such. And if this general hostility is directed against religion as a whole, it is particularly pronounced against Islam, which is its greatest rival. In many cases, there is a deliberate, calculated effort to dilute and undermine Islamic beliefs, concepts, and principles, and to destroy the foundations on which the distinctiveness of the Muslim community is built. Hence, it is a grave error to rely on Western methodologies and intellectual output in Islamic studies. And one must exercise caution even when studying the pure sciences, which, in our present situation, we are compelled to learn from Western sources, lest one unwittingly absorb the philosophical shadows that often accompany them. For these shadows are inherently antagonistic to religion in general, and to Islam in particular. Even the slightest trace of these poisoned influences is enough to contaminate the pure fountain of Islam. Chapter 10: The Muslim's identity is his faith. Islam came to this humanity with a new vision for the reality of bonds and relationships. It came with a new vision for the essence of values and priorities, and for the source from which these values and priorities must be derived. Islam came to return man to his sustainer, to make the divine authority the sole authority from which he derives his standards and values, just as it is the source of his existence and life. It is to this authority that he must turn for his relationships and affiliations, for it is from the divine will that he has originated and to it that he will return. Islam came to establish that there is but one bond that links people together, the bond of faith in God. If this bond is severed, there is no relationship nor any affection between them. You will not find any people who believe in God and the last day befriending those who oppose God and his messenger, even though they be their fathers or their sons or their brothers or their kindred. Surah Al-Mujadilah 22. And there is but one party that belongs to God, it is singular and unique. All other parties belong to Satan and tyranny. Those who believe fight in the cause of God, while those who disbelieve fight in the cause of falsehood. So fight against the allies of Satan. Verily Satan's schemes are weak indeed. Surah An-Nisa 76. And there is but one path that leads to God, every other path leads astray. And verily this is my straight path, so follow it and do not follow other paths, for they will lead you away from his path. Surah Al-An'am 153. And there is but one system, the Islamic system. All other systems are manifestations of Jahiliyyah. Do they seek the judgment of Jahiliyyah? But who is better than God in judgment for a people who have certainty of faith? Surah Al-Ma'idah 50. And there is but one law, the law of God. All other laws are falsehood. Then we set you upon a clear way of faith, so follow it and do not follow the desires of those who do not know. Surah Al-Jathiyah 18. And there is but one truth, absolute and indivisible. Everything else is error. What is there after the truth but error? So how are you turned away? Surah Yunus 32. And there is but one domain, the domain of Islam. It is the abode where the Muslim state is established, where God's law reigns supreme, where his boundaries are upheld, and where the believers are united as protectors of one another. Everything outside of it is the domain of war, Dar al-Harb, where the relationship between Muslims and others is either one of combat or of a truce based on a covenant of safety. But it is not the domain of Islam, and no bond of loyalty exists between its inhabitants and the Muslims. Indeed, those who believed and emigrated and strove with their wealth and their lives in the cause of God, and those who gave shelter and aided them, they are allies of one another. But as for those who believed but did not emigrate, you owe them no protection until they emigrate, and if they seek your help in religion, then it is your duty to help them, except against a people with whom you have a treaty, and God is all-seeing of what you do. As for those who disbelieve, they are allies of one another. Unless you do this, uphold these divisions, there will be fitna, chaos, and great corruption on earth. But those who have believed, emigrated and striven in the cause of God, and those who gave shelter and aided them, they are the true believers. For them is forgiveness and a provision most generous, and those who believed afterward, emigrated and strove with you, they are of you. Surah Al-Anfal 72-75. With this clarity, with this decisive finality, Islam came. It came to elevate man and liberate him from the bonds of soil and clay, from the ties of flesh and blood which are but extensions of soil and clay. The Muslim has no homeland except where God's law is established, where the bonds between its inhabitants are based on their connection to God. The Muslim has no identity except his creed. It is this creed that makes him a member of the Muslim Ummah within the domain of Islam. The Muslim has no kinship except that which springs from faith in God, connecting him to his family through their shared bond with the Creator. The Muslim's kin is not his father or his mother or his brother or his spouse or his clan, unless the primordial bond with the Creator is established, and from it extends the bond of the womb. O mankind, be conscious of your sustainer who created you out of one living entity and out of it created its mate, and out of the two spread abroad a multitude of men and women, and remain conscious of God in whose name you demand your rights from one another, and of these ties of kinship. Surah An-Nisa 1. This does not preclude treating one's parents kindly despite their differing beliefs, as long as they do not stand in opposition to the Muslim community. But should they align themselves with the opposing side, there can be neither bond nor companionship. Abdullah ibn Ubay provides us with a shining example in this regard. Ibn Jarir narrates from Ibn Ziyad that the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, summoned Abdullah ibn Ubay and said to him, "Do you not see what your father says?" He replied, "What does my father say, O Messenger of God? May my father and mother be your ransom." The Prophet said, "He claims, when we return to Medina, the mightier among us will expel the weaker." Abdullah responded, "By God, O Messenger of God, you are the mighty one and he is the despicable. By God, when we came to Medina, its people knew that no one was more dutiful to his father than I. But if it pleases God and his messenger, I will bring you his head." The Prophet, peace be upon him, said no. When they returned to Medina, Abdullah stood at the city gates with his sword, barring his father's entry. He said, "You are the one who said, when we return to Medina, the mightier among us will expel the weaker. By God, you will know whether might belongs to you or to the messenger of God. By God, you shall not enter Medina unless the messenger of God permits it." His father cried out, "O Khazraj, my son prevents me from entering my home." But Abdullah remained firm until the Prophet, peace be upon him, ordered him to let his father enter. When the bond of faith is established, all believers become brothers, even if they share neither lineage nor marriage ties. The believers are but brothers. Surah Al-Hujurat 10. This brotherhood transcends generations, linking the first of this ummah to its last and its last to its first, through a bond of love, loyalty and profound compassion. And those who settled in the city of faith before them love those who emigrated to them, and find no hesitation in their hearts regarding what they were given, and they give them preference over themselves, even though they are in privation. And those who came after them say, "Our Sustainer, forgive us and our brothers who preceded us in faith, and do not place in our hearts any resentment toward those who have believed. Our Sustainer, indeed, you are kind and merciful." Surah Al-Hashr 9:10. God provides examples for the believers in the noble company of prophets who preceded them in this great procession of faith that marches through the corridors of time. And Noah called to his sustainer and said, "O my sustainer, verily my son is of my family, and your promise is true, and you are the most just of judges." God said, "O Noah, verily he is not of your family, his conduct is unrighteous. So do not ask me about that of which you have no knowledge. I admonish you, lest you be among the ignorant." Noah said, "O my sustainer, I seek refuge in you from asking of you that of which I have no knowledge, and unless you forgive me and have mercy on me, I will be among the losers." Surah Hud 45-47. And when his sustainer tested Abraham with words and he fulfilled them, he said, "I will make you a leader for mankind." Abraham said, "And of my descendants." God said, "My covenant does not include the wrongdoers." Surah Al-Baqarah 124. And when Abraham said, "My sustainer, make this a secure city and provide its people with fruits, whoever among them believes in God and the last day," God said, "And whoever disbelieves, I will grant him enjoyment for a little. Then I will force him to the punishment of the fire, and wretched is the destination." Surah Al-Baqarah 126. And Abraham withdrew himself from his father and his people when he saw their persistence in error, saying, "And I shall withdraw from you and from all that you invoke besides God, and I shall call upon my sustainer. Perhaps my sustainer will not let me be unblessed in my supplication to him." Maryam 48. And God recounts the story of Abraham and his people as an example and a lesson for those who would follow. "Indeed, there has been an excellent example for you in Abraham and those who were with him when they said to their people, We disown you, and whatever you worship besides God, we have rejected you, and there has arisen enmity and hatred between us and you forever until you believe in God alone. Al-Mumtahana 4. And the young men of the cave withdrew from their families, their people, and their homeland, so that they might devote themselves entirely to God in their faith, fleeing to their sustainer with their belief when they found no place for it in their homeland, their families, or their kin. These were young men who believed in their sustainer, and we increased them in guidance, and we strengthened their hearts when they stood up and said, "Our sustainer is the sustainer of the heavens and the earth. Never shall we invoke any deity other than him, for we would then have uttered an enormity. These, our people, have taken gods other than him. Why do they not bring forth clear evidence for what they do? And who could be more unjust than one who fabricates lies against God? And now, having withdrawn from them and from whatever they worship instead of God, seek refuge in the cave. Your sustainer will shower you with his mercy and will make your course easy for you." Al-Kahf 13:16. And the wives of Noah and Lot were separated from their husbands when their beliefs diverged. God sets forth an example for those who disbelieve, the wife of Noah and the wife of Lot. They were under two of our righteous servants, but they betrayed them, so neither of the two could avail them against God in the least. And it was said to them, "Enter the fire along with those who enter it." At Tarim 10, and on the other hand there is the wife of Pharaoh, and God sets forth an example for those who believe, the wife of Pharaoh, when she said, "My sustainer, build for me near you a house in paradise, and save me from Pharaoh and his deeds, and save me from the wrongdoing people." At Tarim 11. Thus, examples abound in all kinds of ties and bonds. The bond of fatherhood in the story of Noah, the bond of sonship and homeland in the story of Abraham, the bond of family, kin and homeland all together in the story of the companions of the cave, and the bond of marriage in the stories of the wives of Noah, Lot and Pharaoh. This noble procession continues, portraying for us the true nature of relationships and ties until the coming of the middle nation, which finds this treasury of examples, models, and experiences laid before it, enabling it to proceed along the divine path ordained for the community of believers. In this path, kinship is severed, and households are divided whenever faith and belief diverge. For when the primal bond is severed, God declares of the believers, "You will not find people who believe in God and the last day loving those who oppose God and his messenger, even if they were their fathers, or their sons, or their brothers, or their clan. It is they in whose hearts God has inscribed faith, and whom he has strengthened with a spirit from himself, and he will admit them into gardens beneath which rivers flow, to abide therein forever. God is well pleased with them, and they are well pleased with him. They are the party of God. Behold, it is the party of God who will be successful." Al-Mujadila 22. And so the bond of kinship between Muhammad, peace be upon him, and his uncle Abu Lahab, as well as his cousin Amr ibn Hisham, Abu Jahl, was severed. And when the emigrants fought their families and kin, even killing them on the day of Badr, the bond of faith was firmly established between the emigrants and the helpers, rendering them as one family and one brotherhood. The bond of faith united the Arab Muslims with their brothers Suhaib the Roman, Bilal the Abyssinian and Salman the Persian. The tribal loyalties, the loyalties of race and the loyalties of land, all these were obliterated by the Prophet, peace be upon him, who said, "Leave it, for it is a foul thing." And he also said, "He is not one of us who calls to tribalism or who fights for tribalism or who dies upon tribalism." Thus this foul stench was dispelled, the stench of tribalism and lineage. This sickness of racial pride was eradicated, and the world was refreshed with the fragrance of the higher horizons, far removed from the stench of flesh and blood and the filth of clay and soil. From that day onward, the homeland of the Muslim was no longer a piece of land. His homeland became the abode of Islam, the land where his faith rules and where God's law is sovereign. It is the land to which he retreats, defends and sacrifices himself to protect and expand. It is the abode of Islam for all who profess Islam as their creed and accept its law as their way of life. And it is likewise the abode of Islam for those among the people of the book who live under its rule and accept its law as their system, even if they themselves are not Muslims. Conversely, any land where Islam does not rule and where God's law is not implemented is the abode of war in relation to the Muslim and even in relation to the protected non-Muslim dhimmi who seeks the protection of the Islamic system. Thus, Muhammad, peace be upon him, waged war against Mecca, though it was his birthplace, the land of his tribe and kin, the home of his family and companions, and the place where he and his followers had left their houses and wealth. Mecca only became an abode of Islam for him and his nation when it submitted to Islam and enacted its laws. This is Islam, this and nothing else. Islam is not a mere word uttered by the tongue, nor a mere birth in a land bearing the label of Islam, nor an inheritance from parents who happen to be Muslims. God says, "But no, by your sustainer they will not truly believe until they make you the judge in all disputes between them, and then find no resistance within themselves to your decisions and submit themselves in full submission." An-Nisa 65. This alone is Islam, and this alone is the abode of Islam. Neither land nor race, neither lineage nor marriage, neither tribe nor clan defines it. Islam has freed humanity from being bound to the soil so that they may aspire to the heavens. It has released them from the chains of blood, the chains of the animalistic, to elevate them to the highest realms. The homeland of the Muslim, which he yearns for and defends, is not a piece of land. The nationality of the Muslim, by which he identifies, is not the nationality of governance. The tribe of the Muslim to which he belongs and for which he sacrifices is not a bond of blood. The banner of the Muslim under which he stands proud and for which he lays down his life is not the banner of a nation. The victory the Muslim yearns for and praises God for is not the triumph of an army. Rather, as God says, when God's help and victory come, and you see people entering God's religion in multitudes, then extol your sustainers' praises and seek his forgiveness, for he is ever an acceptor of repentance. An-Nas, it is victory under the banner of faith and no other, striving for the supremacy of God's religion and law and no other goal. It is defending the abode of Islam with all its conditions and not any other dwelling. It is devotion above all to God alone, not for gain, not for reputation, not for loyalty to land or tribe, nor even for protecting one's family and children, except to guard them from being turned away from God's religion. The messenger of God, peace be upon him, was asked about a man who fights out of courage or out of tribal loyalty, or to be seen who among them fights in the way of God. The prophet replied, "The one who fights so that the word of God may be supreme is the one fighting in the way of God. And it is in this alone that martyrdom lies, not in any war waged for a goal other than this singular ultimate purpose for the sake of God alone. Every land that wages war against a Muslim's faith, obstructs him from his religion, and prevents the implementation of God's law is a realm of war, Dar al-Harb, even if it contains his family, his kin, his people, his wealth and his trade. And every land where his faith flourishes and God's law is implemented is a realm of Islam, Dar al-Islam, even if it contains neither family nor kin, neither people nor trade. The true homeland is a land governed by a creed, a divine way of life and God's law. This is the meaning of the homeland worthy of man. And true nationality is none other than a shared creed and way of life. This is the bond befitting humanity. Tribalism, nationalism, racial pride, attachment to colour and attachment to land, all of these are petty, backward forms of allegiance, remnants of the Jahiliyyah that humanity experienced during its spiritual decline. The Prophet of God, peace and blessings be upon him, described this primitive tribal pride as putrid, using a term that evokes revulsion and disgust. When the Jews claimed that they were God's chosen people by virtue of their race and lineage, God refuted their claim and restored the true measure of human worth, faith alone and untainted across generations, transcending races, peoples and nations. And they say, "Be Jews or Christians, and you shall be rightly guided." Say, "Nay, but ours is the creed of Abraham, who turned away from all that is false, and was not of those who ascribe divinity to aught beside God." Say, "We believe in God and in that which has been bestowed upon us from on high, and that which has been bestowed upon Abraham and Ishmael and Isaac and Jacob and their descendants, and that which has been vouchsafed to Moses and Jesus, and that which has been vouchsafed to all the prophets by their sustainer. We make no distinction between any of them, and it is unto him that we surrender ourselves. If then they believe as you believe, they are indeed on the right path. But if they turn away, they are but in schism, and God will protect you from them, for he is all-hearing, all-knowing. Say, we take on the hue of God, and who could give a better hue than God? And him alone do we worship. Quran 2, 135, 138. Thus the true, chosen people of God are the Muslim community who live under the banner of God, encompassing all races, peoples, colours and nations. You are indeed the best community that has ever been brought forth for the good of mankind. You enjoin the doing of what is right and forbid the doing of what is wrong, and you believe in God. Quran 3, 110. This is the community where Abu Bakr the Arab, Bilal the Abyssinian, Suhaib the Roman, Salman the Persian, and their noble brethren stand side by side. Generations follow one another in this community, adhering to this sublime pattern. Here, nationality is defined by faith, the homeland is the realm of Islam, sovereignty belongs to God alone, and the constitution is the Quran. This lofty conception of homeland, nationality and kinship must dominate the hearts of those who call to God. It must be so clear in their minds that it is not marred by the impurities of worldly jahiliyyah, nor infiltrated by hidden forms of idolatry. Idolatry of land, idolatry of race, idolatry of nation, idolatry of lineage, or idolatry of narrow immediate interests. All of these false attachments are summed up by God in a single verse, placed in one scale, while faith and its obligations are placed in the other, and mankind is left to choose. Say, if your fathers and your sons and your brothers and your spouses and your kindred and the wealth that you have acquired and the commerce whose decline you fear and the dwellings in which you take pleasure are dearer to you than God and his apostle and striving in his cause, then wait until God brings about his judgment, and God does not guide the rebellious. Quran 9:24. Likewise, those who call to God must not allow shallow surface-level doubts to creep into their understanding of the truth of Jahiliyyah and the truth of Islam, nor into their comprehension of what constitutes a realm of war and a realm of Islam. Many are led astray in their conceptions and certitudes because of such doubts. There is no Islam in a land where Islam does not govern, where its law is not implemented. There is no realm of Islam except where Islam holds sway, with its methodology and its legal system. Beyond faith, there is nothing but disbelief. Beyond Islam, there is nothing but Jahiliyyah. Beyond truth, there is nothing but misguidance. Chapter 11, a momentous shift. There is a fundamental truth that must be clear and firmly rooted in our hearts as we present Islam to people, whether they believe in it or do not. This truth emanates from the very nature of Islam itself and springs forth from its history. Islam is an independent conception of existence and life, a complete vision with distinct characteristics. From this vision emerges an autonomous, self-sufficient methodology for all aspects of life, with all its components and interconnections, upon which a unique system is established with its own defining features. This conception fundamentally opposes all the pre-Islamic, Jahiliyyah notions, both ancient and modern. While it may occasionally overlap with other conceptions in certain incidental or peripheral details, the foundational principles from which these details arise are entirely different from anything humanity has known. The primary function of Islam is to establish a mode of human life that aligns with this conception, embodying it in a tangible reality, and to institute upon the earth a system that adheres to the divine methodology chosen by God. It is for this purpose that he has brought forth the Muslim nation to embody and uphold it. As he, the Exalted, says, "You are the best nation brought forth for mankind. You enjoin what is right, forbid what is wrong, and believe in God." Al-Imran 110. And he describes the qualities of this nation. Those who, when we establish them in the land, perform prayer, give zakah, enjoin what is right to life. It represents the creation of systems, laws, customs, traditions, values and standards derived from sources other than the divine. Islam, on the other hand, is Islam. Its mission is to move people from Jahiliyyah into Islam itself. Jahiliyyah is the servitude of people to other people, whether through legislation imposed by some upon others without God's permission, regardless of its form. Islam, in contrast, is the servitude of people to God alone, whereby they derive their conceptions, beliefs, laws and values solely from Him and liberate themselves from the servitude of other human beings. This truth, inseparable from the very essence of Islam and its role on earth, must be the foundation upon which we present Islam to people, whether they believe in it or not. Islam does not accept half measures with Jahiliyyah, neither in thought nor in the systems derived therefrom. It is either Islam or Jahiliyyah. There is no middle ground, a condition that is partly Islam and partly Jahiliyyah that Islam would accept or approve. Islam's stance is clear. The truth is singular and indivisible. Anything apart from it is falsehood. The two cannot intermingle or coexist. It is either the rule of God or the rule of Jahiliyyah. It is either the law of God or the whims of men. The Quranic verses on this matter are abundant and emphatic, and judge between them by what God has revealed, and do not follow their whims. And beware lest they lead you astray from even a part of what God has revealed to you. Al-Ma'idah 49. So call them to the truth and remain steadfast as you have been commanded, and do not follow their whims. Ash-Shura 15. But if they do not respond to you, then know that they only follow their whims. And who is more astray than one who follows his whim without guidance from God? Truly, God does not guide the wrongdoing people. Al-Qasas 50. Then we set you upon a clear way of the matter, so follow it, and do not follow the whims of those who do not know. Truly, they can avail you nothing against God. Indeed, the wrongdoers are allies of one another, but God is the ally of the God-conscious. Al-Jathiyah 18, 19. Is it the judgment of Jahiliyyah that they seek? But who is better in judgment than God for a people who are certain? Al-Ma'idah 50. Thus, there are only two options and no third, either submission to God and His Messenger or the following of whims, either the rule of Jahiliyyah or the rule of what God has revealed in its entirety. Anything less than this is a deviation from divine guidance. There is no room for argument or doubt after such explicit and decisive affirmations from God the Almighty. The function of Islam, then, is to displace Jahiliyyah from its leadership of humanity, and to assume this leadership itself based on its unique and autonomous methodology, with its distinct features and elevated principles. Through this leadership, Islam seeks the well-being of humanity and its ease, the well-being that arises from returning humanity to its Creator, the ease that springs from the harmony between humanity's movement in life and the divine guidance. This leadership aims to elevate humanity to the noble station intended by God and to free it from the domination of whims. As Rabbi Ibn Amir eloquently said when asked by Rustam, the Persian commander, about the purpose of their mission, God has sent us to bring forth whomever He wills from the servitude of men to the servitude of God alone, from the narrowness of this world to the vastness of this world and the hereafter, and from the oppression of religions to the justice of Islam. Islam did not come, therefore, to appease the desires of people as reflected in their conceptions, systems and conditions, whether those that existed at the time of its emergence or those that prevail today in the East or the West. Rather, Islam came to abolish all of this, to replace it entirely, and to establish human life on its own foundations. Islam came to create life anew, a life that emanates from it and revolves around it. At times, certain aspects of this life may appear similar to aspects of a life lived in Jahiliyyah, but they are not the same, nor are they derived from it. Such resemblance is merely coincidental and superficial, limited to the branches. The roots, however, are entirely different. One is a tree nurtured by the wisdom of God, the other is a tree nurtured by the whims of men. As for the good land, its vegetation emerges by the permission of its sustainer, but as for that which is bad, it yields nothing but scant and stunted growth. Al-Araf 58. This Jahiliyyah, whether ancient or modern, is corrupt at its core. Its corruption may differ in appearance and form, but its essence remains the same. It is the product of human whims, ignorant, self-serving, and incapable of transcending their Jahiliyyah or selfish motives. It is a system that prioritizes the interests of individuals, classes, nations, or races over justice, truth, and goodness. When the divine law arrives, it abolishes all of this, legislating for all humanity laws untainted by human jahiliyyah, whims, or partial interests. Because this is the fundamental difference between the divine methodology and human methodologies, it is impossible for the two to coexist within a single system. It is impossible to reconcile them within one framework or to construct a hybrid methodology composed of both. Just as God does not forgive associating partners with him, he likewise does not accept the blending of his methodology with any other. The two are, in essence, the same. This truth must be so deeply ingrained and vividly clear in our hearts as we present Islam to humanity that we neither hesitate nor falter in declaring it. We must not leave people in doubt about it. They must know with certainty that embracing Islam will profoundly transform their lives, altering their conceptions of life entirely, as well as their systems and conditions. Islam will replace these with something infinitely better. Islam comes to transform lives, to elevate perceptions and conditions, and to bring humanity closer to the noble and dignified level befitting human existence. It does not leave intact any remnants of the base conditions of Jahiliyyah in which people find themselves, except for certain individual elements that merely happen to resemble aspects of the Islamic system. Even these, however, will not remain as they are, for they will be tied to a higher principle, one that is fundamentally different from the corrupted foundation to which they are currently bound, a foundation of wretchedness and impurity. At the same time, Islam will not strip people of their pure scientific knowledge, rather, it will propel this knowledge forward with unprecedented strength. We must not allow people to remain unaware that Islam is unlike any of the man-made social ideologies. It is not akin to any of the fabricated systems of governance, regardless of the names, shapes, or banners under which they operate. Islam is Islam, nothing more, nothing less. It is a distinct entity with its independent identity, unique worldview, and sovereign system. Islam offers humanity far more than they could ever dream of attaining through their current systems. It is a lofty, pure, harmonious, and beautiful way of life, emanating directly from God, the Most High, the Most Great. Once we comprehend Islam in this way, such understanding will naturally shape the manner in which we address people when presenting Islam to them, speaking with confidence and strength, yet also with compassion and mercy. Confidence because we are certain of the truth we carry, and equally certain of the falsehood in which others remain ensnared. Compassion because we witness the misery of humanity and know the path to their happiness. Mercy because we see their misguidance and know where to find the guidance that leaves no room for doubt. We will not creep timidly toward them with Islam, nor will we pander to their desires or their distorted worldviews. No, we will be utterly forthright with them. We will tell them, openly and without hesitation, this Jahiliyyah in which you live is filth, and God desires to purify you. These conditions in which you find yourselves are corrupt, and God desires to cleanse you. This life you are living is base and lowly, and God desires to elevate you. What you suffer from is misery, wretchedness, and hardship, and God desires to ease your burden, bless you with his mercy, and grant you happiness. Islam will transform your perceptions, your conditions, and your values. It will raise you to a new life that will leave your current existence seeming pale and insignificant by comparison. It will establish for you new conditions that will make you disdain the ones you now accept in both the East and the West. It will replace your current values with higher ones that will make you recoil from the dominant values of the entire world today. And if you, in your misfortune, have not yet seen a tangible example of the Islamic way of life, because your enemies, the enemies of this religion, have conspired to prevent its emergence and embodiment, then we have seen it, praise be to God. We see it vividly within our hearts through our Quran, our Sharia, and our history. We see it through our inspired vision of the future, which we do not doubt will come. This is the way we must speak to people when presenting Islam to them, for this is the truth. It is this image of Islam that was presented to humanity the first time it called them, whether in the Arabian Peninsula, Persia, Byzantium, or anywhere else. Islam looked upon humanity from a position of elevation, for such was the truth, yet it spoke to them with love and compassion, for this too is intrinsic to its nature. It drew a clear and complete line of separation without ambiguity or hesitation, for this is its method. And it never claimed that it would leave their lives, systems, worldviews, or values untouched, save for minor adjustments here and there. It never claimed to resemble their familiar systems or ways of life. Yet today, some of us present Islam to people under misleading banners, calling it Islamic democracy at one moment, Islamic socialism at another, or claiming that the current economic, political, and legal systems in the world need only slight modifications to align with Islam. We pander to their desires, softening the truth with gentle phrases, as though Islam were merely an improved version of what they already know. No, the matter is entirely different. The transition from the Jahiliyyah that dominates the face of the earth to Islam is a vast and profound leap. The Islamic way of life is utterly distinct from the forms of pre-Islamic life, whether ancient or modern. The misery that humanity endures today cannot be alleviated by minor adjustments to existing systems and conditions. Humanity will not be saved except through that vast and profound leap from the methodologies of man to the methodology of the Creator, from the systems of human design to the system of the sustainer of all humans, from the rule of slaves to the rule of the master of all slaves. This is the truth, and it is a truth that must be proclaimed openly and courageously, leaving no room for doubt or ambiguity. People may resent such a message at first, they may feel alarmed and even recoil from it. But humanity once resented this same message when it was first delivered by the call of Islam. They recoiled and were offended when Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, condemned their beliefs, criticized their idols, rejected their systems, and distanced himself from their customs and traditions. He and the small group of believers with him adopted values, practices, and traditions entirely different from those of Jahiliyyah. And then what happened? They eventually returned to the truth they had initially despised and recoiled from, as though they were startled donkeys fleeing from a lion. Al-Mudathir 50:51. They fought against it with all their strength and cunning. They persecuted its followers with severe torment when they were weak in Makkah, and waged fierce battles against them when they became strong in Medina. Yet the call to Islam, in its early days, was not in a stronger or better position than it is now. It was unknown and rejected by the Jahiliyyah of its time. It was confined to the narrow valleys of Makkah, pursued by the powerful and influential. It was seen as a stranger in its age, surrounded by mighty empires that rejected all its principles and aims. And yet, despite all of this, it was strong just as it is strong today, and just as it will be strong tomorrow. The true strength of Islam lies in the very nature of this creed. It possesses the inherent power to operate and thrive even under the harshest and most challenging circumstances. Its strength lies in its simple, clear truth, in its harmony with the innate nature, fitra, of humanity, a nature that cannot long resist its pull, in its ability to lead humanity upwards toward progress, regardless of their stage of economic, social, scientific, or intellectual development. Islam does not compromise on its principles, nor does it pander to the desires of Jahiliyyah. It does not approach humanity with timid whispers. Rather, it proclaims the truth boldly, while demonstrating to people that it is a source of goodness, mercy, and blessing. God, who created humanity, knows their nature and the pathways to their hearts. He knows how they respond when the truth is proclaimed with clarity and courage without hesitation or ambiguity. The human soul possesses an inherent readiness to make a complete transition from one way of life to another. Oftentimes, such a total transformation is easier for it than partial adjustments here and there. To move entirely from a system of life to one that is higher, purer, and more complete is something that the logic of the soul can justify. But what could possibly justify abandoning the system of Jahiliyyah for the system of Islam if the latter offers nothing but minor changes here and slight adjustments there? Surely, it would be more reasonable to remain within the familiar framework. After all, the existing system is functional, capable of reform and improvement. There would be no necessity to discard it and move toward an untested and unimplemented system if the two are for the most part fundamentally similar. Yet some who speak about Islam present it to others as though they are on the defensive, eager to absolve Islam of accusations. Among their arguments is that the modern systems of today already undertake many of the actions Islam prescribes, and that Islam therefore did nothing remarkable, it merely anticipated these civilized practices 1400 years ago. How pitiful such a defense is! How shameful such an argument is! Islam does not derive its justification from the systems of Jahiliyyah, nor from the flawed practices of these disgraceful civilizations we seek to emerge from. These so-called civilizations, which captivate and overwhelm many, are at their very core systems of Jahiliyyah. They are defective, fragile, and debased when measured against Islam. It is irrelevant that their people may appear more prosperous than those living in what is mistakenly referred to as the Islamic world or the Muslim lands. The plight of these so-called Muslims is the result of their abandonment of Islam, not of their adherence to it. The argument Islam offers to humanity is that it is incomparably superior to all other systems. It came to transform humanity, not to endorse the status quo. It came to elevate humanity from its depths, not to bless its immersion in the filth that masquerades as civilization. Let us not allow defeatism to drive us to seek similarities between Islam and the existing systems, ideologies, or philosophies. Let us reject these systems, whether Eastern or Western, entirely, for they are debased and regressive when compared to the heights to which Islam seeks to raise humanity. When we address people with this truth, presenting to them the foundational creed of Islam's comprehensive worldview, they will find within their innate nature a justification for transitioning from one belief system to another, from one condition to another. But we cannot convince them by saying, "Come from a system that already exists to another system that is not even implemented, one that will change only a few aspects of your current system." The argument that Islam asks little of you, that it demands only slight adjustments to your habits and desires, and that it will leave intact everything you cherish, barely touching it, may seem outwardly easy. But it is unnatural, and more importantly, it is untrue. The truth is that Islam fundamentally transforms perceptions and emotions just as it transforms systems, structures, laws, and regulations. Its transformation is foundational, bearing no relation to the underlying principles of life under Jahiliyyah, which dominate humanity today. Islam seeks to uproot humanity entirely from servitude to other beings and orient it towards servitude to God alone. Let him who wills believe, and let him who wills disbelieve. And if any disbelieves, God is indeed free of need of all creation. At its core, the issue is one of belief and disbelief, of monotheism, tawhid, and polytheism, shirk, of Jahiliyyah and Islam. This must be made clear. People, despite their claims, are not enlightened while living under the conditions of Jahiliyyah. If there are those who prefer to deceive themselves or others, believing that Islam can coexist with this Jahiliyyah, then let them persist in their delusions. But their self-deception or their attempts to deceive others change nothing about reality. This is not Islam, and these are not Muslims. The call to Islam today is to bring these Jahili ones back to Islam and to make them Muslims once more. We do not call people to Islam to gain wealth or rewards from them. We do not seek dominance on earth or corruption therein. We seek nothing for ourselves at all. Our reckoning and our reward are not with people. We call people to Islam because we love them and wish good for them, no matter how much they may harm us. Such is the nature of one who calls to Islam, and such are his motives. Therefore, we must make them aware of the truth of Islam and the responsibilities it will demand of them, in exchange for the profound goodness it will bestow upon them. Likewise, they must understand our perspective on the reality of the Jahiliyyah they currently live in. It is Jahiliyyah, and it has nothing to do with Islam. It is nothing but caprice, hawa, because it is not rooted in divine law, Sharia. It is misguidance because it is not the truth. For what is there after truth but error? There is nothing in Islam that we should be ashamed of, nothing that forces us to defend it apologetically, nothing that we must present timidly or with hesitation. It is the spiritual defeat before the East, the West and the systems of Jahiliyyah everywhere that leads some Muslims to search for partial agreements between Islam and human-made systems, or to seek validation for Islam in the practices of Jahili civilizations. If there is anyone who needs to justify, defend or apologize, it is not the one presenting Islam to humanity. Rather, it is those who live within this shaky, contradictory and flawed Jahiliyyah, those who seek justifications for the very Jahiliyyah they inhabit. It is such people who attack Islam and force some of its misguided proponents into a defensive posture, as though Islam were a defendant in a courtroom desperately pleading its case. Some of these individuals confronted us, those few of us who adhered to Islam during my years in America. While some of us adopted a defensive stance, I took the opposite approach, openly attacking Western Jahiliyyah. Whether it was their incoherent religious beliefs, their destructive social, economic and moral systems, or their harmful ideologies, I addressed these issues head-on. Their notions of the Trinity, original sin, and atonement, none of which withstand the scrutiny of reason or conscience. Their capitalist system, with its monopolies, usury, and grotesque injustices. Their selfish individualism, which erodes solidarity, except under the compulsion of law. Their trivial materialistic view of life. Their so-called freedom of interaction, which is no more than the freedom of beasts. Their so-called women's liberation, which is nothing but a modern-day slave market. And yet, Islam offers logic, nobility, humanity and joy. It lifts humanity to heights it cannot even aspire to under these systems. It addresses reality while building its solutions on the foundations of sound human nature. These were undeniable truths I encountered in the reality of Western life. And when presented in the light of Islam, they brought shame to their proponents. Yet some claiming to be Muslims succumb to the filth of Jahiliyyah and seek to find parallels for Islam within this chaotic, miserable Western landscape, or within the grotesque materialism of the East. And I'm not in need, after this, to say that we who present Islam to mankind must never align ourselves with the Jahiliyyah of this age, not in any part of its concepts, nor in any aspect of its systems, nor in any of its traditions, no matter how severe its pressure upon us becomes. Our primary task is to replace these Jahili conceptions and traditions with those of Islam. This will never be achieved by accommodating Jahiliyyah or walking alongside it, even for a few steps at the beginning of the path, as some among us might mistakenly assume. For such an approach would mean announcing defeat at the very outset. The pressure of prevailing social conceptions and widespread traditions is one of crushing force and overwhelming intensity, especially regarding the realm of women. Yet what must be done cannot be escaped. We must first stand firm, then we must rise above. And we must, moreover, show this Jahiliyyah the true depths of its state when compared to the lofty horizons of the Islamic way of life which we seek to establish. This cannot be achieved by walking in step with Jahiliyyah, nor by severing ties with it entirely and withdrawing into isolation. No, rather it is through engagement with distinction, through interaction with dignity, through giving and taking while maintaining purity, through speaking truth with affection, and through bearing the loftiness of faith with humility, all while being fully imbued with the reality of the matter. And that reality is this: we live amidst a state of Jahiliyyah, and yet we are upon a path more rightly guided than this Jahiliyyah. The distance between Jahiliyyah and Islam is vast and wide, a chasm that cannot be bridged for a meeting in the middle. Instead, it is a bridge upon which the people of Jahiliyyah must cross to enter into Islam. Whether they reside in what is called the Islamic homeland and claim to be Muslim, or dwell elsewhere, they must emerge from darkness into light, escape from the misery they live in, and taste the goodness that we have experienced, those of us who have come to know Islam and have strived to live by it. Otherwise, let us simply declare, as God commanded his messenger, peace and blessings be upon him, to declare, to you be your way and to me mine. Surah Al-Kafirun 6. Chapter 12. The Loftiness of Faith. And do not lose heart, and do not grieve, for you shall be the uppermost if you are true believers. Surah Al-Imran 139. At first glance, this directive may seem to pertain specifically to the condition of battle and physical struggle. However, the truth and scope of this divine instruction extend far beyond this singular scenario, with all its intricate circumstances. It represents the perpetual state in which a believer's heart, mind, and perception must remain an enduring state of loftiness in the face of all things, all circumstances, all values, and all people. It is the loftiness of faith and its principles above all values that do not originate from the wellspring of faith. It is the superiority of faith over the forces of the earth that deviate from its path, over the values of the earth that do not spring from its source, over the traditions of the earth not shaped by its guidance, over the laws of the earth not decreed by its authority, and over the systems of the earth not established by its foundation. This loftiness is to remain firm, whether in weakness or strength, in scarcity or abundance, in poverty or wealth. It is the loftiness that does not crumble before oppressive power, societal norms, false legislations, or widely accepted conditions that lack any grounding in faith. The state of steadfastness and perseverance in the face of struggle is but one expression of this profound loftiness, encompassed by this divine guidance. The loftiness of faith is not merely an isolated resolve, nor a fleeting surge of pride, nor a passing fervour. It is the loftiness rooted in the immutable truth, firmly embedded in the very nature of existence itself, a truth that transcends the logic of power, the constructs of environment, the conventions of society, and the agreements of human understanding, for it is connected to God, the ever-living, who does not die. The social environment has its prevailing logic, its dominant customs, its crushing pressures, and its heavy weight bearing down upon those who are not sheltered by a steadfast refuge, and those who face it without a solid foundation. Prevailing conceptions and widespread ideas also carry with them a subtle influence, difficult to resist, without anchoring oneself in a higher truth that diminishes them in its shadow, and without deriving strength from a source greater, loftier, and mightier. The one who stands against society, its dominant logic, its prevailing customs, its values and considerations, its ideas and conceptions, its deviations and whims will feel estranged and weakened unless they are supported by a strength greater than the people, more steadfast than the earth, and nobler than life itself. God does not abandon the believer alone to face the pressures, to bear the weight, or to be crushed by weakness and sorrow. Thus, this divine command comes, and do not lose heart and do not grieve, for you shall be the uppermost if you are true believers. Surah Al-Imran 139. This instruction comes to confront both weakness and sorrow, two emotions that directly afflict the soul in such moments. It addresses them with loftiness, not just mere patience and perseverance. It is a loftiness that looks down from above upon oppressive power, prevailing values, widespread conceptions, worldly considerations, conditions, traditions, and the multitudes gathered upon misguidance. The believer is the highest sustained by the loftiest source. For what is all the earth, and what are all the people, and what are the values prevalent in the world, and the considerations common among mankind when the believer receives from God, returns to God, and walks upon his path. The believer is the highest in insight and perception of the reality of existence. For faith in God, as understood in the way Islam presents it, is the most complete form of knowledge regarding the ultimate truth. When this radiant, clear, beautiful, and harmonious image of faith is compared to the accumulated distortions of other beliefs, philosophies, and doctrines, whether ancient philosophies, corrupted scriptures, or materialistic ideologies, it becomes evident as never before how sublime the Islamic creed truly is. There is no doubt that those who possess such knowledge are indeed the loftiest above all others. The believer is also the highest in their understanding of values and the scales by which life, events, things, and people are measured. The creed emanating from the knowledge of God, his attributes as conveyed by Islam, and the knowledge of the values embedded in the vastness of existence, not merely confined to the narrow field of earthly life, grants the believer a perspective on values that is loftier and more precise than the varying standards of those who see only what is beneath their feet. And they do not remain steadfast upon a single standard, not within a single generation, nor even within a single nation, nor even within the same individual at different times. Yet the believer remains superior in conscience and awareness, in character and conduct. For his faith in God, the one of perfect names and sublime attributes by its very essence, inspires loftiness, purity, chastity, piety, righteous action, and a wise and just stewardship over creation. Beyond this, the faith also inspires through its promise of reward in the hereafter, a reward before which all the trials and pains of this world become insignificant. It is a reward that soothes the conscience of the believer, even if he departs from this world without any share of its fleeting gains. He is, furthermore, the highest in law and system. When the believer reflects upon all that humanity has devised, whether in ancient times or modern, and measures it against the Sharia and its system, he will find all else akin to the fumbling of children, or the blind groping in darkness, when set beside the mature and perfected law of Islam. And so the believer looks upon the misguided state of humanity from a position of compassion and pity for its wretchedness and misery, while maintaining within himself a sense of loftiness above such misguidance and despair. This was the stance of the early Muslims when faced with hollow pretensions, inflated powers, and the false considerations that enslaved the people in the age of pre-Islamic Jahiliyyah. For Jahiliyyah is not confined to a specific period of time. It is a condition that recurs whenever a society deviates from the path of Islam, whether in the past, the present, or the future alike. Such was the stance of Al-Mughira ibn Shuba when confronted with the symbols, values, and conceptions of Jahiliyyah in the camp of Rustam, the famed Persian commander. Abu Uthman al-Nahdi narrated, "When Al-Mughira approached the bridge and crossed over to the Persians, their ranks seated him and sought Rustam's permission for him to proceed. They had not altered their attire, flaunting their grandeur out of disdain. Al-Mughira ibn Shuba approached them, and they were adorned in their royal garb, crowns atop their heads, garments woven with gold, seated on carpets that stretched as far as the eye could see, at a distance equivalent to the range of an arrow's flight, approximately 300 or 400 paces. He approached until he reached Rustam's throne and sat upon it. The Persians leapt upon him, pulling him down, dragging and scolding him. Al-Mughira said, 'We had heard of your wisdom, but I see no people more foolish than you. We, the Arabs, are equals. None of us enslaves the other, unless he is at war with him. I assumed you treated your people with equality as we do. What you have done is unbecoming. If some of you are lords over the others, then this matter cannot endure among you. I have not come to you of my own accord. It is you who invited me. Now I see that your state is in decline, that you are defeated, for no kingdom can stand upon such a foundation or with such minds.' Likewise, this was the stance of Ribi ibn Amir when he stood before Rustam and his court prior to the Battle of Al-Qadisiyah. Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas sent Ribi ibn Amir as an envoy to Rustam, commander of the Persian armies, before the Battle of Al-Qadisiyah. Rustam had adorned his court with cushions, carpets, silk draperies, and had filled the room with glittering jewels and pearls. He himself sat upon a golden throne crowned with his diadem. Ribi entered dressed in coarse garments, armed with a simple shield, riding a short, rugged horse. He remained mounted until he trampled the edge of Rustam's carpet, then dismounted and tied his horse to one of the cushions. He advanced, carrying his weapons and helmet. When they told him to lay down his arms, he replied, 'I did not come to you of my own accord. It is you who invited me. If you permit me to remain as I am, so be it. Otherwise, I shall return.' Rustam said, 'Let him be.' Ribi then strode forward, leaning on his spear, piercing the cushions as he walked. Rustam asked, "What has brought you here?" Ribi replied, "God has sent us to deliver whomever he wills from the worship of creation to the worship of God alone, from the narrowness of this world to the vastness of this world and the hereafter, and from the oppression of religions to the justice of Islam. Circumstances may change, and the believer might find himself in a position of material weakness, stripped of worldly power. Yet the believer never loses his sense of loftiness. Even when overpowered, he looks upon his vanquisher from above as long as he remains steadfast in his faith. He is certain that this is but a temporary phase that will pass, and that faith will inevitably have its resurgence. Even if this were to be the final chapter, the believer would not bow his head in submission. For all of mankind faces death, but the believer dies as a martyr. He departs this world for paradise, while his vanquisher departs for the fire. What a vast difference, what an unbridgeable chasm. And all the while he hears the call of his sustainer, "Let not the strutting of those who disbelieve in the land deceive you. It is but a brief enjoyment. Then their abode is hell. What an evil resting place. But those who are mindful of their sustainer shall have gardens beneath which rivers flow, abiding therein forever, a gift from God. And what is with God is best for the righteous." Al-Imran 196. 198. Society may be dominated by beliefs, values and systems that are antithetical to his faith, worldview and scales of judgment. Yet he never loses his sense of being the loftiest, recognizing that all others are in a position beneath him. He looks upon them with dignity and honor, yet also with compassion, mercy, and a desire to guide them to the goodness he possesses, to raise them to the heights he inhabits. Falsehood may grow loud and clamorous, flaunting its feathers and surrounding itself with dazzling illusions that blind eyes and obscure hearts, concealing its ugly and deformed reality. Yet the believer gazes down upon this inflated falsehood and the deceived multitudes with unwavering resolve. He neither weakens nor grieves, nor does he waver in his commitment to the truth he holds and the path he follows. At the same time, he does not lose his desire to guide the misguided and awaken the deceived. Society may drown in its base desires, surrendering to its reckless impulses, sinking into filth and mire, imagining that it is enjoying freedom and liberation. In such a society, even the simplest pure pleasures and lawful joys become scarce, leaving only stagnant corruption and filth. Yet, the believer looks down from above upon those submerged in the mud, standing alone and unshaken. He does not grieve, nor does he entertain the thought of casting aside his clean, pure garment to plunge into the mire. Instead, he remains loftiest by virtue of the sweetness of faith and the serenity of conviction. The believer holds fast to his religion like one clutching a burning ember in a society that has strayed from faith, virtue, noble values, and all that is pure, clean and beautiful. Others may mock his stance, ridicule his beliefs, and laugh at his values. Yet the believer remains unshaken, looking down from above upon the mockers, the ridiculers, and the scoffers. He echoes the words of one of the noble caravan of faith who preceded him, Noah, peace be upon him. "If you ridicule us, we shall indeed ridicule you, just as you ridicule us." Hud 38. He sees the culmination of the radiant procession and the end of the wretched caravan in the words of the Almighty. "Indeed, those who committed crimes used to laugh at those who believed. And when they passed by them, they would wink at one another in mockery. And when they returned to their people, they would return jesting. And when they saw them, they would say, 'Indeed, those people are truly astray.' But they had not been sent as guardians over them. So today, those who believed are laughing at the disbelievers reclining on couches, observing. Have the disbelievers been recompensed this day for what they used to do?" Surah Al-Mutaffifin 29:36. Long ago, the Quran narrated the words of the disbelievers regarding the believers, and when our verses are recited to them as clear evidences, those who disbelieve say to those who believe, "Which of our two groups is better in position and more splendid in company?" Surah Maryam 73. Which of the two groups, they wondered? The dignitaries who refused to believe in Muhammad, peace be upon him, or the poor who surrounded him? Which of the two groups? Was it the likes of al-Nadr ibn al-Harith, Amr ibn Hisham, al-Walid ibn al-Mughira, and Abu Sufyan ibn Harb? Or was it Bilal, Ammar, Suhaib, and Kabab? If what Muhammad, peace be upon him, was calling to were truly good, would his followers have been these lowly individuals, those with no influence, no status in Quraysh? Would they gather in a humble house like the home of Al-Arqam, while his opponents were the masters of the grand council chambers, the possessors of glory, prestige, and power? This is the logic of the material world, the logic of those blind to the higher horizons logic that persists in every time and place. It is by God's wisdom that faith stands stripped of adornments and embellishments, devoid of any lure or enticement, neither closeness to rulers nor the backing of authority, neither the promise of fleeting pleasures nor the stirring of base desires. Instead, it calls for effort, hardship, striving, and even martyrdom. Thus, those who approach it do so with a certainty born of sincerity, seeking it for its essence alone, purely for God, untainted by human considerations or worldly temptations. Those who seek material gain, superficial beauty, wealth, or fleeting delights turn away. And those who weigh the values of people heavily in their hearts will find that those values hold no weight in the scales of God. The believer does not derive his values, perceptions, or judgments from people, so he does not grieve over their evaluations or approval. Rather, he derives them from the sustainer of all people, who alone suffices him and sustains him. He does not draw his standards from the whims of creation, so he does not sway with their desires. Instead, he takes them from the immutable balance of truth, which neither wavers nor tilts. He does not receive them from this transient, limited world, but rather they spring forth within his soul from the eternal fountains of existence. How then could he find weakness within himself? How could he feel sorrow in his heart when he is connected to the sustainer of all people, the balance of truth and the springs of eternal existence? He is upon the truth. And what is there after the truth but error? Let falsehood have its dominion, let it have its pomp and grandeur. Let it gather its multitudes and throngs. None of this alters the truth in the slightest. He is upon the truth, and there is nothing after the truth but error. A believer would never choose falsehood over truth so long as he remains a believer. He would never exchange the truth for falsehood, regardless of the circumstances or conditions. Our Sustainer, do not let our hearts deviate after you have guided us, and grant us mercy from yourself. Surely you are the bestower. Our Sustainer, you will gather mankind on a day about which there is no doubt. Indeed, God does not fail in his promise. Surah Al-Imran 8-9. Chapter 13, This is the Path. By the sky holding great constellations, and by the promised day, and by the witness and what is witnessed, cursed were the people of the trench, the fire full of fuel when they sat by it, and they were, to what they did against the believers, witnesses. And they resented them not except because they believed in God, the Almighty, the Praiseworthy, to whom belongs the dominion of the heavens and the earth. And God over all things is witness. Indeed, those who have tortured the believing men and believing women, and then have not repented for them, is the punishment of hell, and for them is the punishment of the burning fire. Indeed, those who have believed and done righteous deeds will have gardens beneath which rivers flow. That is the great attainment. Indeed, the vengeance of your Sustainer is severe. Indeed, it is he who originates creation and repeats, and he is the forgiving, the affectionate, honourable owner of the throne, effector of what he intends. Surah Al-Buruj 116. The story of the people of the trench, as recounted in Surah Al-Buruj, is one that merits deep reflection by believers who call to God in every land and in every generation. Through its narration in this vivid and profound style, accompanied by its prelude, commentary, and accompanying directives, the Quran charts a path for understanding the nature of the call to God, the role of human beings in this mission, and the possibilities and trials it may encounter. These possibilities stretch far beyond the confines of any one land or lifetime, encompassing a vaster expanse of existence. The Quran, through this account, delineates for believers the landmarks of the path and prepares their souls to accept whatever outcomes might unfold according to the divine decree, which is woven with the hidden wisdom of God's unfathomable will. This is the tale of a group who believed in their sustainer and openly proclaimed the truth of their faith. They were then subjected to persecution at the hands of tyrannical, ruthless enemies who scorned the basic rights of human beings, specifically the right to freely believe in the truth and in God, the Almighty, the Praiseworthy. These oppressors showed no regard for the dignity of human souls in the sight of God, instead treating them as mere playthings upon which to vent their cruelty and amuse themselves. They delighted in the torment of others, finding pleasure in the spectacle of burning and agony. Yet the faith within these noble hearts rose above the flames of persecution. Their belief triumphed over their attachment to life itself. They refused to yield to the threats of these ruthless tyrants. They were not turned away from their religion, even as they were cast into the fire and consumed by its flames. These hearts had been freed from their bondage to earthly life. The love of survival could not subjugate them, even as they stared directly into the face of death in its most horrific form. They broke free from the shackles of this world and all its allurements. They ascended above themselves, victorious in their faith over the instinct for self-preservation. Opposed to these noble, blessed and compassionate souls were hearts of the most vile and depraved nature, wicked, criminal and despicable. These oppressors sat by the fire, watching the suffering of the believers, taking pleasure in the sight of human life being consumed by the flames. They revelled in the transformation of these noble souls into ashes and soil. Each time a youth or an elder, a boy or a girl, a man or a woman was thrown into the fire, the vile exhilaration of the tyrants surged. Their savage lust for blood and flesh was heightened with every new sacrifice to the flames. This horrifying event revealed the depths to which the nature of these tyrants had sunk. They wallowed in the filth of their depravity, delighting in the ghastly spectacle of violent torment. Their cruelty surpassed even that of wild beasts, for no beast inflicts suffering merely for pleasure. Its predation is driven by the need to eat, not by a perverse delight in the agony of its prey. At the same time, this very event revealed the sublime elevation of the souls of the believers. They were liberated, soaring to the highest peaks of human nobility, reaching a station that honors humanity across all ages and generations. From the perspective of the material world, it might seem that tyranny triumphed over faith. This faith, which had reached such lofty heights in the hearts of these steadfast and noble believers, appeared to hold no weight in the battle between belief and oppression. The historical accounts of this event, as well as the Quranic text itself, do not mention that God seized these tyrants with a worldly punishment, as he did with the people of Noah, Hud, Salih, Shu'aib or Lot, or as he did with Pharaoh and his armies, seizing them with the might of the all-powerful. From the perspective of the earthly sphere, the outcome of this conflict seems sorrowful and painful. Is this then how the story ends? Does this group of believers, who ascended to the pinnacle of faith, perish along with their agonizing suffering in the trench? Meanwhile, does the tyrannical group which sank into this pit of depravity escape unscathed? From the perspective of the material world, this conclusion might weigh heavily upon the heart, but the Quran teaches the believers something entirely different. It unveils to them another reality, guiding them to perceive the true nature of the values by which they measure things and the true scope of the battle they are engaged in. Life, along with all its pleasures and pains, its comforts and deprivations, is not the ultimate goal, nor is it the ultimate scale by which success and failure are measured. Life is not the currency by which profit and loss are determined. Victory is not confined to outward triumph. Outward victory is merely one form of victory among many. The supreme value in the sight of God is the value of faith. The most precious commodity in the marketplace of God is the commodity of belief. The highest form of victory is the triumph of the spirit over material existence. the triumph of faith over suffering and the triumph of conviction over persecution. In this event, the spirits of the believers triumphed over fear and pain. They overcame the pull of earthly life and existence. They defeated the trial of persecution in a way that honors all of humanity across all ages. This is true victory. All human beings die, though the causes may differ. Yet not all human beings achieve this kind of victory. Not all rise to this height, attain this freedom, or ascend to these lofty horizons. This is God's choice and His honor for a select group of His servants. They share with the rest of humanity the experience of death, but are distinguished by their exclusive share in glory in the divine presence, and glory even in the memory of humankind. This becomes clear when we consider the perspective of generations upon generations to come. The believers could have saved their lives by renouncing their faith. But how much would they have lost in doing so? How much would all of humanity have lost? How much would they have lost by extinguishing this profound truth, the truth that life without faith is meaningless, that life without freedom is hideous, and that life is debased when tyrants control souls after already subjugating bodies? This is a truth of immense value, a truth of immense grandeur. This is what they gained, even as they felt the flames consuming their mortal bodies. Their ephemeral flesh perished in the fire, but this noble truth was exalted and purified by the flames. This is the meaning of true victory. And indeed, the battlefield is not limited to the earth alone, nor is it confined to this worldly life. The witnesses to this struggle are not merely the people of a single generation. For the higher realm participates in the events of this earth, observes them, bears witness to them, and evaluates them by a measure that is far removed from the standards of this world, whether in a single generation or in all generations combined. The celestial host encompasses noble spirits far more numerous than the inhabitants of the earth, and without a doubt, their praise and honor outweigh, by any measure, the opinions and judgments of the people of this world. Furthermore, there is the hereafter, the ultimate realm to which this earthly realm is inexorably linked. It is never separate from it, not in the reality of existence, nor in the consciousness of the believer who perceives this truth. Thus, the battle is not yet concluded, and its true culmination has not yet arrived. To pass judgment on it based solely on the fragment that appears on earth is to render an incomplete and inaccurate verdict, for it is a judgment on a small and insignificant portion of a far greater whole. The first perspective is the short-sighted, narrow view of the impatient human being. The second perspective is the comprehensive, far-reaching vision that the Quran trains the believers to adopt, for it reflects the ultimate truth upon which the correct faith-based worldview is built. Hence, God's promise to the believers as a reward for their faith, obedience, patience in trials, and triumph over the temptations of life is the tranquility of the heart. Those who have believed and whose hearts are assured by the remembrance of God. Verily, it is in the remembrance of God that hearts find peace. Quran 13:28. It is the pleasure and affection of the Most Merciful. Indeed, those who have believed and done righteous deeds, the Most Merciful will bestow upon them love. Quran 19:96. It is being mentioned in the exalted assembly. The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, "When a servant's child dies, God says to his angels, 'Have you taken the life of the child of my servant?' They reply, 'Yes,' he says. 'Have you taken the fruit of his heart?' They reply, 'Yes.' He says, 'What did my servant say?' They reply, 'He praised you and said, "To God we belong, and to him we return." God then says, "Build for my servant a house in paradise and name it the house of praise." Reported by Al-Tirmidhi. The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, also said, God, the Almighty and Exalted, says, "I am as my servant expects me to be, and I am with him when he remembers me. If he remembers me to himself, I remember him to myself. If he remembers me in a gathering, I remember him in a gathering better than it. If he draws near to me by a handspan, I draw near to him by an arm's length. If he comes to me walking, I come to him running." Reported by Al-Bukhari and Muslim, it is the engagement of the celestial host with the affairs of the believers on earth. Those who bear the throne and those around it exalt God with praise of their sustainer and believe in him, and ask forgiveness for those who have believed, saying, Our sustainer, you encompass all things in mercy and knowledge, so forgive those who have repented and followed your way, and protect them from the punishment of hellfire. Quran 47. It is the eternal life granted by God to the martyrs, and do not think of those who have been killed in the way of God as dead. Rather, they are alive with their sustainer, receiving provision, rejoicing in what God has given them of his bounty, and they receive good tidings about those to be martyred after them who have not yet joined them, that there will be no fear concerning them, nor will they grieve. They receive good tidings of favour from God and bounty, and that God does not waste the reward of the believers. Quran 3, 169, 171. Similarly, his repeated promise to seize the deniers, tyrants and criminals in the hereafter, granting them respite on earth only for a time, though he occasionally seizes some of them in this world, as well emphasizes the ultimate focus on the hereafter in the final reckoning. Let not the movement of the disbelievers through the land deceive you. It is but a small enjoyment, then their final refuge is hell, and wretched is the resting place. Quran 3, 196, 197. And do not think that God is unaware of what the wrongdoers do. He only delays them for a day, when eyes will stare in horror. Racing ahead, their heads raised up, their glance does not come back to them, and their hearts are void. Quran 14:42-43. So leave them to converse vainly and amuse themselves until they meet their day, which they are promised, the day they will emerge from the graves rapidly as if they were racing towards a target. Their eyes humbled, humiliation will cover them. That is the day which they had been promised. Quran 70, 42, 44. Thus, the lives of people are intertwined with the life of the higher realm, and the temporal world is intrinsically linked to the eternal hereafter. The earth is no longer the sole arena of the struggle between good and evil, truth and falsehood, faith and tyranny. Nor is this worldly life the ultimate end, nor the final arbiter in this conflict. Indeed, even the joys and sorrows, the pleasures and deprivations of this fleeting life no longer hold the highest value in the scales of worth. The horizons of space have expanded, the dimensions of time have unfolded, and the scales of values and measures have broadened. The believer's vision has been elevated, his concerns have grown nobler, and the earth and all it contains have diminished in significance. The transient life and its attachments have become small in his eyes, while the believer himself has grown in stature, commensurate with the vast horizons and realms he has come to perceive and know. The story of the people of the ditch, Ashab al-Ukhdud, stands at the pinnacle of fostering this expansive, noble and all-encompassing faith-based perspective. Another profound illumination radiates from the story of the people of the ditch and Surah Al-Buruj, shedding light on the nature of the call to God and the role of the caller in the face of every possible eventuality. The history of the call to God bears witness to a variety of earthly outcomes for these divine missions. It recounts the destruction of the people of Noah, the people of Hud, the people of Shu'aib, and the people of Lot, and the salvation of a small band of believers, merely their survival. The Quran does not narrate any subsequent role for these survivors in the earthly realm or in the continuity of life. These examples affirm that God, glorious and exalted, sometimes wills to hasten a portion of punishment for the deniers and tyrants in this world. However, the ultimate and most complete recompense is reserved for them in the hereafter. And the history of the divine call bears witness to the destruction of Pharaoh and his hosts, and the salvation of Moses and his people. It also records their establishment on earth for a time, during which they reached the peak of their moral and spiritual potential, though they never fully attained complete righteousness, nor did they succeed in establishing the religion of God as a comprehensive way of life. This is yet another model, distinct from the earlier ones. The history of the divine call also bears witness to the destruction of the polytheists who obstinately rejected guidance and faith in Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, and to the complete victory of the believers. This victory was not merely military or political. It was a triumph of faith within their hearts, an astonishing triumph of conviction. For the first and only time in human history, the way of God was established as the dominant system of life, in a manner unparalleled before or after. And the history has also borne witness, such as we have seen, to the story of the people of the ditch. And it has witnessed other examples less prominent in the annals of faith, both ancient and modern. It continues to witness examples that vary between these outcomes, preserved throughout the centuries. Yet there was a necessity for the model represented by the incident of the ditch, alongside the other outcomes both near and far. There was a need for this particular model in which the believers did not survive and the disbelievers were not seized. This was to establish firmly in the consciousness of the believer, the one who carries the call of God, that they may indeed be called to such an end on their path to God, that they have no control over the matter, for both their fate and the fate of the faith itself are in the hands of God. Their duty is simply to fulfill their obligation and then depart. Their duty is to choose God, to prefer faith over life itself, to rise above the trials of temptation through their unwavering faith, and to prove their sincerity to God in both action and intention. Then God will do with them and their enemies whatever he wills, just as he will do with his call and his religion, whatever he pleases. He may lead them to one of the many ends known to the history of faith, or to another outcome known only to him and seen only by him. They are but workers for God, labouring wherever, whenever and however he wills. They perform the task assigned to them and receive their due reward. It is not for them to determine the fate of the call or its ultimate destination, for this is the prerogative of the master, not the labourer. They, however, receive their first reward as tranquility in their hearts, elevation in their spirits, a beauty in their vision, a liberation from entanglements and worldly pulls, and a freedom from fear and anxiety in all circumstances. They receive their second reward in the celestial realm, remembrance and honour, even while they remain on this small earth. And they will receive their ultimate and greatest reward in the hereafter, an easy reckoning and an abundant bliss. Above all, these rewards is one that surpasses them all, the pleasure of God himself, and the knowledge that they have been chosen to be instruments of his will and veils for his power, through whom he acts on this earth as he pleases. Thus, the Quranic training brought the early chosen band of Muslims to this elevated state, freeing them entirely from concerns about their own selves or their personal destinies. They removed themselves from the matter altogether and worked as labourers for the master of the matter, accepting his choices for them in any situation and under any condition. The prophetic training was in perfect harmony with the Quranic guidance, directing hearts and eyes toward paradise, and urging them to endure their chosen role patiently until God decrees his will, whether in this world or the hereafter. The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, would see Ammar, his mother, and his father, may God be pleased with them, enduring severe torture in Mecca, and he would say nothing more than, "Be patient, O family of Yasser, for your destination is paradise." Khabbab ibn al-Arat, may God be pleased with him, narrates, "We complained to the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, while he was reclining in the shade of the Kaaba, saying, 'Will you not seek help for us? Will you not pray for us?' He replied, 'Among those who came before you, a man would be seized, a pit would be dug for him in the earth, and he would be placed in it. Then a saw would be brought and placed on his head, splitting him in two, and his flesh would be combed off with iron combs, separating it from his bones and nerves. Yet this would not turn him away from his religion. By God, this matter will certainly be completed until a traveller can journey from Sana'a to Hadramaut, fearing none but God and the wolf for his sheep. But you are being hasty," reported by Al-Bukhari. Indeed, God has wisdom behind every circumstance and every situation. The one who governs this universe, who sees its beginning and its end, who orchestrates its events and their connections, knows the hidden wisdom known only to him, wisdom aligned with his will along the vast course of time. At times, he may reveal to us, after generations and centuries, the wisdom behind an event whose purpose was unclear to its contemporaries. They may have asked, why, O Sustainer, does this happen? But this very question reflects Jahiliyyah, which the believer avoids, knowing from the outset that there is wisdom behind every decree. The believer's expansive vision, extended sense of time and space, and elevated understanding of values and measures spare him from even contemplating such a question. He instead moves with the course of destiny in submission and reassurance. The Quran was moulding hearts, preparing them to bear the trust. These hearts needed to possess such strength, purity and detachment that they would not yearn while giving everything and enduring everything for anything in this world. They would look only to the hereafter and seek nothing but the pleasure of God. They needed to be prepared to traverse the entirety of the earthly journey in toil, hardship, deprivation, suffering and sacrifice, even unto death, without expecting any reward in this world, not even the triumph of the call, the dominance of Islam, or the victory of the believers. Indeed, they needed to be prepared to give without receiving not even the destruction of the oppressors at the hands of the Almighty, as he had done with the deniers of old. Only when such hearts were formed, hearts that knew they had nothing to expect on this earth except to give without compensation of any kind, and to await the hereafter alone as the time for the final reckoning between truth and falsehood, could the trust be carried forward. Thus, when such hearts are found, hearts whose sincerity of intention aligns with the covenant they have pledged and the commitment they have made, then God, knowing the truth within them, bestows upon them triumph on earth and entrusts them with it. Yet this victory is not for their own sake, but so that they may carry the trust of the divine way, being worthy of fulfilling that trust. For they had offered themselves to God sincerely, at a time when they neither sought nor expected any worldly gain or spoils of this earth. They had stripped themselves of all desire, save for his pleasure, knowing no reward other than his satisfaction. Indeed, all the verses that speak of victory, of spoils of war, or of the believers subduing the disbelievers upon the earth were revealed in Medina afterwards, after these matters had become entirely removed from the agenda of the believers, from their anticipation and from their aspirations. Victory itself came because it was God's will that this divine way should manifest as a tangible reality in human life, demonstrated through a concrete, practical example for all generations to witness. It was not a recompense for toil, hardship, sacrifice, or suffering. Rather, it was a decree of God behind which lies a wisdom that we now attempt to discern. This perspective is one that those who call to God must deeply reflect upon, in every land and across every generation. For it is capable of clarifying the path ahead, rendering it free of obscurity, and steadying the footsteps of those who wish to journey to its ultimate end, whatever that end may be. Then God's decree concerning his call and his chosen ones will unfold as he wills. And along that blood-strewn path, paved with skulls and dismembered limbs, with sweat and blood, they will not allow themselves to be swayed by thoughts of victory or dominance, or the settling of disputes between truth and falsehood in this world. No, if God wills to bring about such outcomes through them, for the sake of his call and his religion, his will shall be done. But this will not be a reward for their pain and sacrifices. No, for this world is not the realm of recompense. It is, rather, the unfolding of God's decree concerning his call and his way, through the hands of servants whom he selects to carry out his will. For them, this noble selection is sufficient a distinction before which this fleeting life and all its joys and sorrows pale and diminish. There is another truth embedded in one of the Quranic reflections on the story of the trench, Ashab al-Ukhdud, as God says, "And they resented them for no other reason than their faith in God, the Almighty, the Praiseworthy." 85:8. This truth is one that believing callers to God must contemplate deeply in every land and across every generation. The battle between the believers and their adversaries is, at its core, a battle of faith and nothing else. Their adversaries resent them for nothing but their belief. They detest them solely because of their creed. It is not a political battle, nor an economic one, nor one of race or ethnicity. Were it any of these, it would have been easier to resolve and simpler to end. But at its heart, it is a battle of faith, either disbelief or belief, either Jahiliyyah or Islam. Indeed, the leaders of the disbelievers used to offer the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, wealth, power, and worldly pleasures in exchange for one thing alone, that he abandon the battle of faith and show leniency in this matter. Yet, had he, God forbid, agreed to even a part of what they desired, no battle would have remained between them and him at all. It is a matter of faith, a battle of faith. And this is what the believers must firmly grasp whenever they face an adversary. Their enemies hate them for no reason other than their faith in God, the Almighty, the Praiseworthy, and their unreserved loyalty and submission to Him alone. The enemies of the believers may attempt to raise banners for the battle other than the banner of faith, economic, political, or racial banners in order to obscure the true nature of the conflict and extinguish the flame of faith within the hearts of the believers. It is the duty of the believers not to be deceived. It is their duty to understand that such tactics are but a deliberate ploy, and that those who change the banner of the battle only seek to mislead them and rob them of the true weapon of victory, faith. Faith, which leads to triumph in whatever form it may take, whether in the form of spiritual liberation, as occurred with the believers in the incident of the trench, or in the form of dominance arising from that spiritual liberation, as happened with the first generation of Muslims. Today, we witness a striking example of this veiling of truth in the global crusading efforts to obscure the reality of the conflict and distort history. They claim that the Crusades were merely a facade for colonial ambitions. No, rather it was colonialism, which came much later, that served as the veil for the crusading spirit, a spirit that could no longer appear barefaced as it had in the medieval centuries, and that had shattered upon the rock of faith led by Muslims of various ethnicities. Among them stood Salah al-Din, the Kurd, and Turan Shah, the Mamluk individuals who forgot their ethnicities and remembered only their faith, and so they triumphed under the banner of faith. And they resented them for no other reason than their faith in God, the Almighty, the Praiseworthy. Al-Buruj 8. And truly God has spoken the truth, while the deceivers and the misleaders have lied.